Chapter 655. After that, Danny sent the 72 blood guards of the 24 cars on their way to the afterlife. To Danny's surprise, after she killed all the cars, the one-eyed old woman seemed to be buying time for her. The eunuchs cleaned up the arena at a much slower speed. By the time she finished off the 72 blood guards, the sun was setting in the west, and it was almost dusk. Then the Dosh Kalen immediately announced, "That's all for today. If you want to challenge again, you have to wait until tomorrow." Tomorrow? The centaurs were not afraid of death, and a few of them were eager to try. But when they heard that tomorrow, they looked at the woman on the arena. She had not eaten lunch from dawn to dusk, but she did not show any signs of fatigue. It was obvious that after a night's rest, she would be able to kill 100 people again the next day to recover her energy. After all, they were the leaders of the tribes, and they still had basic intelligence. Come to die tomorrow? So, other than Danny, the 26 colossus, a total of more than 300 Cascos, stood up one by one, offered their scimitars, and declared that they would give up the right to challenge Khaleesi. In other words, they acknowledged her identity as the Call of Cars. When the one-eyed old woman shouted 3 times in a row, "Is there a warrior who wants to challenge the Call of Cars?" and no one answered, she simply walked up to the high platform and knelt on the yellow soil soaked in blood. She placed her walking stick beside her, lowered her head, and kowtowed 3 times to Danny, saying, "You have fulfilled the ancient prophecy. The Horse King city has finally met its true master. You are the steed of the world, the great Call of Cars, the king of the Horse Kings." Behind the old woman, dozens of Dosh Collins prostrated themselves on the ground and surrounded Danny in a semicircle. Their faces were solemn, and their eyes were filled with fervor as they shouted, "The king of the Horse Kings, the Call of Cars!" The Dosh Collins' actions were like dominoes. Tens of thousands of centaurs and bazaar merchants gathered at the foot of the Mother of the Mountains, knelt on the ground one by one, and shouted in unison, "The king of the Horse Kings, the Call of Cars!" At the foot of the mountain, between heaven and earth, and even the grasslands of the Dothraki Sea, it was as if they were all shouting one name, Danny Rise, the Call of Cars. The sunset in the sky was washed away by the sound waves, revealing the last bright red light of the sun. It shone on the face of the only woman standing proudly with 2 swords at the foot of the goddess mountain. She became the first woman to unify the Dothraki Sea after the centaurs left the skeletal mountains. SSSS, 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 SSSS. Right at this moment, 5 dragon roars resounded from the west. Some were loud and clear, while others were sharp and shrill. The grassland was vast and flat like the tranquil surface of the sea. The fiery red sun was like a bright red stage curtain hanging at the end of the world. It felt so close yet so far away. 5 black dots flew out from the red sun. The black dots grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye and turned into 5 megalosaurus that were flapping their wings with all their might. There was a gigantic black dragon, a white dragon with silver scales, a green dragon that shone with emerald light under the setting sun, a golden dragon that shone with golden light, and a red dragon the size of a horse. The 5-colored megalosaurus all came to the grassland, to the Horse King city, to the Mother of Dragons' coronation ceremony of the Horse King. Call of Calls! Blackie roared at the sky. It pierced through the clouds and cracked rocks, shaking the soul. SSSS, the other 4 dragons stretched their necks and roared together. The 5-colored dragons circled around Danny's head like a colorful crown. She held the hand of heaven and earth, crowned herself as the king with the 5 dragons as the crown. At this moment, all the creatures on the grassland, including the beasts and the people, were fearful and subdued. Yes, for this moment of glory, Danny had put in a lot of effort. When the calls in the morning were angered by her and went up to the arena, she felt that she was in the bag today. Hence, she summoned the 5 megalosaurus to help the dragon mother show off. They only roared a few times in the Horse King city to let the centaurs know how powerful she was. Then they flew back under the sunset. As for whether the 5 dragons' temporary departure from Slaver's Bay would cause their home to be stolen, first of all, Dany's pterosaurs were not fewer than the Alliance army. Secondly, from the time she came to the Horse King City yesterday afternoon to the time she became the Call of Calls, it had only been 30 hours. The ravens had probably just reached Tolos, and the news had not reached Borash yet. Moreover, before she went to the Horse King City, the shapeshifters had already figured out the situation in the city. They knew where to raise messenger crows and had been monitoring. The centaurs were very honest. Even Bono did not intend to lead the enemy into the Horse King City. But after Dany appeared, a few merchants in the western continent released the ravens. You seem to want to help me? Your eunuch wants to prolong the time between the duels. That night, the centaurs held a funeral for the 26 calls. 26 bonfires. Smoke and dust danced in the air. Heat waves rolled and the flames lit up the sky, casting mottled shadows on the faces of Dany and the old woman who was one step behind her. Great Call King, you have already killed all 26 calls. Other than helping you, what other choice do I have? The old woman said helplessly. She was a pure centaur, the Dosh Kareen of the centaurs. She was a priestess and a wise one. She had to be responsible for the future of the centaurs. If Dany unfortunately failed, the 26 colossus who lost their calls would fall into a super chaotic battle for the position of call. The centaurs would not die, but their vitality would be greatly damaged in this winter. What's with the prophecy of riding the steed of the world? You don't have supernatural powers. How can you make a prophecy? After becoming the Call King, Dany began to speak fearlessly. If the Emperor had to be careful when he spoke, then what was the point of being the Emperor? The one-eyed old woman's shriveled face turned red. She was not sure if it was her face or the light from the crematorium in the distance. Great Call King, I don't have wizard powers, but I can prophesy. I can see some illusions in the process of praying. In that case, the one-eyed old woman might have supernatural talents, and it was a prophecy type. Dany fell into deep thought. Have you tested your magic talent? She asked again. The old woman said with a conflicted expression, Great Call King, the centaur's attitude towards witches. Don't come into contact with witches, and don't let witches touch you. This was a commandment that everyone knows among the centaurs. But the centaur's Call King was the strongest witches in the world. This has to be changed. There are so many people who know witchcraft in the world. How can we keep hiding? The change starts with you. I know the zebra people's moon chant secret technique. You can try it later. Dany said, Great Call King, I don't agree with your words. The old woman said solemnly, The zebra people have moon chant, but their achievements are not more brilliant than the centaurs. My prophecy is not accurate, I know this. But I don't rely on prophecies to manage the huge Horse King City, but more reliable wisdom and experience. You are not wrong, but the times are different, the future. Dany pondered for a moment and said, In the era of magic's decline, the wisdom of a normal person might be able to surpass the power of the Megalosaurus. But the future will enter a period of rapid development of magic. You, seeing the confusion on the old woman's face, she sighed helplessly and shook her head. Forget it. In a few years, when the long night falls, you will naturally understand. The appearance of the Megalosaurus caused the tide of magic to surge. Without a doubt, the demigod Megalosaurus's ability to drive the tide of magic was stronger. When all 5 of her dragons became demigods, the world's magic wave might return to the level of the Leglia's era. If a Megalosaurus became a true god, then Dany was very active. After completing the Call's funeral, she immediately began to gather her troops and head south. At the foot of the Mother of Saints Mountain, beside the Womb Lake, near the Call's crematorium, Dany gathered the 317 Cascos and more than 80 Dosh Karens together for the first Dothraki assembly. Everyone sat on the ground, surrounding and uniting around Dany. Weren't there only about 40 Dosh Karens? How did it become more than 80? The extra ones were the wives of the 26 Kulls who died today. Some Kulls had more than one wife, so there were more than 30 widows this time. The widowmaker Danny. It was quite awkward to talk about it. During the day, Danny had just killed their husbands and many adult sons, and at night, everyone sat together for a meeting as if nothing had happened. She stood in front of the fire, trying not to look at the few old women with sorrowful eyes behind the group of old women. She faced the Cascos and said, "I can tell you clearly that the long night is coming, and Horse King City is too far north. It is not suitable for winter. We will go south in winter. If it wasn't for the war at Slave Bay, we would be at the lower reaches of the Rhone River, or in the vast land of strife," said a Casco. "In the past, we could go south to avoid winter, but not this time." Danny shook her head and asked, "Do you know about the long night?" The one-eyed old woman said, "That is the prophecy of the red-robed monk and the Asian wizard. If the long night comes, what plans do you have for winter?" Danny asked again, "What plans do the centaurs have? If it's cold, we will go south. If we lack anything, we will rob." In the front row, a Casco with a scar on his left eyebrow shouted. Danny looked at him carefully. He had a square face, 34 or 35 years old, with a braid that reached his hips and more than 20 bells. He was a fierce general. Well, it was too easy to judge a centaur's fierce general. As long as he was in his 30s, with long braids and many bells, he would definitely be a fierce general with both intelligence and courage. Without intelligence, he wouldn't be able to live to 30 years old. Without strength, he wouldn't be able to grow such a long braid and earn so many bells. "I have a plan." Danny decided not to guide him patiently. The centaur's brain circuits were different from hers. "Great King of Kull, please speak." The old woman said, "The Allied army is besieging my city of Myrine. I want to lead all the roaring warriors south. First, I will destroy the alliance of mercenaries and slave hunters near the Raza River. Then I will go to Myrine and test the Allied army's elephant soldiers. Let's see if they are stronger than the centaur's 100,000 strong cavalry. To Myrine, to Myrine." The centaurs immediately became excited. They clapped their hands and hit the ground while howling loudly. Danny pressed down with both hands and waited for the howling centaurs to quiet down. Then she said, "After cleaning up the Raza River, I hope to build a Khaleesi city at the edge of the Red Wasteland. When I was young, I went to the Red Purgatory. It was hot and desolate. It couldn't support too many centaurs." The one-eyed old woman said, "Hee, it is now the Purgatory. When the long night comes, the once hot and dry Purgatory may become a paradise." The old woman frowned and thought for a moment before asking, "Great King of Kull, what do you plan to do?" "Actually, it's not much different from before. The old woman and your eunuchs will continue to stay here and manage this holy city. As the King of Kull, I will lead Kalasa south. I will race horses on the south bank of the Raza River and build pastures. The center of the pastures will be Khaleesi City." Chapter 656. After listening to Danny's plan to build the city, the one-eyed old woman immediately advised, "Great Cow King, centaurs cannot stay in one place for long. The life of the milk people in stone houses is too comfortable. It robs us of our courage and wipes us of our strength. When the long night comes, you will not say that." The Cow King had a lot of power. Once Danny made the decision, the centaurs immediately took action. First, she had to count the population and establish a household register. Then Danny found that she was invincible, counting only the 26 colossus around Horse King City. There were about 500,000 centaurs and 200,000 roaring warriors. The ratio of soldiers to civilians was frighteningly high. Almost every citizen was a soldier. 200,000 howling warriors. Danny could sweep the world with them. Then she ordered that, according to the size of each colossus, a quarter to half of the people would be offered to the Cow King. A total of 317 colossus survived. They all had their own colossus. Using a country analogy, a colossus was equivalent to a country, and colossus were the counties that formed the country, while colossus were the judici of the counties. Some colossus only had 100 or 200 roaring warriors, such as Dani in the past. Khaleesi was also a colossus. Her colossus tribe was newly formed and only had about 60 young warriors. Some colossus had been passed down for several generations and had 2,000 to 3,000 roaring warriors, such as Pinocchio in the past. His father was Zhuiji's father's colossus. He and Zhuge had inherited their father's colossus. He himself was the strongest colossus under Zhuge, with 3,500 roaring warriors. He was stronger than many of the colossus in the prairie. In Slave Bay, in Dani's colossus, the colossus system was replaced by the chiliarch system. The title of colossus was still retained, but their status was greatly weakened. Every chiliarch was considered a colossus, but they only had 50 direct guards. But Dani was able to complete the reform because her colossus were too small, and there were too many centaurs in Horse King City. It was difficult to complete the reform in a short period of time, and she had to take her time to conquer the south. It was also a centaur custom to take people from the colossus to fill the colossus. In every battle, Khal would lead the roaring warriors to charge at the front. His caste would definitely suffer the greatest losses. If there were no reinforcements after a few times, Khal would become a commander without an army. Similarly, if a certain cozy caste suffered too many losses, Khal would use newly captured centaurs to replenish his losses. Now, King Khao had taken a quarter of the people from Khas Jr. and half from Khas Sr. In just one night, she had about a third of the centaurs. In other words, there were an additional 70,000 caste people. She had brought 500 roaring warriors from Slaver's Bay, all of them reserve centurions and chiliarchs. 200 of the youngest warriors with the longest braids and the most bells were chosen from the 70,000 caste warriors. 700 centurions were in charge of 70,000 roaring warriors. Among the 700 centurions, there were 70 acting chiliarchs. They were temporary and could be replaced by braver and smarter centurions or even decurions at any time. Among the 70 acting chiliarchs, there were 7 captains. Dani, Agu, and Kue Luashi were captains, while Ricardo and Jogo were true captains. The remaining 2 10,000-men squads were temporarily represented by King Khao. If there were centaurs who were promoted based on their contributions, Dani would personally bestow them the position of captains. Afterwards, Dani chose the weakest 27 out of the 317 castes. Casco was old and frail, while Cass was the weakest. Of the 27 castes, 10 were left behind in Mong City to carry out King Kao's mission of digging deep, accumulating food, storing charcoal for firewood. Even if they knew that the night was coming, Mong City could not be given up. The other 17 castes were scattered across the grasslands, informing the other colossus about Dani becoming King Khao. Although 26 colossus came to Mong City, the grasslands were vast and there were still an unknown number of tribes. Just like that, Dani brought a total of 360 castes to the south, plus the 70 chiliarchs under her, making up the number of heavenly cycles. King Khao was still wondering if he should create captains with the number of heavenly spirits and earthly fiends in the future, and then name each army with the 108 devil stars. For example, Leader Star Dani would lead the 10,000 Leader Star army. With such a strange thought, Dani rode Blackie and left Mong City in the wee hours of the morning. Before leaving, she left the one-eyed old woman a moon singer inheritance, a copy of the Pegasus Bible, a glass candle, and a set of magic net communication keys. The one-eyed old woman did indeed have the talent of a transcendent, and she was very powerful. She was very compatible with the zebra people's moon singer meditation technique. Moon singers were different from shadow-binding knights. Blood witchcraft was a compulsory course for shadow-binding knights, but it was an elective for moon singers. Furthermore, the Pegasus Bible established a correct view of the world for the Dosh Colossus. Dany felt that the old woman would not go down the wrong path. When the old woman learned witchcraft, even if she was thousands of miles away, Dany would be able to control Mong City through the glass candle. Meereen, the queen's study. 7 gods above. 200,000 howling warriors. Even the knights of the 7 kingdoms, added together, do not have that many, right? Old Yamant was on the verge of collapsing, as if he was about to faint again. Now I am completely at ease. With this world-conquering force, the Alliance is bound to lose. The old man's face was glowing, completely free from the shadow of the army approaching the city. Dany lowered her head and flipped through the documents and intelligence she had accumulated in the 2 days she was gone. She said absent-mindedly, "I told you long ago that we will win this war." The god Turtle Dam had been completed and was beginning to store water. Even if the Alliance could invite a true god to descend, they would not be able to escape this disaster. The 200,000 howling warriors were only trying to expand their victory by wiping out the hundreds of thousands of Alliance soldiers who had surrounded them. She wanted to make everyone suffer in one go, or even beat them half to death. This was the first time the countries of the world had formed an alliance to encircle Slave Bay. It would also be the last time. You have only been gone for 2 days, and you have already become the Cow King. Is it so easy to be the Cow King? Old Yamant calmed down and asked with a frown. Easy. Chui Luo shook his head repeatedly. His face showed a complicated expression of respect and disbelief. He recounted the process of Dany becoming the Cow King in detail. You challenged 143 Centaur warriors in a row, and most of them were the strongest cow and blood guards in Colossa. Other than Khaleesi, who else could have done it? He asked in the end. Old Yamant was once again dumbfounded. Your Majesty, you are too rash. 1 against 3. And you did not even wear your armor. The old man walked around the desk in a panic and went to Dany's side to check carefully. He even asked repeatedly, "Dany, are you injured?" This is the most terrifying part. Khaleesi's skills are amazing. Her 2 swords are like thunder, unstoppable. Her defense is like a giant shield that covers the sky and not even water can get through. She fought dozens of battles with fewer people, and she was not injured at all. 2 days had passed, but when this matter was brought up again, Chui Luo's expression was agitated, and his voice was trembling. Your Majesty, you have reached the highest level of swordsmanship, divine transcendence? De Xiong asked in shock. No, I am the same as Hatter, the whip of Dugu. I have broken through divine transcendence and entered a divine realm. Dany looked up at the golden sunlight shining in through the window and said softly, "You can call me Sword God." Sword God? Isn't that a little too exaggerated? Old Yamant looked conflicted. He began to suspect that Dany was bragging out of habit. It's not exaggerated. Dany shook her head and said seriously, "Previously I was indeed only at divine transcendence. But think about it. Who are the 100 or so centaurs that I killed? They were the strongest of the hundreds of thousands of centaurs on the prairie. Did I not gain anything from fighting them to the death? Actually, it was because I broke through on the spot and consolidated my divine transcendence realm that I asked to fight 1 against 3. After the battle, I directly condensed the divinity of Sword God." Dany really was not bragging this time. Every generation of Sword of Dawn had almost reached or directly reached divine transcendence realm. Otherwise, they would not be able to become Sword of Dawn. Not every generation of Dayan had a Sword of Dawn. Only people with extremely strong swordsmanship were qualified to use the Dawn sword and receive the name Sword of Dawn. After thousands of years, how many Sword of Dawn had appeared? And Westeros worshipped the Path of Knights. The Dayan family was not the only family of knights with good swordsmanship. Among the 7 divine positions of the 7 gods, only Warrior lived up to its name and was close to perfection. In the state of warrior, Dany gained countless experience as a swordsman. Her swordsmanship theory had already surpassed the limits of mortals. More than 100 Carrs, Blood Alliance guards, Co, and Call's sons were all experienced babies that helped her turn her theory into real strength. She was also a demigod and could condense divinity. Divinity was equivalent to the deification of a certain profession. Was swordsmanship not a profession? Naturally, Dany could be called Sword God after condensing the divinity of swordsmanship. What kind of realm is Sword God? How many can you take on alone? Cora asked curiously. Dany thought for a moment and said, if 3 Carrs work well together, they can already injure me. But after every battle, I use holy healing to secretly heal my injuries. Against 4 Carrs, I'll be heavily injured. I might be able to win against 5 Carrs, but against 6, I'll definitely lose unless I wear tile steel armor. Even if I wear tile steel armor, 8 Carrs can still hurt me. Armor prevents piercing, not blunt blows. Seems not too strong. Deshiong frowned. Very strong. Those are Carrs, not normal soldiers. Kue Luo glared and emphasized. Not extraordinary enough. Old Yimont said softly. Indeed, she was not extraordinary enough. She was already a sword god, but she still could not take on 10. Unfortunately, the gods of this world were not extraordinary at all. Arthur Dayan, known as the best swordsman in the world, was beaten to death by 3 people. If she could really be like the sword gods in Eastern fantasy novels, with sword aura, sword light splitting, and sword while splitting the air, why would she specially create a pair of white and red swords? Her magic black sword from before was left in Meereen. In wuxia novels, having no sword was better than having one, and everything could be a sword. But in this world, 2 swords were better than one, and a sword was better than being empty-handed. A sword god without a sword might die at the hands of a normal person with a sword. That was the reality. That was so awkward. That's because I didn't use magic. With tile steel armor and a magic sword in hand, I'm truly a match for 10,000 people. That's right. You still have magic. Deshiong nodded. Then he seemed to have thought of something. With a hesitant expression, he asked softly, Your Majesty, about that mist in the garden upstairs, the raven transformed into a little elf. Can my father be resurrected into a fire elf? Chapter 6:57. Little Fog was a new life. She was full of curiosity and desire to explore everything in the outside world. Therefore, she was different from Ah Fu, whose heart was dead. She did not want to be a corpse in Dany's sea of consciousness. She needed sunlight. She enjoyed the feeling of bathing in the breeze, and she enjoyed playing with flowers even more. In the morning, she woke up on the top of an apple tree. When the Dragon Queen practiced her swordsmanship, she stood on the persimmon tree and sang a gentle and moving song. In the morning, Little Fog's crystal-clear little wings flapped quickly in the sun. Like a diligent little bee, she carried a small apple-sized kettle and watered the flowers and weeds. When she encountered pests, she would also point her finger at them and shoot out a thin line of fire, accurately hitting them. At noon, she would leave the pyramid and chase the birds and butterflies in the sky. In the afternoon, she turned into a raven and joined the army of shape-shifting animal spies. She circled above the marching army of the Western Allies. In the evening, she returned to the Great Pyramid. Little Fog was like a little sparrow, chattering about her day's experience and the intelligence of the allies to the Dragon Queen. At night, she would patrol around the pyramid before returning to the small wooden house hanging on the treetops in the garden to rest. Many times, Dany needed to pass a message to her subordinates or issue an official order. Little Fog would also act as the Queen's messenger, dictating the Queen's orders or holding a scroll of imperial edict to the target person. Not to mention Cora, even the people in Meereen City knew that the Dragon Queen had caught a tree elf on the opposite side of the Sosros continent. Except for those close to her, no one else knew the true origin of Little Fog. Sosros even had King Kong, so it was not surprising that a tree elf appeared. At first, everyone was amazed by Little Fog's delicate appearance and cute image. But in this world where megalosaurus and giants were common knowledge, the fantasy of the little elf had not only grabbed the headlines for 4 or 5 days. Everyone was used to it, except for those who really knew the details of Little Fog. For example, old Yamant had always suspected that Danny was bragging. Little Fairy was not created by her at all. It was a pet found in the rainforest when she was looking for the pterosaur, just like how she said she had a 30-meter tall gorilla as a pet. At first, Desheung had the same doubts as Yamant. However, Dragon Queen was able to take on 26 cons by herself. Creating a fire sprite didn't seem to be any harder than that. The souls of the children of the forest are different from those of ordinary people. If our souls do not enter the divine kingdom, they will quickly disintegrate and dissipate into the world. But in a strange way, they are preserved forever. At this point, Danny looked hesitant, and her tone became uncertain. Perhaps eternity also has a time limit. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only 3,000 crows left. But your father's soul is definitely not as resilient as a child of the forest. There's no doubt about that. Unless my fire creation ability is upgraded a few more times, otherwise your father's soul might really be destroyed by me. How long do we have to wait? Will my father's crow die of old age? Big Bear asked nervously. Your father's crows won't live as long as the children of the forest. They'll only live as long as normal crows. John's raven father was lucky to have met John before his consciousness dissipated. Otherwise, he would be no different from an ordinary raven. When will your life creation ability be upgraded? Will it be too late? Big Bear asked worriedly. I'm not sure. Danny could only guess that there were 2 ways to upgrade her fire creation ability. One was to find more children of the forest crows and turn them into fire sprites, increasing her experience and understanding through practice. The other was to kill Sheepegg and sing her song of fire. Fundamentally speaking, fire creation was an attribute of the Song of Fire. Comprehending the Song of Fire would definitely enhance this attribute. Even Danny herself could vaguely guess why Lalo and Sheepegg coveted her body bloodline. To obtain the special Song of Fire attribute of fire creation. Yamant looked skeptical. He asked tentatively, If you can even revive the dead, then you're no different from the Holy Mother, right? Isn't the Holy Mother me? Danny complained in her mind, but her lips curled into a smug smile. The Holy Mother can only revive devout believers who have just died and whose bodies are still intact. I, on the other hand, can make souls start a new life. In theory, I'm more advanced than her. Ah, Danny, you're the chief bishop of the 7 gods. Don't blaspheme the Holy Mother. Old Yamant's mouth twitched a few times as he advised her nervously. Old man, I'm also a deity now. Danny grinned. 200,000 roaring warriors, in groups of 40,000, went down the Raza River from the south of Horse King City. The Alliance army was not blind, deaf, or stupid. Everyone knew what this meant. 400 kilometers west of Marine City, in a narrow man-made cave on a hill near the sea. The highest commanders of the Alliance Army's East and West armies were gathered together. Jenny was sitting at the head of an oval conference table near the inner cave. War God Yuan Kai, commander of the East Army, and Triangular-Faced Siberio, commander of the West Army, were on her left and right. Under the 2 commanders of the East and West armies, there was the Prince of Ragged Clothes who had changed into steel armor, the King of Long Nose who commanded 5,000 elephant soldiers, the commander of the 3 Sisters Alliance Fleet Shui Go, the commander of the 3rd Fleet Zaro, the commander of the 2nd Fleet Zanetti. There were about 20 people here, and they were all here for one thing. Maddie Danny. Everyone. Danny Rise has been crowned the King of Kal. The centaurs who should have been our helpers have been subdued by her. 200,000 troops are approaching the Raza River. What do you think? War God Yuan Kai asked first. 200,000. That's more than the Alliance army. How are we going to fight? Zanetti said in despair. We've lost. There's no hope. Shui Gu sighed and said helplessly, before the centaurs arrive, let's disband the Alliance army and go back to our homes to stop our losses. And then Zaro raised his eyebrows and asked in return. And then what? Shui Gu was confused. Why did we form the Alliance army? Zaro straightened his back and stared sharply at Prince Reese, who had accused him of being a spy. He said sternly, this war has nothing to do with glory or money. It's only about our survival. Quills, Volantis, Reese, Mir, Tarosai, and the cities of the Jade Sea are all slave countries. It's not just for the slave trade. In these cities, the ratio of slaves to free citizens is as high as 4:1. Our wealth, rule, and superior living conditions are all built on the bones of the slaves. Without slaves, it's like a house losing its foundation, a forest withering its roots, and a river losing its source. Our glory will become a thing of the past. Either Danny Rise swears to give up on the plan to free all the slaves in the world, or we give up our current position as rulers. Otherwise, our conflict with her will never be resolved. Escape? Where can we escape to? If we don't get rid of her this time, when Slave Bay regains its breath and leads the Mother of Dragons guards to sweep through the cities, what city walls can stop the Megalosaurus? How many guards can stop 200,000 roaring warriors? When that time comes, what will happen to us? Are you willing to be like the nobles of Guise in Myreen's labor camp, losing your wealth and status, going to the mountains to mine and cut wood and planting potatoes in the fields every day? Shui Gu said helplessly, I understand what you're saying. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spent millions of gold to participate in this war. But against 200,000 roaring warriors, tell me, how do we win? Yes, we don't have the advantage to begin with. Now that we're weaker than them, our chances of winning are close to 0. Prince Chui Ge's words hurt our morale, but it's our only choice. The others were like loofah vines exposed to the sun in June, listless and without any fighting spirit. War god Yuan Kai also frowned. He was the commander of the East Army and should be overseeing the Raza River. The reason why he traveled thousands of miles to participate in the Alliance meeting was because he was the main target of the 200,000 roaring warriors. He looked at the expressionless prince in rags and king with long nose, then carefully checked Jenny's expression. Her clean little face was solemn, but there was no trace of panic. She seems to have a trump card? With a thought, War God Yuan Kai said softly, Lady Jenny, the vanguard of the centaurs will enter the Raza River in 20 days. And the East Army is made up of the Jade Sea slave hunters, pirates, bandits, and mercenaries. The composition of the soldiers is messy and weak. Plus, there are only 40,000 of them, and they won't be able to withstand a single charge from the roaring warriors. On the night that Danny Rise became the Cow King, a group of pirates ran out of the camp. I noticed them in advance and caught them and beheaded them in public. Only then did I manage to stabilize the morale of the army. Even so, I can feel that the people in the camp are anxious and the mercenaries are looking at me strangely. The closer the centaurs are to the Raza River, the higher the possibility of a mutiny. I wonder if Lady Jenny has a solution? Prince in rags glanced at Jenny and said, Give up on the East Army's plan, either go down the river and force their way into Slaver's Bay, or go through the secret passage in the mountains and meet up with our West Army at Myreen City. Graz Dan's pupils contracted. He was sure that Jenny still had a trump card. Then, what was the trump card that could deal with 200,000 centaurs? None of the people present were fools, and like War God, they guessed that Valeglia still had a trump card. Shui Gu was about to ask, but he suddenly saw Jenny's cold and inhuman eyes. He shuddered and turned to the head of the mercenaries and muttered, If we don't have confidence, how can we appease the soldiers? You guessed right. I am hiding something from you. Jenny finally spoke. Her expression was cold, but her attitude was honest. I have a secret method to deal with Danny Rise. and I can even kill her in one strike. But there is a condition: the secret cannot be leaked out." Zanetti frowned and looked at the mercenary leader, asking, "Does Prince in Rags know?" "He is a believer of the great Beleriand, and is completely trustworthy," Jenny said indifferently. Everyone's expression was complicated. They were happy that Valeglia had such amazing methods, but also annoyed that their status was not as high as a mercenary's. "Lady Jenny is right." Trigri glanced at Zaro from the corner of his eyes and sneered. "Some people are in the Allied army, but their hearts have flown to Meereen. No matter how careful Lady Jenny is, it is not excessive. As expected, a bite from a dog will bite into the flesh." Zaro could not suppress his anger, and the ruby on his nose trembled. He growled, "You are the one who betrayed the alliance, but you maliciously accuse me. Last time, when New Guys fell, your wife personally confessed that you were the one who leaked the secret." Chui Ji's expression was ferocious as he interrupted. "That was Dany Riza's scheme. She wanted me to be the scapegoat. Luckily, I asked Zanetti to help me collect the letters of the Alliance's commanders in New Guise, and through the comparison of the handwriting, I was able to confirm that you were the traitor." "Idiot, shut up!" Jenny shouted angrily. "I already said that spies are the animal companions of shapeshifters. Dany Rise purposely schemed to cause internal strife between the two of you, and now you are really doing as she wished?" Chapter 658. After the fall of New Guise, the Allied army carried out a vigorous rectification and elimination of traitors campaign. They believed that there were two possibilities for the military secrets of the Allied army to be exposed. First, the Allied army commander had a big mouth and spread the contents of the high-level meetings everywhere. Second, there was a traitor in the Allied army's upper echelons. The rectification targeted the first possibility. The elimination of traitors targeted the second possibility. In the operation to catch the traitor, the thing that shocked the Allied army the most was the conflict between Chui Gu and Zaro. Their positions were too high. One was the representative of Queers, the commander of the Third Fleet. The other was the representative of the Reese, Tarosai, and Mill Sisters Alliance. They controlled almost a quarter of the Allied army's logistics fleet. If even those two betrayed the Allied army, what hope did the Allied army have? The operation to catch the traitor almost destroyed the morale of the Allied army. Fortunately, Jenny found out that the Dragon Queen was the real spy. She helped the two commanders, who were already in prison, to unify their thinking. The Allied army's higher-ups were united against a common enemy. Speaking of which, how did Chui Gu and Zaro get involved? Remember the Second Dragon War in Meereen? That was when Benny was ambushed by the Dragon Queen and destroyed by the Dragonslayer Horn. After that incident, the Allied army suspected that there was a traitor. War God Yuan Kai's suspect was Chui Gu. Chui Ji's way of getting to the top was unreasonable. There seemed to be the shadow of the dragon, Queen, behind him. His wife, Linny's, and White Knight Garth were siblings. This relationship, War God Yuan Kai secretly found Zaro and told him his suspicions. He also asked Zaro to ask his old friend when he went to Astapor to redeem the captives. Chapter 524. Zaro remembered his mission and really went to find Dany and Tyrion to ask for their opinions. Damn it! He just happened to find the two smartest and most cunning people in Slaver's Bay. They were also plotting against him. They intended to send the winged Dragon Knight captives, who had a positioning system on them, back to the Allied army. Zaro naturally returned to New Guise with the answer, Chui Gu is suspected to be a traitor. Dany also knew that Zaro suspected Chui Gu. On the night of the surprise attack on New Guise, she had deliberately arranged for Dany C to go to Chui Ji's house to put on a show. The letter that Dany asked Chui Gu to copy was written by Dany, who asked Scholar to imitate Zaro's handwriting and style. At the time, Chui Gu only felt that the handwriting was a little familiar. Later, he secretly found Zanetti, who was from Zingis and could be considered a local, and asked him to help him collect the letters and documents of the commanders of the Alliance. Finally, Chui Ge found the scapegoat Dragon Queen had arranged for him, the real traitor in the Alliance army, Zero. Zero was an old acquaintance of the Dragon Queen, a friend who had gone through life and death together. This was the reason why Zero had betrayed Saudi Arabia. In the beginning, Chui Ge remembered what Danny C had said. You two aren't the only spies in the upper echelons of the Alliance. She didn't immediately report Zero. This was not a very smart decision, but it was a very safe one. Thinking about Qin Yongren, if he was as calm as Chui Ge after discovering Liu Jiaming's identity as a black cop, he would not have been shot in the head. But Zero took the initiative to drag him down with him. After Zingis fell, the commanders of the Alliance army who had escaped death started to look for the reason for their failure. Without thinking, even an idiot would know that there was a traitor in the army. Then, the first person Zero thought of was Chui Ge. He only needed to find Linese to scare her, and Chui Ge was exposed. But from Chui Ji's point of view, Zero betrayed the Alliance army. Now that he was worried about being exposed, he naturally used him as a scapegoat. How could he tolerate this? He showed his cards. He directly revealed the cause and effect of the matter to the public. Dragon Queen framed him and made him fill in the hole for the real traitor. Speaking of which, it was quite logical. So he and Zero were both arrested. Then War God Yuan Kai was implicated from Zero, and Zanetti seemed to be Chui Ge's accomplice. Then they investigated Grazadin, and Zanetti, the entire upper echelons of the Alliance army were panicking. It would be strange if their morale was not low. If not for the sudden outbreak of the blood plague and the frequent activities of the shapeshifters, who knew how far the rectification and elimination of traitors' movement would have developed. Later on, although the two of them were rehabilitated, they still had a deep grudge against each other. They even suspected that the other was a traitor because they were traitors themselves. That's it. Jenny did have a trump card, but she didn't trust US and didn't say it in public during the meeting. But don't worry, Your Majesty. I will continue to follow up on this matter. After the meeting, they returned to the flagship of the Third Fleet. Zero was in the captain's room. He spoke softly to the petrel that landed on the table. The Ragged Prince is a believer of Balerion. He knows Jenny's secret. The long-nosed king seems to know something as well. I suspect that it has something to do with the elephant soldiers. I suggest that Your Majesty invest more espionage resources in the elephant soldiers. Also, the East Army is about to make a strategic shift. After the meeting, they returned to Jean Island. Without telling his wife, Chui Ge spoke to a raven in his study. They weren't traitors, but after being locked up as traitors for a period of time and being coerced by Danny multiple times through the raven, they really became traitors. First of all, they were both wronged and had resentment in their hearts. They blamed the Dragon Queen for being cunning and secretly hated their allies for not trusting them. Secondly, Danny had both of them on the hook. Chui Ge was able to rise to the throne because the Dragon Queen rode a dragon and burned Prince Reese to death. But the Dragon Queen was able to accurately locate the locations of the princes because of Linus' guidance. Linus was Chui Ji's wife. Chui Ge benefited the most from the deaths of the princes. Zaro didn't have anything on him, but the Dragon Queen knew his house number. Last time when she went to Kuer's Raging Flame City, she purposely avoided Zaro's mansion and the warehouse at the docks. If he didn't agree today, she might correct her mistake tomorrow, burn Zaro until he was penniless. Lastly, and most importantly, benefits. The Dragon Queen promised them wealth and status. When the alliance was first formed, the Dragon Queen's promise wasn't worth a single copper coin. Because in the beginning of the war, in everyone's hearts she was bound to lose. What was the use of a loser's promise? But the Battle of Tauros, the Battle of Meereen, the fall of Zingis, the blood plague of the Eastern Army, the departure of the centaurs of the Northern Army, and the daily attacks of the Dragon Queen. The alliance wasn't made of iron, and it was even more impossible for everyone to have an iron will. After going through this series of events, how could they not be discouraged and depressed? How could they not be shrouded in a shadow? Orus, outside the Holy Church, where Dany received the inheritance of the great wizard. In the sea of lava, black pillars of smoke rose from the endless, dark Red Sea. The seawater boiled, and white steam rose from the surface. I understand that there is a traitor among the higher-ups of the Alliance, so I only told you the secret. At the edge of the cliff, the hot sea breeze mixed with the smell of sulfur fluttered Jenny's cloak. Her porcelain doll-like face was illuminated by the red light surging from the bottom of the sea. "What do you want to do?" The prince in ragged clothes was drenched in sweat as he asked with a hoarse voice. He was an old noble of Pentos, a descendant of Valeglia, and even a branch family of Belarus. After the great calamity, he still believed in the ancient god of Valeglia Balerion. So, after seeing Jenny, he completely gave up on all contact with the Dragon Queen. But he was still a normal person, and he was not used to the high temperature and high magic radiation of this cursed land. Under this sea, there is still the earth fire of the 14 fire peaks. Jenny opened her arms and embraced the entire world. Her voice was loud and her expression proud. Do you know what this means? It means that I can rebuild a core of the magic net at any time in Orus, in the Holy Church by the sea. Its power is 100 times, 1,000 times greater than on Dragonstone Island. Core of the magic net? What's the use of it for the upcoming Battle of Meereen? The prince in ragged clothes was confused. In an information war, I can seal off all the glass candles in the world and turn all the wizards in the world blind and deaf. In a magic war I can— Jenny's voice stopped abruptly. The fervent look on her face suddenly turned into regret. Unfortunately, the gods have sealed this world. The power of the magic power tower cannot be transmitted out, so it cannot provide me with unlimited magic power on the front lines. Even if we can obtain an information advantage, it's already good enough. The prince in ragged clothes said excitedly, "Coincidentally, Yuluan contacted us at the King's Landing. Perhaps we can send a team of pterosaurs to the Westeros and seal off the magic net on Dragonstone Island before taking down Aegon." Jenny's eyes lit up. She nodded with a smile and said, "Good idea. If we take down Aegon, we might be able to threaten her. Even if she wasn't threatened, sacrificing him before the final battle would still cause her to go crazy, and then my little baby will be able to make a grand entrance." Boom! Before she finished speaking, the steaming sea of smoke suddenly exploded with a splash that was 40 to 50 meters tall. The gray clouds in the sky seemed to have been blown away, revealing a thin layer of sunlight. The prince in ragged clothes widened his eyes and knelt on the ground. He muttered with a trembling voice, "Balerion above, so big." "Big? No, this is still in its infancy. Wait until I build the magic crystal tower and inject magic power into its body at that time. Even Dany Rise's 5 little worms will not be enough for it to chew on. Ha 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 ha. Valeglia is indeed powerful, and Balerion is indeed powerful. She actually has such a powerful weapon. No wonder 200,000 centaurs could not move her." The prince in ragged clothes was excited. When Dany received the report and began to think hard about what other powerful weapon Jenny could bring out, something happened in the Westeros. Tommen the First was dead. Tommen was 10 years old this year. He had blonde hair and blue eyes. He was a chubby little fatty. His personality was as harmless as his body. He was gentle and shy, liked to read, and loved to play with cats, dogs, and other small animals. The past 2 years had been quite difficult for fat Tommen. First, his mother was arrested by Despero and paraded through the streets. Then his wife drank moon tea, and everyone knew about it. The people of King's Landing did not think that Marjorie was wrong. Instead, they thought that he was incapable and could not satisfy Holy Mother Marjorie. He was still young and didn't know much about the matters between men and women, so no one would gossip about him. However, his mother suddenly locked his wife up and even killed his father-in-law's family. Not long after, it was revealed that his own biological brother, Emperor Joffrey, was killed by his wife. Oh no, She was still his sister-in-law at that time. Now Toman was finally free. He had completely jumped out of the mud pit of King's Landing and returned to the embrace of the Holy Mother. That was what Despero said. Blackie and Danny did not agree with it. This morning, the maid waited outside the king's bedroom for a long time. When she did not hear Toman the first call, she went into the bedroom with White Knight Marin Tran. She was shocked to see that the king's face was swollen and purple. There was a black blood scab at the corner of his mouth. Sir Marin put his hand under his nose to check if he was breathing. There was no need to. His body was stiff and had no temperature. There were also livor mortis below his neck. The Red Keep immediately fell into chaos. Cersei almost broke down. She hugged her son's body and cried. She was heartbroken, just as she ordered the Demon Mountain to slaughter the attendants in the Thoman Palace. Her cousin, Sir Devon, reminded her that the dead might not necessarily be unable to be resurrected. It was better to leave the attendants for interrogation and go to the Great Sage Hall to invite the Great Sparrow. Since the trial, Cersei returned to the great cathedral of Baelor for the first time. When she arrived at the great cathedral, she found that there were more believers praying to the 7 gods. There was also a long queue in front of the marble square. There were people in gray clothes, nobles in brocade robes, and knights with swords on their waists. Cersei had just woken up. She was still in her pajamas. Her clothes were messy, and her hair was loose. She was barefoot. She carried Toman and galloped over on her horse. She only stopped when she reached the stone steps of the podium. She did not wait in line. She carried her fat son, who was almost 100 pounds, and squeezed through the crowd like a crazy woman. She shouted, "Chief Archbishop, Despero, help!" Despero was at the door of the Holy Mother. She pressed her hand on the head of a sick little girl and treated her. She did not know what illness it was. Anyway, the holy healing spell did not have any side effects. "Your Highness." Cersei's face was distorted like a crazy demon. Despero was so scared that she almost could not recognize her. "Chief Archbishop, the Holy Mother is merciful. Please save my son." Cersei no longer had her usual fierceness and pride. She knelt in front of Despero. She was as fragile as a reed flower in winter, crying and begging. "Ah, King Toman, King Toman." Despero did not see the person in Cersei's arms. They also saw Toman's bruised and swollen face. Hesitation flashed across the old sparrow's face. He was about to ignore them, but when he saw Cersei's miserable state, he remembered the doctrine of Mother of Mercy. He sighed and said, "Let's go to the inner hall." Despero saw a few white knights coming from afar. He said coldly, "Demons are not allowed to enter the sacred place." In the end, only Cersei and Sir Marin entered the great cathedral. Danny then knew that Toman was dead. Despero did not fool Cersei. Despero prayed to the Holy Mother. Although Toman I was a bastard, he was usually obedient and kind. Every month during the festival, he would come to the great cathedral to pray, hoping that the Holy Mother would show him mercy and give him a miracle. Despero was not just being kind. If the 7 gods could resurrect a king, it would mean, however, the Holy Mother could not resurrect a dead person whose soul was nowhere to be found. Toman might believe in the 7 gods, but he did not even have the 50 faith points of a devout believer. He was far from the 200 faith points of a saint. In other words, he could not open the gate of faith. His soul could not enter the space of faith of the 7 gods. This is fate. He has been dead for too long. Despero said regretfully. Chapter 659. Centaurs had a custom. If a child died before reaching the age of taming a horse, he would not be qualified to enter the night kingdom of the horse god. Just like back in the Red Wasteland, Dany's Kos tribe had babies and old people who died. The old people had grass horses to ride and could follow Khal Drogo into the night kingdom. Babies could only be buried in the ground and did not even have the chance to reincarnate. In fact, in Westeros, there was a similar custom in the teachings of the 7 gods. When a child died, his family would quietly bury him and let a stranger take him away. They would not be like an adult who would keep his corpse for 7 days, not the first 7 days of the Celestial Empire, which represented the 7 gods, and invite guests to pay their respects. He is a child. Not long after his death, his soul was taken away by a stranger. He can no longer return to the mortal world. This is his fate. The Holy Mother gave an explanation and went offline, not to mention that Toman's soul had entered the world of death. She did not have the title of God of Death, so she could not get him back. Even if Toman was as devout as the Great Sparrow and his soul broke free from the pull of the world of death and entered the kingdom of 7 gods, the pool of faith, Dani could not revive him. She did not have much divine power left in her Song of Water. It was barely enough for her to cultivate with the Rhone River. Reviving someone was a luxury. Perhaps one day in a few hundred years, she would be able to sing her own Song of Water and develop the divinity of life and fire to the limit and obtain the title of stranger. If she could fully master the Song of Ice and Fire, the law of life and death, she might be able to revive someone without the need for a corpse. The Great Sparrow shook his head and sighed. Your Highness, King Toman is still a child and his faith is still uncertain. What request does the Holy Mother have? I agree, Circe said anxiously. He thought for a while and tried to turn the Holy Mother's words into the teachings of the 7 gods. The Holy Mother's only request for the mortal world is to be devout, merciful, and kind. He then explained, if the king is an adult, his soul may enter the Holy Mother's kingdom. But he is still a child and his faith in the 7 gods is not mature. He has not experienced a complete life. The stranger should bring him on a new journey, which is reincarnation. If he had just died, perhaps he could have asked the Holy Mother for mercy, but now... Big Sparrow bent down and looked at Toman's collar. He frowned and said, the corpse stinks. He has been dead for more than a night. With Toman's death, the great Templar bell once again rang throughout King's Landing. The people of the 7 kingdoms were first shocked, and then they began to guess who had murdered their king. The deformed little devil monkey continued to work hard and sneaked into the Red Castle to murder his nephew. Circe muttered. There were quite a few people who believed it. After all, the dwarf had killed his father, his uncle, and publicly stood on the side of Aegon VI. He had the motive and ability to rebel against the Iron Throne. This was revenge. The River Bend nobles who were loyal to Hiding Tyrell were taking revenge on Lannister. It could even be a revenge plotted by Queen Margaret, who was locked up in the **** residence. There were quite a few people who believed the rumor that spread among the nobles, because after Circe returned to the Red Castle, she went to the **** residence and beat the emaciated Margaret half to death. If Yu Luin and Sir Devon had not stopped her, Margaret would have died that day. His wife and mother had done too many bad things. Toman could not take it anymore and drank the medicine to kill them. This reason was widely spread among the people of the 7 kingdoms. The thoughts of the people were simple. If they were in Toman's position, they would have jumped to the Red Castle to be killed, even if they ate bread and cheese every day. Yu Luan was ambitious and wanted the Iron Throne, but King Toman stood in his way. Sansa muttered. He had the intention of inciting internal strife between Circe and Yu Luin. Even Tyrion and Dany had this suspicion. It was not that they had forgotten about Arya, but it was obvious that if Arya really went to the King's Landing, the first person she would kill would be Circe and not the innocent fat Toman. Only Yu Luan would kill Toman and protect Circe. How to put it, they were not wrong. Toman was actually murdered by Arya and Yu Luin. Arya went down the mountain. She left the House of Black and White, but she did not betray the sect. Instead, she accepted a mission. Go to the City of Knowledge and kill Dr. Wargrave. The Faceless could no longer stand the scholars' big mouths, especially Dr. Wargrave. He had been particularly active recently and had created a large number of classics that could be passed down for thousands of years. He was hailed as the first literary hero of the 7 kingdoms by countless writers and opera singers. Because the Dragon Queen had been busy fighting in the past 2 years, there are no more works that could be passed down in Slaver's Bay. Some people thought that although Dr. Wargrave had imitated the style of the Dragon Queen, he had surpassed her and was qualified to be called the first literary hero of the world. Wargrave's works became popular culture, and his criticism of the faceless in his works became the mainstream of public opinion. The faceless reputation and business took a nosedive. Now, even the naked children on the streets began to imitate the characters in the plays and treated the faceless as demon-like villains. The children subconsciously thought that the faceless were vicious, cruel, inhuman, betrayed the gods, and devoid of human ethics. What future did the faceless have? Children were the future. What made the faceless even more hateful was the appearance of the anti-faceless special mutt. In the past 2 months, several faceless who were on missions had their pants bitten by fierce dogs that suddenly rushed out and exposed their identities and were arrested. Aria did not go directly to the old town because her Reaper's Bible was not complete and could not avoid the special patrol dogs of the City of Knowledge. That's right. Aria became a demon assassin and practiced the Reaper's secret technique that Uncle Jiakuin had painstakingly found in the City of Knowledge. Jiakuin was very selfless because his mother had always whispered to him, "For the future of the faceless, you can't steal the Reaper's secret technique. You must make it public and let this meditation technique become the basic skill of the faceless." After returning to Bravos, the good boy Jiakuin did not hide anything and wrote down the Reaper's meditation technique that fired demon Hades had left in his mind. When the 108 runes of the meditation technique appeared, it caused a great sensation in the Black and White House. After careful observation, they were 100% sure that this was a magic inheritance on the same level as Valeglia's fire witchcraft. Moreover, it did contain the power of cold and death. Perhaps it could really be as Fire Demon Hades said, condensing the song of death? The faceless were in high spirits. Of course, the faceless were not magic idiots. They had a good understanding of the transcendent world and knew that some of the meditation techniques had great side effects. For example, the Shadowbinder was afraid of light. For example, the unorthodox necromancers would turn themselves into something that was neither human nor ghost. Moreover, Fire Demon Hades had clearly said that practicing this meditation technique would turn people into the evil god of death. They did not know what the evil god of death represented, so they let the trainees learn it first. Aria was a trainee, so she became a guinea pig. Aria had a high talent and was able to learn it quickly. When I run the meditation technique, my mind will feel like a basin of cold water has been poured over it. My heart will be as clear as ice, and I will not be surprised by anything. Aria told the kind people. Hearing this, the faceless were overjoyed. Wasn't this the realm that the assassins dreamed of? But the bigger surprise was still to come. The City of Knowledge raised dogs to guard against the faceless, so the Black and White House naturally did not lack anti-faceless special dogs. Recently, in Aria's training course, the Fierce Dog Alley challenge had been added. In other words, there were 18 pairs of fierce dogs with different degrees of sensitivity to smell and murderous aura. They were divided into 18 levels. Under the premise of not disturbing the fierce dogs, they had to kill the puppies in the kennel next to the fierce dogs to pass the level. Well, the kind people decided to use the 18 Fierce Dog Alley as the last test for the faceless. Originally, Aria could only pass 2 levels, but since she started practicing the death meditation technique, her breathing, body odor, body temperature, murderous aura, and emotional fluctuations were all weakened. Her assassination skills rapidly improved, and in just half a month, she passed the 17 Fierce Dog Alley. She said that she still needed more experience, and the benevolent man agreed. Aria also became more resistant to the cold. It had already begun to snow in Bravos, but she could soak in the frozen river for a day and a night. Moreover, when the magic power was running, her speed and strength would also increase. Well, this was very scientific. Deviant ghosts were clearly transformed from barbarian babies, but their speed and strength were beyond that of mortals. More importantly, Arya did not show any obvious side effects. Just like before, she was still cold and emotionless, like a death god who only knew how to kill coldly. This was exactly what the Faceless wanted the trainees to be. How could the above not make the Faceless ecstatic? No longer hesitating, all the Faceless began to learn the death meditation technique. The death meditation technique and the original face-changing skill of the Faceless were combined to form the sacred text of the Black and White School, the Death Bible. While happy, the Faceless was also very regretful. The effect of the death meditation technique was super powerful, but the inheritance they received was not complete. There was only magic power, but no magic skills comparable to the death god. For this reason, they also deliberately looked for a master who was proficient in magic array to restore the magic pot where the fire demon Hades lived. The array master not only did not find any flaws, but also marveled at the unusual seal runes in the magic pot. He only said, "This kind of array was passed down from ancient times and has been lost for thousands of years. I didn't expect to see it today." Hearing this, the Faceless treasured the magic pot even more. In order to gather the power of faith, they also placed it on the altar of the temple. The Faceless and believers who entered the Black and White School would pray to it. Even Arya would kneel in front of the altar twice a day in the morning and evening. She would hug the magic pot and pout her mouth as she leaned over. She would kiss it a few times and recite a magic spell. Faceless ones are all. Not everyone was qualified to kiss the magic pot. Arya was the first to master the Death Bible and also the strongest. She could be regarded as the senior sister of the Black and White School. Now, the senior sister had returned from her training and began to take revenge. She had Arya's revenge notebook. Cersei was on the death list, but Tommen was not. Arya's original target was indeed Cersei. Dorne's Princess Arya had a son and a daughter. The daughter, Rhaenys Targaryen, once had a black cat. Every Targaryen yearned for the Megalosaurus from the bottom of their hearts. Rhaenys was no exception. But at that time, the Megalosaurus had long gone extinct. The little girl placed her longing for dragons on her little black cat and named it Balerion. When the King's Landing fell, the little girl was so frightened that she hid under her father's bed, wearing only a nightgown and hugging the cat. In the end, she was found by Tywin's knights and was dragged out to be slashed 50 times. She died, but her cat lived on until Arya followed her father south to the King's Landing. Arya often chased the one-eared demon cat in the Red Keep. The cat was very demonic and very human. It was also familiar with all the passages and secret passages in the Red Keep. When Arya returned, it became even more demonic. Chapter 660. An ordinary cat only had a lifespan of about 10 years, but the one-eared black cat had lived for a long time. Some of the older guards of the Red Keep called it an old fart, because he had seen it during Aerys' reign. According to the lifespan of a human, the black cat was at least 120 years old, but it was still as fast as the wind. Some people jokingly called it the real king of the castle, because it ran wild and did whatever it wanted. Once, when Robert invited Duke Tywin to a banquet, the black cat jumped on the table and snatched a roasted quail from Tywin's hand. The one-eared black cat had done many things like jumping on the king's table, bullying Tommen's pets, and scaring the maids in the middle of the night. But other than Arya, who practiced the water dancer, caught it for a while, no one could do anything to it. This year, Arya returned from her studies. When she got close to the Red Keep, she saw her old friend again. This time, Arya caught it with just a thought. Arya easily returned to the Red Keep. When Ide was the Prime Minister, Arya lived with him in the Red Keep's Prime Minister's tower. She skillfully found the Queen Dowager's palace, but when she opened her poison claws and was about to send Cersei on her way, a pair of dark eyes with extreme malice stared at her. She had been discovered. She saw him, the husband of the Queen Dowager Regent, Yulun Greyjoy. She saw him staring at her with a cold smile. She felt a great terror that made her soul tremble from his eyes. She stepped back in fear. Then she saw his eyes change. The cold, murderous intent and piercing sarcasm disappeared and turned into a meaningful look. "Get out! This is the Queen Dowager's palace." He roared at her, then turned his head and said to the Queen Dowager, "This is the one-eared black cat that always bullies Tommen's kitten. It usually goes to the king's palace in the east, but today it seems to have taken the wrong path and came to our bedroom. Maybe I should tie 2 anti-faceless dogs to the fireplace. At least they can keep this annoying black cat away." Queen Circe glanced at her indifferently and muttered. She then continued to remove her makeup in front of the mirror. "You Luan must have seen through my disguise, just like the Dragon Queen, and he seemed to be able to heavily injure me. So why did he let me go?" With a head full of questions, the one-eared black cat jumped out of the window. Then she remembered Yu Luan's words. Toman was in the east, Circe, Marantran, Island Pine, Rafe Sweetmouth. Meow, the cat's cry was filled with sinister, killing intent. Because the soul of the cat was muttering a list of names of the Grim Reaper. She went to Tommen's bedroom. Standing on the balcony, she saw Tommen sleeping soundly in the inner room. She saw White Knight Marin Tran guarding outside Tommen's door. Marlin Tran was armed to the teeth, his eyes sharp, and 2 dogs crouched beside him. There were also 4 guards with red capes and lion helmets patrolling back and forth in the corridor. The one-eared black cat stared at Marin for a while. Then it jumped lightly and landed silently in Tommen's bedroom. If it was before she learned the Grim Reaper's Bible, Arya would have hesitated because of the conflict between good and evil in her heart. But now she did not feel much. If her heart was as clear as ice, she would not be shocked even if the sky fell, let alone the child of her enemy. She did not bite him. Instead, she put her purplish-black paw into Tommen's mouth. Fat Tommen even licked her paw. Meow, seeing Tommen's red face slowly losing its color, the black cat's mouth cracked open as if it was smiling. This was just the beginning. Tommen was dead, and Marantran, who was responsible for protecting him, was thrown into prison by the furious Circe. That night, Arya stood in front of Sir Marin, who was wearing a prison uniform with another face. She threw down 2 bronze keys and unlocked his shackles. She also returned Marin's knight sword to him and said, "I am the disciple of water dancer Cilio. I am here to spar with you." Cilio was once the chief swordsman of the Sea King. He died under Marin's sword. It was not that his swordsmanship was bad. It was just that he was Arya's swordsmanship instructor at the time. He only had a wooden sword for practice, but Marin was wearing a full set of White Knight armor. In fact, Cilio's wooden sword had killed a few golden robes in a 1 versus many situation. He had also stabbed Marin many times, forcing him to retreat. But the wooden sword could not break through his defense. The golden robes were not wearing full armor. They were hit in the throat, cheeks, and other vital points. After that, Marin only managed to hit him once. The swordsmanship master, who was comparable to Arthur Dane, died in an abnormally sullen manner. Today, Arya successfully avenged her master. She stabbed the sewing needle that Jon gave her into Marin's heart. The White Knight did not even have time to draw his sword. In a naked battle without armor, the highly agile water dancer had too much of an advantage. Back then, Cilio was able to crush Marin in swordsmanship. Arya had already surpassed him. The she-wolf girl handcuffed Marin again. She even took out a dagger from her waist and stabbed it into the wound on the corpse's chest. Not long after, a piece of news spread from the Red Keep. For failing to protect the king, Sir Marantran was killed as an apology. Arya continued to work hard and prepared to kill Circe. She was not afraid of Yulin. As long as she was not in the animal form of a shapeshifter, she was not even afraid of the Dragon Queen. Because she had cultivated the Reaper's Bible, her strength and mentality had changed. Then, Arya hit her head on a metal plate. After Tommen died, his body was placed in the Great September of Baelor. Cersei had a mournful expression. She held the coffin in a daze for the entire night. On a side note, the Great Sparrow did not refuse to treat Tommen's wounds. He also did not refuse to collect Tommen's body as a king, because the one who crowned Tommen as king was the Great Sparrow himself. In the middle of the night, the king's landing was plunged into the deepest darkness. In the Great September of Baelor, only a few candles on the altar burned quietly. Under the statue of the stranger, Archbishop Matthew led a few nuns to recite the Book of the Stranger, praying that the stranger would treat the underage King Tommen well. The hall was vast and empty. The candlelight was not enough to drive away all the shadows. The one-eyed black cat sneaked in the darkness outside the candlelight. Its footsteps were light and silent. It was already close to Cersei's coffin. Bastard, how dare you? Archbishop Matthew suddenly turned around. His eyes were shining with golden light. The dark and empty Great September of Baelor was filled with white light in an instant. Meow. Ow! The black cat seemed to have been electrocuted. Its black fur stood on end, and it fell backward. At that very moment, Arya, who was inside the black cat, felt a tremendous divine presence. It was as if a gigantic palm was crashing down on her. The pressure was even greater than that of the dragon queen she had met at the River of the Trident. Back then, Blackie had just learned magic, and it was still far from its current level. The next moment, her soul shattered, and she left the cat's spirit state. Cough, cough, cough. In a small inn on Steel Street, Arya, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, felt like she was hit in the face by a wooden club. She fell backward with pain in her 7 orifices and blood in her throat. In an instant, her ruddy face turned sallow. She was severely injured and fainted in a daze. At the same time, in the Great September of Baelor, Cersei looked around and asked, "What's wrong?" "That cat." Archbishop Matthew was also at a loss. He said hesitantly, "I felt an evil consciousness enter the Great September. I thought it was a demon." He thought it was the Demon Mountain or Yulun sneaking in. Well, the people of the 7 kingdoms knew about Yulun's blood sacrifice. They knew that he was an evil wizard. I didn't expect it to be just a cat. Archbishop Matthew had a conflicted look on his face. He felt the evil prying eyes approaching and subconsciously used divine judgment. Using Blackie's warrior's soul, he cast the true dragon's roar. This skill was not prepared for shapeshifters. It was mainly used to exorcise evil spirits for believers. At first, Dany only gave the Big Sparrow and the other saints the holy healing skill. Not long after, she derived the holy light skill from the holy healing skill. However, later on, whenever the Big Sparrow encountered any difficulties, she would pray to the Holy Mother and ask for help. If he could do it, Dany would design a divine art and teach him. After all, he would pay for it. If he could not do it, Dany would ignore him. He knew better and did not bother the Holy Mother with this problem. For example, Big Sparrow asked the Holy Mother if there was any divine art that could make rice grow in winter. The Holy Mother could not be bothered with him. In short, the priests were also transcendents. After Blackie usurped the position of the 7 gods, the priests of the 7 gods were no longer the pseudo-transcendents that were despised by the transcendents. Now, if a priest of the 7 gods went to the transcendents' gathering, he would not be rejected. In fact, all the priests of the 7 gods who received the divine art were high-level devout believers. They were all big shots among the transcendents. Even the high priest of the Black Goat could become one of the top 3 in Volantis. Wasn't Blackie 10 times more powerful than the Black Goat of Korhor? Why was his high priest not a big shot? This was also the reason why Yulun was not worried about Cersei spending the night in the Holy Church. Fine, they were all noobs. They had defeated the powerful area in one hit, but they did not understand what happened. 7 gods, Sister Daphne is dead. Matthew and Cersei were looking at each other speechlessly. Just as the atmosphere was awkward, the monks and nuns outside the holy church exclaimed. It was actually Arya who had suffered a vicious blow and had broken free from the cat spirit state. The one-eared black cat covered its head and rushed out, but the cultivators and nuns swarmed over to stop it. Then a nun named Daphne met with tragedy. Her arm was hit by a claw, and she died in less than 3 minutes. Ah, there's poison on the cat's claw. This poison. Archbishop Matthew's expression changed. Circe quickly went over and looked at the 3 light purple wounds on the nun's right arm. Then she looked at the nun's swollen face. It was exactly the same as Tomin's in the coffin in the Holy Church. This, Tyrion, Circe's beautiful face twisted into a demon's. She gritted her teeth and said, "The one-eared black cat killed Tomon, and now it wants to kill me. That dwarf is so ruthless." Why Tyrion? Archbishop Matthew was confused. Other than him, who else would be so evil and hate me so much? That little magic monkey, who should have joined the circus, must have learned how to control cats and dogs from the bitch queen in Slaver's Bay. If the bitch queen can control the pterosaur, isn't it reasonable for the little magic monkey to control cats and dogs? Circe said with hatred. Well, the 2 of them were not to be blamed for their ignorance. Even Stark's family, who had become wolf spirits, resisted the instinct to bond with wolves due to their lack of knowledge. Stark in the north did not know about shapeshifters, let alone the Undulls in the south of the Neck Swamp. Hearing Circe calling St. Dany a bitch queen, Archbishop Matthew was not happy. He shouted, "Your Highness, this is the Holy Church. Please do not insult the children of the 7 saints." Well, St. Dany and St. Sparrow were children of the 7 saints who were recognized by the Holy Mother. They were like righteous people in Christianity. That bitch violated the holy oath. She said that she would not start a war between the 7 nations, but she let a fake impersonate Ray Cannon. She even ordered Tyrion to kill my son. Why can't I scold such a person? Circe shouted hysterically with tears in her eyes. After the pain of losing her son and the strange and terrifying assassination, Circe needed to vent the pressure and resentment that had been building up in her heart for a long time. Poor Archbishop Matthew was the target of his anger. The innocent Dany was also implicated. Chapter 661. Time flowed like water, and another month passed quickly. In this month, the situation in the Westeros changed drastically, and the battle at Slaver's Bay gradually reached its climax. Let's talk about the Westeros first. Tommen's death did not affect Dany at all. Whether Arya came out of retirement or Yulun wanted the Iron Throne, what did it have to do with her? But the king's death had a great impact on the people and the political situation of the 7 kingdoms. The king's landing fell into a new round of turmoil. Circe wanted to be crowned as the true queen of the 7 kingdoms, and the Great Sparrow did not allow it. To this day, the fact that Lannister had stolen the throne of House Baratheon was as clear as day, and everyone knew about it. Everyone knew that Emperor Joffrey and King Fu Tommen were lions wearing Theon's clothes, and they were the bastards of Cersei and Jaime. Because Tommen was young, his political presence was weaker. The people and nobles did not like Cersei, but they were used to her troublesome rule. Therefore, it was not impossible for Cersei to be crowned as queen in Game of Thrones. Anyway, she was the regent for the past few years, and Tommen was Lannister. Anyway, the royal family was so rotten, and Cersei being queen did not make the country worse. This was a common view among the people and nobles. Therefore, when Cersei was crowned as queen, it did not cause too much of a stir in the King's Landing. But there was a custom in the Westeros. Only the king who was recognized by the church and had the archbishop put the crown on his head was the true rightful king. If Dany took the Iron Throne, she would have to kneel before the Great Sparrow, and then the Great Sparrow would put the crown on her head. Even Aegon the Conqueror had to kneel. Usually the king, queen, princess, prince, and the 7 dukes would have to kneel and kiss the archbishop's hand when they saw him in the basilica. Dany could not stand it, so she made herself an archbishop. When faced with an unacceptable rule, one could either change it, abolish it, or change oneself to become the beneficiary of the rule. Obviously, it was easier to become the beneficiary. However, Cersei was a native of the world of ice and fire. She often knelt. She was used to kneeling since she was young. She was happy to kneel under the big sparrow and let him put the lion crown on her head with ear-length blonde hair. However, even if she wanted to kneel, the big sparrow would not allow her to kneel. Ordinary people were not qualified to kneel. Aegon also wanted to kneel. Back then, when Tommen's identity was in doubt, the Great Sparrow, who had just ascended to the throne, was unwilling to crown him. It was Cersei who personally found him and offered to restore the church's armed forces in exchange for the Great Sparrow to crown Tommen and waive the royal family's debt of 1,000,000 gold dragons. Don't think that the coronation is as simple as putting the crown on the king's head. Why would the king kneel to you? Why did the royal family kneel before the archbishop? Did he really think that they were lowly and liked to kneel? He was the king. There was only one reason. It was profitable. The archbishop represented the 7 gods, recognizing and protecting the legal system of the king. In other words, the monarchical power was bestowed by God, and the king was the destined person. Under normal circumstances, if someone wanted to rebel against Tommen, the Great Sparrow should stand up and call on the believers of the 7 gods to resist the rebels. Even if Aegon was suspected to have Saint Dany's shadow behind him, the church had never opposed Tommen's rule. The fact that they did not openly oppose Tommen's rule was the greatest support. Because Iluin had lost his mind and worshipped evil gods, Cersei had betrayed the teachings of the 7 gods and raised demons, Demon Mountain. They should all be wantonly attacked by the 7 gods. When the Chinese saw the Western king kneeling before the Pope, they mocked them for not being as dictatorial as the Celestial Emperor. Little did they know that the Western king was also laughing. In a social environment where nobles and generals were all equal, how could the king be sleeping soundly while courting death? Cersei had lost all her children. In her heart, Maasai in Slaver's Bay was almost tortured to death by the Dragon Queen and had nothing to fear anymore. She was already known as the Mad King III, and now she could surpass her predecessors, becoming crazier and more ruthless. The Great Sparrow had always been firm in his beliefs. Recently, he was favored by the Holy Mother and became the child of the 7 gods. He had even died once. To be honest, he missed that heaven where he could cleanse his heart of filth. Thus, he became purer and was not afraid of death. How could they allow a woman who killed her husband, king, committed adultery, blasphemed, raised demons, and engaged in blood sacrifices? Iluin's sins were also on her. To become the king of the 7 kingdoms. The conflict between the church and the royal family was about to erupt. Back to Aegon's True Dragon Alliance. Due to Sansa's request, Aegon changed his strategy and decided to send cavalry to take down River Delta City. When they were only 2 days away from River Delta City, news of Tommen's death came. Tyrion was grieving over his nephew's death and guessing who the murderer was. He immediately suggested that Aegon turn around and head south, ignoring Wade Freyr. With Tommen's death, King's Landing will be in chaos. Furthermore, Tommen is the last legitimate king of Baratheon's dynasty. If you attack King's Landing now, you will meet with the least resistance. Tyrion advised Aegon. Just as Aegon was hesitating, Sansa said, "River Delta City is just in front of us. It will only take a few days. Since we have dragons, we can fight on both sides. The winged dragons are not invincible. I have already said that the enemy might ambush us with dragon-slaying crossbows. They might also invite the winged dragon knights to capture us. We cannot leave the main force and have to reduce the time we fly alone." Furthermore, looking at the unhappy Sansa, Tyrion wanted to say something but stopped. Furthermore, taking down River Delta City is just the beginning. You will definitely ask for more. For example, the nearby Winterfell or the Rapid Flow City. However, she was no longer the lonely and helpless little girl in King's Landing. Now, she was his queen, the protector of the valley, Robert Arryn's guardian. The tens of thousands of troops in the valley followed her lead. She had Brittany and Blackfish Blinden by her side. Her wings were fully grown. The best uncle in the 7 kingdoms, I'd Tully, was not as bad as he was described in Game of Thrones. He was not fooled by Jaime. Although he gave up Rapid Flow City, he also secretly released his uncle, Blackfish Blinden Tully. Blinden escaped by jumping into the river. After Sansa regained her identity and married Aegon, he came over. Speaking of which, what kind of person was Blinden that he was worth introducing? He was Catelyn's uncle, the most qualified person to inherit the position of Duke of Rapid Flow City. He was Robb and Sansa's second grandfather, one of the top 5 generals in the 7 kingdoms. He also had the resume of the Knight of the Blood Gate, served as the young Wolfmaster's military advisor, and was the Grand Marshal of the southern border. The Knight of the Blood Gate was the title of the valley. He was responsible for leading the troops to guard the entrance of the valley. He was usually the most trusted person of Duke Arryn. With his help, Sansa was barely able to command the nobles of the valley. He was also the one who persuaded the nobles of Hugin to pledge their allegiance to King Aegon. He was also the one who served as King Aegon's cavalry commander and military advisor. If he did not have supernatural powers, after Aegon married Sansa, he would have connections, generals, soldiers, and territory. The 3 kingdoms of the Valley, Hugin, and the northern border had unlimited territories. His Iron Throne was basically secured. It did not matter if Dwayne and Dany's aunt were willing to help. In the king's study in the Moongate Castle, Aegon rejected Tyrion's suggestion to immediately head south to King's Landing. We'll split into 2. One will head north to River Bond City, and the other will head south to King's Landing. Our attack on River Bond City will not affect the movement of the Southern Army, he said. This was the plan from before. However, the situation has changed. We should give up on the slow approach of the main army. We'll directly head north to King's Landing with 3 horses per person. 3,000 Valley Knights will head north to Bloodgate and 2,000 Gold Knights, Tyrion explained. There are 15,000 lions in King's Landing. 10,000 River Knights are stationed outside the city. How can we win with only 5,000 cavalry? Aegon asked. The Great Sparrow will help us. There are also thousands of church forces in King's Landing. Moreover, I'm also a Lannister. I can convince some of the defenders. Why would the Great Sparrow help us? I'm not Cersei. I won't allow the church to intercept the treasury's tax revenue. I won't tolerate the monks seizing the royal family's gardens, mines, and other property, Aegon said seriously. You think my sister can tolerate it? I swear on my father's bones that she can't tolerate it. She can't tolerate the church seizing the royal family's benefits. She can't tolerate the church's humiliation of her. She can't tolerate the Great Sparrow refusing to crown her. The Great Sparrow is helping us not because he likes you, but because he wants to choose the lesser of 2 evils. You only want his money, but my sister wants his life, Tyrion said helplessly. I don't believe Cersei is that crazy. Everyone saw the Holy Mother's descent. She dares to blaspheme the 7 gods? Aegon shook his head. Even he, a foreigner who grew up in the Rhone River, went to the Holy Church to pray every week. He was very devout. Would Cersei dare to risk the world's condemnation? One day later, around 2 in the morning, Tyrion, Aegon, and Sansa left Moongate Castle quietly. When the sun rose the next day, they landed in Blackfish Blinden's camp. Yes, if Uncle Finger could think of inviting the Alliance to ambush Aegon, Tyrion would have thought of it too. His response was to follow the main group and move out late at night. The time was random. The army had crossbows. Even if 10 winged dragons chased after them, as long as they entered the range of the crossbow formation, they would win. Attacking River Delta City was much harder than Aegon had imagined. Fry was not stupid. He knew what he had done and how Queen Sansa would punish him outside the city. Therefore, they all fought for their lives. If not for the two winged dragons constantly throwing kerosene bombs, Blackfish Blindon's army of 3,000 valleys in Hudgian might not have been able to take River Delta City. They took a day to break through the city gates and another 2 days to clear out the 2,000 defenders in the city. When 1,000 captives were brought to the drill ground outside the city, Sansa rode on Lady's back and coldly declared, "Their hands are stained with the blood of the northern soldiers. None of them are innocent." Yes, Lady was the name of her striped, winged dragon. In the end, River Delta City was bathed in blood. Other than the elderly, children, and women, even the coachmen did not escape. About 5,000 people lost their heads. More than 20 Frey's direct family members and more than 250 Frey's collateral relatives, regardless of whether they were old or young, were spared. Only 2 newborn babies named Dany were hanged and then fed to the pterosaur. Sansa forgave the babies but did not spare the Frey children. Was it cruel? At least, it was more merciful than Robert and Tywin. Aegon and Tyrion only frowned and did not object. Just because the Reyes family was disrespectful to Lannister, Tywin wiped out the entire Reyes family. Instead, the singer wrote Castim's Reign to praise this matter. The people of the Seven Kingdoms only respected Tywin. They did not criticize him for his cruelty, because he admired Tywin's ruthlessness and decisiveness. Aerys even specially invited him to King's Landing to be the prime minister. Later, Tywin also gave him Castim's Reign as proof of their 20 years of friendship. However, Frey's family was not wiped out. Walter Frey also did not die. Frey had more than 20 direct descendants. Chapter 662. Tyrion and Frey were actually relatives. The dwarf had an aunt called Xena who married the 14-year-old Aemon Frey when she was 7. Aemon was Wade's second son. Xena was Tywin's sister. Aemon and his wife had always lived in Casterly Rock City. They did not marry into the family, and their child's surname was Frey. They lived in Casterly Rock City because Tywin's father had left a large inheritance for Xena. Aemon was the second son and did not have the right to inherit Casterly Rock City. Logically speaking, Wade Frey was close enough to the lion, right? But in the early stages of the War of the Four Kings, Wade stood firmly on Robb's side and even sent a large number of his direct descendants to fight for the young wolf master. Xena and Aemon had 4 sons, but they were all working for Lannister. This meant that on the battlefield, 2 Freys could fight for different allegiances. In fact, Xena's eldest son fought with Jaime and was captured by his uncle and cousin. The reason why Wade Frey did not help his in-laws and stood on Robb's side was not because of the bullshit Frey-Tully relationship. It was because Catelyn represented Stark and made a sacred oath to satisfy the Frey's interests. Kinship was only useful when the interests were aligned. It was also because the price Robb paid was too high that the Frey family felt humiliated and angry when Robb broke the oath. Well, Robb deserved to die. That was the final conclusion. After the War of the Four Kings ended, how did Lannister divide the spoils of war? Many territories in Hudgian County that had lost their lords were distributed to Lannister or those who supported Lannister. For example, the one-armed hero Lancel became the Earl of Derry City, the most loyal member of the Dragon faction, William Derry's clan. It was said that when Robert was in power, the Derry family even secretly hung the true dragon flag in the castle. The biggest piece of the cake, Rapid City, was given to Aemon Frey. The Tully family's castle, Rapid City, became a branch of the Frey family. When news of Aegon and Sansa's decision to attack River Rapture City spread, Wade Frey began to move his family members. He moved most of his family members to Rapid City. He even ran away himself. Well, that wasn't an escape, but a strategic shift. Thus, after taking down River Rapture City, Sansa started to consider moving west to Rapid City, just as Tyrion had feared. Aegon hesitated. Look carefully. This is River Rapture City, This is Bloodgate. This is Rapid City. This is King's Landing." Tyrion slapped the map angrily, glaring at the queen with his misshapen eyes, one large and one small. "I know you want revenge," he growled. "Be reasonable. The Trident River Basin is even larger than Slaver's Bay. If we divide our forces, we are destined to achieve nothing. We might even be defeated one by one." Sansa's beautiful eyes flashed with cold silver light. She said confidently, "We have the pterodactyls. They can help us quickly." Even if it was my first time on the battlefield, I could still see how effective the pterosaur was in the process of breaching River Contracture City. She had mastered the Moon Singer meditation technique and had become an extraordinary. A hint of hesitation flashed across Blackfish's weather-beaten face. He said with a hoarse voice, "After taking down Rapid City, I will temporarily take over the position of Rapid City Duke and Hudgian Land Protector. This will win more support from the nobles of Hudgian Land. If I have enough time, I can even make the whole of Hudgian Land support His Majesty." As one of the famous generals of the Seven Kingdoms, he deeply understood how correct Tyrion's suggestion was. However, he was not only a general under Aegon's command, but also an avenger. He was the last hope of the extinct Tully family. Tyrion wanted to protect his family, and the motto of the Tully family was family, responsibility, honor. Blackfish's wish would only be more urgent and more intense than his. Tyrion shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Right now, our forces are enough to take down King's Landing. More nobles of Hudgian Land joining us is unnecessary. Moreover, from the valley to Rapid City, we have to travel more than 1,000 kilometers. On the way, we will pass through the territories of many nobles who are loyal to Lannister. Do we have to fight our way there? How many people do we need? By the time tens of thousands of soldiers reach Rapid City, it will take at least 2 to 3 months. Are we not going to attack King's Landing? Let the army split up. The pterosaurs can bring us away quickly," Sansa said. "Sigh, how many times have I said it? In the Westeros, the pterosaurs are not invincible. They cannot fly around randomly. I even suggest that from now on, other than when attacking a city, it is best for the pterosaurs to hide in the dragon caves dug out from the mountains," Tyrion said helplessly. Soon, they did not have to be conflicted. Or rather, they were even more conflicted. Before Robb's death, he had left behind 2 ministers, Count Gilbert Glover of Deepwood Castle and Count Mage Mormont of Bear Island. When they received news of Aegon's northern expedition, they rushed all the way to River Delta City. When she saw the 2 old ministers of Stark, Sansa was extremely emotional. Her eyes turned red on the spot. After the salute, the 2 nobles of the Northern Territory immediately expressed their admiration for Sansa's vengeance. They even looked at Aegon with gratitude and acknowledgement in their eyes. Then Sansa brought them outside the city and circled the 3 pterosaurs twice. Seeing the pterosaurs gnawing on Frey's corpse, Count Mage clapped her hands and laughed heartily. She laughed so hard that tears flowed out of her eyes. She thought of her eldest daughter, Daisy Mormont, who had been stabbed in the back by Fry. After rekindling their old feelings, the 2 counts of the Northern Territory explained their intentions to Sansa. "First of all, Robb, the King of the North, did not choose you as his heir, but Jon Stark. Second, Rickon Stark wasn't dead. Jon had brought him back from Skaggs Island. Finally, Jon and Rickon had landed from Widow's View. They were leading an army of 6,000 barbarians and tribal warriors to Winterfell. River Delta was at the border of the Neck. After crossing the Neck, they would meet up with Jon. Hence, they hoped that Sansa could cooperate with Jon to take back Winterfell and restore Stark's glory as the king of the Northern Territory. Because we're traveling by sea, the ships can't carry too many people and resources. Lord Jon only deployed 2,000 elite barbarians from the Great Wall. The remaining 4,000 tribal warriors came from Skaggs Island. Though they're brave and have 500 powerful unicorn riders, They haven't participated in large-scale battles, let alone sieges. Bolton and Frey's allied army numbered more than 15,000. They're biding their time and defending the high walls of Winterfell. The people of the Northern Territory were straightforward. If Jon Stark was the king of the Northern Territory, then what did Aegon marry? At that moment, Aegon and Tyrion's expressions changed. Sansa's face paled and then turned red. She looked at her husband in embarrassment. That pitiful look in her eyes was so pitiful that Aegon could not help but feel pity for her. Sigh. King Aegon's heart softened. He sighed helplessly and asked, "Is Duke Jon willing to pledge his loyalty to me?" The Northern Territory didn't have good news. Even his queen was kept in the dark. He couldn't blame her. He thought so. He was wrong. The Northern Territory didn't have good news. Many people south of the Neck didn't know the current situation in the Northern Territory. But Madame Stoneheart had been in contact with Lord Eel. How could she not know about Jon Stark? If Madame Stoneheart knew, Sansa knew too. The Bear matriarch didn't hide anything from Sansa. She said, "Lord Jon and Stannis have formed an alliance. Stannis even has the support of the Iron Treasury. He is currently recruiting mercenaries in Bravos. I heard that there are at least 20,000 of them. Melji was an earl after all." She wasn't a complete political idiot. She felt awkward when she said this. The atmosphere was awkward. "Stannis, why is he still?" Aegon felt as if he had been force-fed feces. He turned and asked the dwarf, "Why don't we go to the Northern Territory and get rid of Stannis before the mercenaries arrive?" The dwarf also had a look of disgust. After the Battle of Blackwater River, he thought that Stannis would be unable to recover and become a thing of the past. He didn't expect to meet him again a few years later. It's a little strange. Kings have appeared one after another and died one after another. But Stannis, who lost his underwear at Blackwater River, is still alive. "It seems like he still has a chance to turn the tables," Tyrion muttered. There were actually a total of 5 kings in the Battle of the Four Kings. Erlu, Renly, Joffrey, Robin Balon. Lanley ate the peach, but died before he could achieve victory. Let's not talk about this. But among the remaining 4 kings, Erlu was the first to be eliminated. When Erlu lost at Blackwater River, Joffrey was still the emperor, Robb was still the god of war, and King Balon was proudly roaming the Sunset Sea. All of them were like the sun in the sky. Oh, that's not right. Erlu wasn't lucky. Before he left Dragonstone Island, he invited Joffrey, Robb, and Balon to eat a roasted leech. He cursed the other 3 kings with the leech that sucked the king's blood. Sansa reached out and held Aegon's right hand. She comforted him gently. "My dear, I can convince Jon. The Northern Territory will be loyal to you. I swear." "What about Stannis?" Aegon asked with a frown. A cold glint flashed across Sansa's eyes. She said in a low voice, "We'll do as you say. While the mercenaries from Bravos haven't arrived yet, he only has 1,000 or so soldiers with him. He has an agreement with Jon, but not with us." Meiji and Gilbert looked at each other in shock. Was this still the naive Winterfell princess? Aegon looked at the dwarf with a questioning gaze. "This matter should be discussed at length," the imp said cautiously. The so-called at length meant that they would discuss it after consulting the Dragon Queen. "Stannis isn't a problem, but he has a red-robed witch with him. Did you hear what the Dragon Queen said about her? A demigod." After Meiji, Gilbert, and Blackfish left, Tyrion said to Aegon with a serious expression, "What can a demigod do?" Sansa asked nervously, "My aunt isn't a demigod yet, but she's already." Aegon's face was pale, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. The Dragon Queen's battle scenes would make mortals despair. "Well, I'm already in despair," the dwarf said dejectedly. "Perhaps Melisandre isn't as strong as my aunt. Their magical specializations are different. My aunt is proficient in fire witchcraft, while the red-robed witch is proficient in curse magic." Aegon's face was even paler, and his voice was even softer. "Do you think she's already cursed me?" He looked at the dwarf and asked in a trembling voice, "She hasn't even seen you. How can she curse you?" Sansa asked, finding it ridiculous. Aegon thought for a while with a conflicted expression. He said, "My aunt once said that the red-robed which is related to the deaths of Balon, Joffrey, and your brother Robb. That can't be right. They—" Sansa glanced at the expressionless Tyrion and said with certainty, "At least my brother and Joffrey didn't die from the curse." "I'm not sure. Ask my aunt," Aegon said helplessly. Sansa was very talented. She had only been practicing magic for a month, but she already had 1/3 of Marwyn's wizard power. The bull-necked magician blushed in embarrassment, and then his expression dimmed. He sighed repeatedly about how different people were. This was the first time Dany saw Sansa in person. She was indeed an elegant little beauty. Chapter 663. "Aunt Dany, you're so beautiful." Sansa smiled innocently. She looked like an obedient child who admired her elders. This woman is a scheming bitch. Aunt Dany immediately sensed the aura of a kindred spirit. Sigh, Aegon is so lucky to have such a talented and beautiful wife. Aunt Dany's smile was natural and gentle. Sansa felt a sense of concern from the bottom of her heart. "Let's get down to business, Sansa. The Queen's magic power is still weak. She won't be able to last long." Tyrion's mouth twitched. Sansa first asked about Robb's curse. "I heard it from Scholar Pylus. The red-robed woman first used 3 leeches to absorb Rick Storm's blood. Then she used the leeches as a medium to curse Robb, Balon, and Joffrey. Rick was the illegitimate child that Orlue gave birth to when Robert raped the bridesmaid on his wedding bed. Dany had seen this scene in Game of Thrones before. However, the one whose blood was drawn was not Rick, but John Delly. She only found out the truth after asking Pylus. Pylus had served Orlue before and taught the Onion Knight how to read and write. The two had a good relationship. The red-robed woman kept asking to burn Rick to awaken the dragon in the stone. However, the Onion Knight did not want his respected and righteous king to kill his own kin. So he worked with some righteous people on Dragonstone Island, Orlue's followers who believed in the 7 gods, to steal Rick and send him to Lys. Scholar Pylus was one of the righteous people. He helped Davos and knew about the leech's curse. "But my brother and Joffrey didn't die from the curse," Sansa muttered. "Maybe the curse weakened the king's luck." Dany said uncertainly, "After all, the people who were cursed all died within a year. Could it be so coincidental? The king's blood in Rick's body was also real. The king's blood had power and Aunt May had real skills. Well, Rick's king's blood wasn't thick. It was drained after 3 leeches, and the rest of the blood no longer had any magic power. Aunt May had originally planned to use the king's blood to hatch a dragon, but Orlue was a hypocrite and didn't want to kill his own kin. He successfully hypnotized himself, so the king's blood was wasted. If Orlue had agreed to Aunt May's plan back then, the mystic dragon would have been almost 2 years old by now, provided that Aunt May could really hatch a dragon. What is destiny? Aegon was puzzled. Just think of it as luck. When one's luck is gone, they will be unlucky. Even their spiritual senses will be blinded, and they will do stupid things that they would never do normally. Joffrey and Robb really are. Tyrion pondered. But the red-robed woman hasn't seen my brother, nor has she seen Balon or Joffrey. Sansa still looked doubtful. Dany laughed and said, "Have we met before? How far apart are we now?" Sansa was stunned. She had met the Dragon Queen for the first time, and they were thousands of miles apart. Aegon glanced at his wife, whose expression was uncertain. Then he told her about his plan and concerns about Orlue. Orlue versus Aegon, would it work? Dany felt that this idea was novel, but thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Orlue had a tenacious personality. He definitely wouldn't give up his pursuit of the Iron Throne, and his obsession with the power of a king. It made sense for him to curse Great Emperor Joe. Great Emperor Joe was sitting on the Iron Throne. But Balon only wanted to be the king of the Iron Islands, and Robb had clearly expressed that he wasn't interested in the Iron Throne. He only wanted the Northern Territory to be independent. Erlu couldn't tolerate them just because they claimed to be kings. Aegon had taken over Wind's End Castle and was still aiming for the Iron Throne. How could Erlu tolerate that? If Jon could take care of Bolton before the night arrived, Erlu would open the passage south to Neck Swamp. He and Aegon would have to fight sooner or later. Melisandre's magic power is growing rapidly every day at the Great Wall. I'm not sure what level she's at now, and I'm not familiar with her moves and the limits of her abilities. After all, she's not only a demigod shadowbinder, but also Lalo's priestess. She can borrow Lalo's power. I think we should avoid provoking her as much as possible. Dany gave a more pertinent suggestion. Aegon was shocked. Auntie, you're afraid of her too? Dany smiled faintly and shook her head. You've misunderstood. To you, she's not to be provoked. To her, I'm not to be provoked either. Aegon was stunned. He said carefully, then can you help? Impossible. Dany's face showed some displeasure, and her tone became impatient. Do you know what's going on at Slaver's Bay? The vanguard of the Alliance has already set up camp 50 kilometers away from Meereen. I have to stay in Meereen every minute and every second. Also, I swore a long time ago that the Eternal Night was coming. I wouldn't start a civil war between the 7 nations. Besides, Melisandre is an important force against the other ghosts. But what if she curses me? Aegon asked worriedly. If you're afraid, come back to Slaver's Bay. No one can curse you. Or stay in Wind's End Castle and don't go out. You should know that from the beginning. I didn't agree with you going back to the Westeros to fight for the Iron Throne, Dany said calmly. If he doesn't fight for it, will you help him sit on the Iron Throne? Sansa suddenly asked. No. Dany looked at her deeply and said directly, I swore that the one who ends the Eternal Night will be king. Even if Stannis fulfills his oath, I will still support him to sit on the Iron Throne. So, Aegon will never be king of the 7 nations if he stays at Slaver's Bay. Sansa frowned. The time is not right. Winter is coming, is the motto of your Stark. Don't you understand the meaning of the Eternal Night? Aunt, you're the only one who's worried about the Eternal Night, Aegon said irritably. The Westeros now, the former commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch, has given up his responsibilities and swore to avenge his family. Stannis is called the Savior. Why isn't he at the Wall? Why is he fighting for the Iron Throne? You, Luwin, and Cersei at the King's Landing. Who cares about the Eternal Night? Even among the nobles of the 7 nations. How many of them are truly worried about the Eternal Night? Soon, you'll complain that I don't care enough about the Eternal Night. Dany laughed coldly and turned off the communication. Sansa put down the glass candle and looked at Tyrion, who was deep in thought. Then, she looked at Aegon, who was embarrassed. She suddenly said, It seems that she doesn't care about you as much as you said. Aegon's expression became more and more unnatural. He stuttered. She's a true knight who cherishes her honor and keeps her oath. So let's not go to Winterfell. We'll go south to the King's Landing as planned. Tyrion interrupted him with a serious face. Aegon did not respond. Sansa said unhappily, Are we going to run away forever? Stannis has the support of the Iron Treasury and is recruiting mercenaries in Bravos. If we don't get rid of him now, are we going to wait until he leads tens of thousands of mercenaries to the neck? Mercenaries won't do anything. Tyrion shook his head and sighed. If Stannis leads foreign mercenaries into the Westeros, the nobles of the 7 kingdoms will unite and oppose him. Sansa glanced at Aegon and said, Didn't His Majesty use the Golden Legion to take down Storm's End Castle? The Golden Legion is very special. The core members are mostly descendants of Westeros nobles. In fact, many of them are recognized as proper knights by the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. Knights were conferred by the knights. The first generation of exiled knights would confer the title to the next generation, and the next generation would confer the title to the next generation. Therefore, after 100 years, the core members of the Golden Legion were still the most proper knights. After a pause, Tyrion said, "Even so, I've been trying to reduce the influence of the Golden Legion and try to win over the nobles of the 7 kingdoms for His Majesty. Stannis can also use mercenaries as support to win over the nobles of the 7 kingdoms," Sansa said. Tyrion looked impatient and said unhappily, "Then tell me, how do we deal with the red-robed woman beside him? If we can get rid of Melisandre, I'm all for going to the north to kill Stannis right now." Sansa blushed and said angrily, "What kind of attitude is that? Don't forget, I'm your queen. You were my wife before this." Tyrion walked up to the queen with his deformed short legs and bowed. With a helpless expression, he said, "My apologies, your highness." Although the little devil is rude, his words are very reasonable. Aegon said something fair for his old friend. If the red-robed woman is so powerful, why would Stannis be defeated at King's Landing? Why would he be trapped in the Wolfswood and almost have his entire army wiped out? Sansa said angrily. Aegon was stunned when he heard this. He turned to Tyrion and said, "You were the one who defeated Stannis back then. How did you do it?" Tyrion's ugly face twisted and said, "To tell you the truth, I dared to fight Melisandre alone back then. Now that I think about it, I'm scared. The ignorant are fearless. The key is that you won despite being outnumbered," Sansa said with a complicated expression. She was at the Red Keep the night Tyrion won the battle at the Blackwater River. Cersei lost her fighting spirit and sat on the Iron Throne with Tommen in her arms, ready to drink the potion and kill herself. Sansa, who was only 12 years old, was strong and brave. She took the queen's place and comforted the frightened, noble women in the palace. If you can win once, why can't you win a second time? She encouraged him. The more I know, the more I see, the more cowardly I become." Tyrion touched his nose and said dejectedly, "The king might hide his secrets from the council ministers, but he would not hide them from the captain of the Kingsguard." Therefore, Brittany stood behind Sansa and listened quietly. Seeing that they seemed to be in a stalemate, she stepped forward and knelt in front of Aegon on one knee. "Your Majesty, I'm willing to solve this problem for you." "How do you want to solve it?" Tyrion frowned. Clang! Brittany drew the Oathkeeper's sword from her waist. The dark red ripples on the blade flickered coldly under the candlelight in the room. "You said that steel weapons can kill any evil beings?" Aegon shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Not to mention evil beings, even demigods can be killed. Steel is the nemesis of all supernatural powers. My aunt's White Knight, Sir Barristan Sir Mormont, and even my foster Father Clinton have all used steel, swords to kill gods. But they didn't do it alone. My aunt and the Megalosaurus were the main forces. Brittany, it's good that you have the heart, but I can't let you die for nothing. Kill gods? Really?" Sansa's eyes widened and she stammered, How can there be so many gods? My aunt is still Khaleesi of the Grasslands. She has the same bells as the centaurs. Giccioli prepared them for her. There are several steel bells that represent the killing of gods. There shouldn't be any mistake. Back then, she was only 15 years old and didn't know magic. Didn't she also kill immortals? Oh, I almost forgot. She recently became the Cow King. 200,000 roaring warriors. Aegon's eyes flashed with envy, and his tone was full of reverence. Sansa was also shocked for a while. She glanced at her husband and said coldly, "She won't help you." Aegon's expression changed, and he said in an unnatural tone, "One family has 2 branches. I announced it as soon as I came to the Westeros. It's natural that she won't help me. Your Majesty, I'm willing to try." Brittany's rough, round face was full of determination, and there was deep hatred and determination in her eyes. "I swore to avenge His Highness, Renly. For him, For you, for Queen Sansa, I'm willing to take the risk." Tyrion glanced at the red dragon armor on Aegon's body, and a glint flashed in his eyes. He said, "Maybe there's a chance." Chapter 664. The sky was vast, and the wilderness was boundless. The northern wind swept across the land, and the bronze grassland rippled with gentle waves. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The wheels rolled over the grass, snapping it and pressing it into the black soil, leaving behind a shallow rut. This was a huge caravan with more than 20,000 people. There were mercenaries holding flags, black-clothed slave hunters in a loose formation who laughed without restraint and reeked of blood, and most of them were slaves with numb expressions and tattoos on their faces. The mercenaries and slave catchers rode on horses, while the slaves led cows and pulled horses. They drove more than 1,000 carriages. On the carriages were barley, turnips, cheese, butter, bacon, and other military provisions. There were also tents, dragon-slaying crossbows, swords, and other weapons. There were also carriages with gorgeous curtains, leaving behind the sweet fragrance of cosmetics and the laughter of women. The procession formed a long black line. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a snake wriggling over the bronze sea. Suddenly, the grass swaying in the wind trembled slightly, and there was a low rumble of thunder in the distance. Then the scout disregarded everything and galloped away from the torrent. He even ignored the reprimands of his superior and charged through the slow-moving carriages amidst the cries and curses of the crowd. His face was contorted as he charged forward with his head covered. The mercenaries and slave hunters were puzzled at first, but soon the earth began to tremble, and the rumbling of thunder came from afar. The black mass of cavalry rushed towards them like a flood. "Ma, Centaur, the centaur is coming quick, run." The mercenaries guarding the caravan threw down their flags and hurriedly fled. The formation of the slave hunters was even more disorderly. They trampled on their own slaves and attacked the carriages full of goods. It was a mess. Kill. Kill everyone with weapons. Kill everyone standing on the ground and riding on horses. Dany raised her black magic sword. Under the effect of wind song, her voice resounded throughout the wilderness. Even though she was shouting loudly, even though she was leading the charge with her sword raised high, there was still no trace of her. She was still wearing a full set of steel magic armor, but there was a layer of brown silk cloth on the outside of the armor. It looked no different from the Dothraki armor of other centaurs. At least the colors were the same. It was very camouflage. Kill. Ma-Di rode his big silver horse and took the first kill. He waved his long sword and chopped off half of the head of a mercenary who didn't have a horse. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, the centaur released the bowstring and released the arrow. The clear blue sky dimmed in an instant. The rain of arrows was like a thin layer of silk that covered the sky and earth. Aha! Slaves, mercenaries, slave hunters, and even the women hiding in the carriages were attacked indiscriminately. Miserable cries filled the air. After a wave of arrow rain, Ma-Di was the first to rush into the caravan. The roaring warriors followed closely behind. They were like a mold that quickly covered the land. Horse riding, killing, fresh blood, stained grass stalks, blood-soaked black soil, and rolling human heads, as well as the sorrowful eyes on the heads that had died with remaining grievances. This was the steed of the world. Behind her, Khalasar covered the entire land. The magic sword in his hand was as sharp as grass. She attacked like a storm. Her enemies would tremble in front of her. Her enemies' wives would weep blood and weep in grief. The bells in her hair sang of his coming, and the milkmaid who dwelt in the stone tents feared his name. She was the Khal King of the Sea of Grass. This was not the first allied army that she had killed. After half a month of rapid marching, Jogo led the first 10,000 men close to Raza. Dany, as the Khal King, led 10,000 men to charge at the enemy for the first time. Her attacks were as fierce as fire. She cut the enemy as if she was cutting grass. This kind of real killing on horseback did not make her feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, it was very satisfying. After the incident, Dany wondered if she had been controlled by the Targaryen killing gene in her blood and had become a pervert. But when she thought about her ambition to reform the old world, so be it. There was nothing wrong with being a pervert. At least her will and swordsmanship were honed in the killing. Her sharpness was revealed and unparalleled. It was not a bad thing to reach such a state of mind before the final battle. Dany's 200,000 centaurs moved separately. 10,000 men were like 20 rakes with sharp teeth, combing back and forth on the sea of grass. Every time they encountered an enemy army, Blackie would carry Dany and her little silver horse and move over. Then the horse would lead the charge. In the past half a month, the Eastern Army of the Allied Army was completely crippled. The commander-in-chief of the Eastern Army, Grazdan, lost before the final battle and became a general without an army. To be honest, this had nothing to do with war god Yuan Kai's strategy. There was a traitor in the army. His East Army to West plan was known by the Dragon Queen in advance. The mountain paths and rivers between Raza and Meereen were sealed. If the Eastern Army wanted to go west and meet up with the Western Army at Meereen, they could only take a detour and go through the Dothraki plains. Then, just like now, the troops that carried out the strategic shift were slaughtered like pigs and sheep by the Khal King. No one could escape. Now that the Sea of Grass was filled with Dany's men, where could they escape to? In just 10 days, Dany had killed 50,000 people and captured 8,000. It was cruel. Of the 50,000 people who died, half were slaves from the Jade Sea. At first, Dany felt pity for them and wanted to treat them differently. However, the slave hunters were more cruel than she thought. When they saw that they could not escape, they used the slaves as meat shields and formed a human wall to block Dany's charge. The slaves who were used as meat shields were also more numb than expected. Dany called Blackie over and told them to attack. The Dragon Queen immediately led the centaurs over. However, the slaves stood there with a sad expression. Some did not know what to do. Some cried and begged, but they did not listen, did not move, and did not cooperate. There were even enemies who pretended to be slaves and shouted for Dany to leave. In any case, the Dragon Queen would never admit that the slaves who asked her to leave were real slaves. Hence, the opening scene. The Khal King charged at the front, and the centaurs at the back indiscriminately fired a wave of arrows to let everyone know her determination. Then she put away her bow and used her scimitar to finish off the enemies who wore leather armor and held weapons, as well as any slaves who did not kneel on the ground. It was not that the Alliance did not counterattack. At first, they deliberately used bait to lure her. For example, a group of horses was advancing on the grassland, and then a group of pterosaurs carrying kerosene bombs was hiding nearby. When the Dragon Queen attacked the group, the pterosaurs would attack. However, Slave Bay now had a pterosaur army that was evenly matched with the Alliance. This caused the 3 Megalosaurus, Blackie, Little White, and Little Green, to no longer have to worry about the city. Little White and Little Green still had patrol missions, but Blackie was completely free and became an aerial force that could move freely. With Blackie hovering above Dany's head at all times and her shape-shifting animal companion monitoring the surroundings, who could sneak attack her? After losing 4 pterosaurs, the Alliance became completely honest and did not dare to think of ambushing Mahdi. On this day, Dany led 2 groups of 10,000 people close to Giant Snake City. Suddenly, she received a thought that she had hidden in Dr. Wargrave's mind. This could only mean one thing. A great writer of a generation had passed away. Without any warning, the writer who was deeply respected by the world had died. What was the cause of death? It was definitely not due to illness and aging. Illness and aging had a process. Just yesterday afternoon, before Dany went to bed, she habitually let the thought write. Using the great writer's avatar, she wrote a mid-length fantasy novel about Dark Princess Cania. Yes, it was about Princess Cania who lost her country and family. Her country was destroyed and her home was destroyed. She wandered the streets and accidentally saved a faceless. Then she took an iron coin and went to the Black and White Academy of Bravos to learn. Before the article was finished, the great writer fell asleep and did not wake up again. He was assassinated. Who did it? Soon, Danny knew the answer, a faceless. Dr. Wargrave was once only a little famous in Westeros, other than the scholars. Only intellectuals like Tyrion and Littlefinger who loved to read knew of him. But in the past 6 months, the old doctor had suffered from dementia. After he recovered, it was as if his brain had been blessed. His literary ideas gushed out like a fountain, and one masterpiece after another appeared. Now he had become the world's #1 writer in the hearts of some playwrights. How could the sudden death of the #1 writer not cause a stir in the world? The next day, the City of Knowledge issued an official statement. Due to the repeated use of literary works to expose the dark side of the faceless and criticize the ugliness of the people of Bravos, the faceless made a move against the respected Dr. Wargrave. They arranged for the faceless to assassinate him. The scholars and people of the 7 kingdoms immediately believed it. After Marvin passed the news to Dany, she immediately agreed with the City of Knowledge's statement. The drama lovers across the narrow sea did not have any doubts. Even the people of Bravos and the Black and White Academy themselves cursed the City of Knowledge for slandering them, but they were secretly happy that the assassination was successful. Only Arya had doubts. After the failure of the Templars' assassination, she stayed in the King's Landing for a while, waiting for her body to recover before heading south to the Old Town. Cersei had to be killed, but the assassination of her shapeshifter partner had failed, so she only had one last move left. Face-changing. But her Reaper's Bible was not complete yet, and she was not 100% sure that she could avoid the hounds of the Red Keep. And the City of Knowledge was not as well guarded as the Red Keep, so she could easily retreat if she was discovered. So she thought, why not practice with the scholars first, increase her experience, and then come back to kill Cersei? But as soon as she stepped into the Old Town, she saw the people of the Old Town filled with righteous indignation, together with the singers and poets on the streets, cursing the faceless to go to the 7th level of hell. A great writer of a generation who had just risen was killed tragically. This was a long night in the history of human literature. Dr. Wargrave died at the hands of a faceless a few days ago. Arya was dumbfounded. The Black and White Academy would also send multiple faceless to attack the same target at the same time, but they would always give notice in advance. Otherwise, there was the possibility that a faceless intended to replace another faceless who had changed identities. Who killed Wargrave? The mission was completed inexplicably, but Arya did not immediately leave the Old Town. While she was gathering information in the tavern, she also heard many operas by the great writer Wargrave, one of which, Rosie's Dream, caused ripples in the heart of the ice-cold assassin. The villain in the story was her dear Uncle Jia Cohen. She had to see what Rosie looked like. Chapter 665. Dany, like everyone else, cursed Faceless One for Wargrave's death, then went back to her work, take down Serpent City. Yasuo Yahai saved the world, but he wasn't crowned as the king of the world. He didn't even wear a crown in his life. But his descendants established an ancient kingdom in the Far East, the country of the descendants of Hael Cologne. A long time ago, this country was destroyed in the hands of the Zebra people, leaving behind only 3 strongholds. Among them, Biasabad, known as the Serpent City, was located at the intersection of the Dothraki Sea, the southern foot of the Skeletal Mountain, and the Jade Sea. The Eastern Army of the Alliance used Serpent City as a bridgehead, passing through the Dothraki Plains and entering the Raza River Valley. In terms of strategic position, Serpent City was equivalent to the Zingis of the Eastern Army. When the Alliance gathered in Serpent City, Dragon Queen sent a messenger to warn the father of the city. You can join the United Nations and it's okay to blockade Slave Bay. But if you act as the Eastern Army's landing point and logistics base, it's tantamount to declaring war on the Dragon Queen. Yes, the Eastern Army consisted of 50,000 Jade Sea mercenaries and slave hunters. They all came ashore from Serpent City, where they bought slaves, hired caravans, and transported military supplies. When the Dragon Queen's messenger said, "Don't say I didn't warn you," the father was enraged and cut off his tongue. Dany was angry and regretful. Angry that a small country with few people dared to insult the messenger of the Celestial Empire. Regretful that she didn't let the dwarf be the messenger. At that time, the dwarf hadn't run away. Serpent City was next door to Slave Bay, 2,000 kilometers. Dany was confident that sooner or later she would give it retribution. But she initially planned to punish it after the Meereen War, because in her original plan, the Centaurs would backstab the Western Army of the Alliance at Slave Bay instead of scattering across the plains to clean up the Eastern Army of the Alliance. The Eastern Army came from the Jade Sea, and the Centaurs chased them to Serpent City. In that case, why not take down this knockoff Amazon female warrior kingdom? Yet this city was quite strange. It was famous for its female warriors who wore iron rings on their breasts and rubies on their cheeks. 99% of the men here would be castrated before they reached adulthood, leaving behind only the strongest and smartest 1% to continue growing. Shang Fu was the king of the humans. 2 groups of 10,000 Dothraki men approached the Jade Sea, and when the High Father failed to persuade them to leave, the Ruby Warrior took the initiative to come out of the city to meet them. 20,000 centaurs vs 5,000 female warriors. Giant Snake City was built on the shores of the Jade Sea, east of the Skeleton Mountain Range. To the west were steep cliffs, to the east was the sea, and there was only a narrow and rugged mountain path to the north, connecting it to the Dothraki Sea of Grass. This was a sniping battle similar to the one at Hot Spring Pass between the 300 Spartans and the 200,000 Persians. The centaurs rode their horses and shot, then charged forward, leaving behind 1,000 corpses before retreating. The Ruby warriors used shields, spears, and short swords. Their formation was tight. Taking advantage of the terrain, they only suffered 100 casualties. Just like the past thousands of years, the centaurs retreated in defeat before they could even get close to Giant Snake City. Yes, it was close to the Dothraki Sea, and not far from the Horse King City. How could the Khal not try to take down Giant Snake City? But they had all failed miserably, and this time was no different. Then the Dragon Queen arrived. Amidst the Dothraki's deafening cheers of Khal King, and riding the steed of the world, Dany descended from the sky on her black dragon. That scene on the dragon's back, Dany felt despair for the female warriors whose cheeks were embedded with rubies and who raised their heads to look blankly at the sky. The Alliance had provided them with a few hundred scorpion crossbows, and they played a crisp melody on big black's belly armor, like raindrops falling from the eaves. There were also a few crossbow bolts that pierced through big black's bull-like wings, leaving behind 7 or 8 transparent holes the size of wine glasses. Boiling dragon blood spilled out. That was all. The rugged mountain path turned into a fiery hell, and the tall and strong female warriors struggled and howled in pain under the fiery red dragon flames. Their skin and flesh melted like candles, and their bones were ignited like firewood. 70% of the 5,000 ruby-jeweled female warriors were burned to death. Another 20% jumped into the sea below the cliff, and the rest retreated into the city. Asterisk crack, asterisk the horses' hooves trampled over the charred, twisted, and shrunken corpses, emitting crisp crackling sounds. The centaurs endured the charred stench in their nostrils as they passed through the steaming hot stone path. When they arrived at Giant Snake City, they saw Shang Fu, surrounded by eunuchs, standing on the city wall and shouting at the megalosaurus soaring in the sky. "Mercy, mercy! Great Khal King, I am willing to offer you wealth and handsome men to redeem my sins." Shang Fu was one, 9 meters tall and handsome, with distinct facial features, shiny black hair that fell over his shoulders, and an olive-colored, muscular body. He was a good horse. The megalosaurus landed among the centaurs, and Danny called out to a centurion who understood the advanced Valeglia language, and urged his horse to approach the city gate, shouting, "The Call King has orders, open the city gates, all female warriors to kneel and surrender, all citizens of the city to lay down their weapons, and we can take whatever we want from Giant Snake City." This was a request for the other party to surrender unconditionally. Shangfu hesitated, and then made a request. The centaurs were not to enter the city, and they would give whatever they needed. Honestly speaking, Shangfu's concerns were reasonable. Everyone in the world knew what kind of people the centaurs were. Countless cities had sent gifts to Kal, but none of them were willing to let Kalasar enter the city. The centaurs were barbaric, cruel, and bloodthirsty, representing destruction, disorder, and destruction. When Danny had led Cass Jr. through the Red Wasteland and arrived at Kila City, there were less than 100 warriors, and the city representatives were wary, unwilling to let the centaurs in. Zaro and the great wizard Haya were her guarantors, and the Kal horde was indeed too small, so Kilas opened the city gates. But it was different this time. Danny did not come to Giant Snake City as a guest, or to receive gifts. Attack! She sat on the back of the dragon, and with a wave of her hand, the centaurs charged towards the city walls. Oh, they did not have battering rams, nor did they have ladders. They were divided into groups of 100, and when they were 50 paces away from the city walls, they reined in their reins and shot arrows from their saddles. The arrows flew in high parabolic trajectories, flying 100 paces, 200 paces, landing on the city walls, and even the streets behind the city walls. The arrows formed a continuous rain of arrows, suppressing the defenders on the city walls to the point that they could not even lift their heads. This kind of siege method was especially useful in small towns with low walls. Otherwise, where did the thousands of statues on both sides of the Avenue of the Gods come from? But against a famous city in the world, it had little effect. This time it was mainly because Danny had destroyed the main force of the ruby female warriors outside the city, and the defenders on the city walls were old and weak, and there were not many of them. Of course, the most important thing was to provide cover for the megalosaurus. The crossbowmen on the city walls either fell to the ground under the rain of arrows or trembled under their shields. Blackie lightly flapped its wings, lightly flew over the city walls, and then spat out dragon flames. The King of Cow rides the steed of the world. Under the frenzied cheers of the 19,000 centaurs, the city gates exploded in the flames. Kill, kill, kill! The centaur raised his scimitar and led the charge. That night, the Dragon Queen sat on the throne of the High Father, and in the High Father's palace, she drank the High Father's wine with the centaur warriors. Ha! This time, after taking down the giant snake city that has blocked the centaurs for 1,000 years, how many more bells will I add? I am the first to ride into the palace. A centaur with a white beard laughed. So what if you are the first to enter the palace? It only means that you run fast. I even helped the King of Cow cut off the High Father's head. Another centaur with red paint on his face said. The centaurs discussed for a while, only to realize that the King of Cow was sitting on the High Father's wide throne with his hand supporting his forehead, drinking wine. There was no joy on his face. A centaur asked curiously, King of Cow, you should add another string of bells this time, right? Burning a few thousand female warriors to death and destroying this sturdy city. Your achievements are enough to be passed down by the centaurs for 10,000 years. Danny glanced at him indifferently and said, Just this battle alone, I can barely get one golden bell. How can I get a string of bells? The centaurs were terrified. Only today did they know the value of the High Father's bells. 2 days later, a terrifying news began to spread throughout the Jade Sea. The famous city with thousands of years of history, Bayasabad, was destroyed by the High Father because of a messenger's penis. The men were all slaughtered. The female ruby warriors were all killed in battle. Only the eunuchs, slaves, and children survived. From today onwards, there will only be 2 cities left in the descendant country of Higher Cologne. The men were all killed. It sounds scary, but the centaurs only killed a few hundred strong men, and there were more than 100,000 eunuchs in the city. They were not slaves. Those eunuchs were all the brothers and uncles of the female ruby warriors. Dani skillfully freed the slaves, distributed the land and houses, established the Mother of Dragons Guards, established the household registration system, and arranged the officials and the acting city. Lord, by the time she leaves, there will only be old people, eunuchs, new freedmen, a large number of prisoners from the Alliance army, and 1,000 centurions to maintain order in the city. The centurions and chiliarchs are all familiar centurions from Slave Bay. The familiar centaurs led the wild centaurs to strictly abide by the rules set by Dani in Slave Bay. The adult women, young children, and children were all taken away to build Kalishi City on the south bank of Raza. The women would be married to centaurs or shepherds. The boys would no longer be castrated. The girls would take off the rubies on their faces and the iron rings on their thighs, dressed and educated according to the customs of Slave Bay. They had to give up the god of darkness, P.S., that they once believed in, and convert to the glorious 7 gods. Those who disobeyed beheaded. Dani destroyed their kingdom, executed their royal family, destroyed their ancestral temple, moved their citizens, changed their customs, and snatched their hero's statue. The Cow King also abided by the centaur's customs, and arranged for 1,000 men to transport the tall hero's statue from the city's central square back to Horse King City, and place it beside the Avenue of the Gods. The statue of Yesor and Ahai holding the light emissary, roaring with their heads held high. From now on, this city would be renamed Fury Hell City, and Bayasabhard would completely disappear. After returning to Meereen and telling the results of the battle to her officials, they were only happy for the queen's victory. But old Diamant was very surprised with the map in his hands. Fury Hell City's geographical location is very good, easy to defend and hard to attack, close to the mountains and sea, rich in resources, and located on the Jade Sea's Golden Sea route. We can't let the centaurs ruin it. In the future, we can build a city-state and arrange for a Targaryen to be the king. The old man said excitedly when there was only him and Dani in the Dragon Queen's study. Do as you see fit. Dani casually replied as she flipped through the information in the magic mirror. Chapter 666. There's also new Gith, Queers, Volantis. Jade sees Ko-Chang. It's also one of the main forces of the Alliance. We can't let it go. 7 gods above. How many kings have there been? Old Yamant said agitatedly. Dani was puzzled. You didn't seem to care about this before? Sigh, you weren't even married in the past, and I'm old. How long can I live? How can I consider your children and grandchildren? Now Simba is behind the pyramid. He'll be married and have children in a few years. Of course, I have to plan for him. Simba looks big, but he's only 4. Dani said strangely. In Westeros, there are too many nobles who get married at the age of 12 or 13. Dani pointed at the empty purple-black surface of the magic mirror and said, Simba's child is still too far away. Aegon is really going to be a father. What? Old Diamant looked away from the map and raised his head in surprise. Sansa is pregnant. Whose child is it? Whose child is it? That's a good question. Aegon thinks it's his. I don't think Sansa needs to. Dani looked conflicted and said uncertainly, Littlefinger is dead. If it's not true love, she doesn't need to give birth to a child for a dead man. I still have some doubts. Yamant frowned. After Queen Cersei and Queen Marjorie's actions, the Queen's reputation was on the verge of collapse. Now, the people of the 7 kingdoms would unconsciously label the Queen as someone who murdered her husband, stole men, and raised bastards. Sigh, in recent years, Westeros have really lost their humanity and etiquette. In the past, who would suspect that the prince wasn't the king's son? The old man shook his head and sighed. Dani smiled playfully. Aegon swore that he wouldn't let the child's mother lose her home. He would go north to Winterfell and kill Roose Bolton. It's still uncertain who the child is, but it's certain now that Sansa has Aegon under her control. Forget it, let them be. Westeros. Maybe it's not suitable for the Targaryens to settle down. Old Ymont said despondently. Taking down furious Howling City meant that the Eastern Army of the Alliance was completely finished. Dany stayed in Mayland City, practicing magic and martial arts while waiting for the arrival of the final battle. She no longer wandered around the grasslands. However, even though she was in the Great Pyramid of Meereen, the centaurs on the grasslands did not cease their activities. The centaurs did not need to provide additional rations, and grazing on the grasslands was enough to satisfy their basic needs. However, if the 200,000 roaring warriors were to gather together, even the mud would be eaten clean. Therefore, they were still scattered, with the 10,000-strong colossus as a unit. At the same time, the 20 brigades were divided into 3 large armies. The first group, about 40,000 people, stayed in the Raza River Valley, migrated the natives of furious Howling City, and built Khaleesi City to hide from the long night. The second group of 80,000 people began to move towards Meereen in a net-like formation. They would participate in the cleanup work of the Battle of Meereen. The third group was also made up of 80,000 roaring warriors. They led their own colossus to engage in animal husbandry. They gave up on fighting and expanded their herds, hoarding beef, mutton, cheese, fur, and other supplies for the long night. The location of grazing was not limited to the Dothraki Sea. 8 groups of 10,000 people represented 8 colossus. The Dothraki Sea, the Core Forest, and the Lone River Valley were all their herds. However, the long night might fall before they could even reach the Lone River area, and they would have to run back again. Dany did not expect the centaurs to be able to hoard enough food to survive the long night. She only hoped that through animal husbandry they could reduce the food pressure on Slaver's Bay. Slaver's Bay did not lack food, but Dany was not sure how long the long night would last. She was not afraid of 3 to 5 years, and she could hold on for 8 to 10 years. However, if it really lasted for a generation, 15 years, or even 20 years on this day, Dany meditated under a persimmon tree and entered the state of Song of Wind, slowly but effectively perfecting her meditation technique. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and stood up in confusion. She looked towards the northwest and muttered, "This feeling, Blindon has completely disappeared. He has become a part of the Green Prophet's will of inheritance." Dany caught a glimpse of Wuni holding a small water bottle, flapping her dragonfly wings at a high frequency as she hovered in the air and looked towards the Westeros. She asked curiously, "Little Mist, what do you feel?" "Something's wrong. Something's very wrong." The little elf looked confused as she muttered softly, "What's wrong?" "The inheritance has failed the new generation." Little Mist suddenly paused. She looked even more confused. She pointed at her chin and asked, "What am I saying? What inheritance?" The inheritance had failed? Dany's expression changed. Little Mist had lost her memories of her past life, but she still retained her keen senses as a child of the forest. Because of her elemental transformation, her senses had become even stronger. She was not speaking without thinking. Awkward. Afu has lost 80% of her memories. She can't elemental transform, and Dany still entered her mind and asked Afu, who looked like an old man with dementia, "Have you noticed the change in the Green Prophet's inheritance?" "Green Prophet? Who's that?" Afu asked blankly. Dany ended the telepathic communication in a daze. Then she held Afu and burned her soul. Yep, she would burn Afu every day. Perhaps in another half a month, she would be burned into a piece of white paper and reincarnate. Westeros, the land of eternal winter beyond the Great Wall, the shelter of the ancient races. The roots of the weirwood hung down like the tail of a white snake from the top of the cave. They formed a natural curtain in front of a narrow cave. Inside the cave, a 1-meter tall man hugged a skinny girl tightly as if he was hugging a child. The two of them were very close to each other. They were panting heavily, unable to control themselves. Their clothes were falling off. Ah, Bran, be gentle. Adu. Adu exerted more force and was full of energy. What are you doing? Leaf opened the curtain of roots and stumbled into the cave. He shouted at the two people who were entangled together. Ah, Mara blushed. She buried her face in the man's chest and said in a muffled voice, Leaf, why are you here? Adu. The man wanted to move but could not. He hugged Mara with his back facing the squirrel man. He shouted impatiently, Adu, get out. Evil creature. Leaf's cat eyes burned with fury. Mara's face paled. She mumbled, didn't you already know? You even agreed. I agreed with Bran, using Adu's body to make up for the regret of not being fated to be together. However, Bran is not just Bran. He's also the three-eyed crow of this generation. However, he rejected the Green Prophet's seal because of his personal desires. Leaf shouted. Adu ignored her and moved gently. Mara moaned and asked, What? What are you talking about? Leaf ran over and clenched her small fists. She hit Adu's white buttocks hard and shouted, Lord Blinden has completely disappeared. Bran should have immediately fused with the Green Prophet's seal and become the next three-eyed crow, but he didn't. After being hit a few times, Adu lost all interest. He let the swamp girl struggle out of his arms. The thin and short, flat-chested girl picked up her clothes to cover herself and asked, Why do you say that? Didn't Bran become a three-eyed crow a long time ago? Leaf glared at the swaying loofah under Adu's body and said angrily, If he was a three-eyed crow, he wouldn't be fooling around with you here. Why? Adu lowered his head and looked at Mara affectionately. He said, A three-eyed crow has no personal feelings. He's like the most selfless god. However, I don't want to leave you, and I don't want to waste my love for you. Bran, my prince! Mara was so touched that she hugged his arm and called out her lover's name softly. Bran, you're still a child. You don't understand anything. I shouldn't have listened to the Dragon Queen. I shouldn't have encouraged you to use Adu's body to fulfill your final wish. Leaf's golden cat eyes were filled with tears, and she started crying sadly. I was once a child, but after spending hundreds and thousands of years in the tree roots, I'm older than you, and I'm also more mature than Dany and Rise. I understand what I need. Adu's brown eyes, which were once pure and ignorant, became wise and experienced. Leaf shook her head and sighed. You don't understand. The Green Prophet's seal contains a great will, and it's difficult for an ordinary person to control it. In the past, Lord Blinden spent a long time to perfectly fuse with it. If you had inherited the seal the moment he completely fused with it, you would have been able to instantly fuse with the seal with the help of Blinden's final thought. However, you deceived Lord Blinden and let down everyone's expectations. The longer the Green Prophet seal is without an owner, the harder it will be for you to perfectly fuse with it in the future. The long night is coming. Are you worthy of Zhu Jian, who sacrificed himself for you? Zhu Jian. Mara's thin and rosy cheeks suddenly turned pale. Adu's eyes were red, and his rationality was gradually replaced by impulse. He shouted at Leaf, You're the ones who don't understand. When Blinden became the three-eyed crow, he was already more than 70 years old. He had loved and made contributions. He had lived a life that was almost like a legend. The past Green Prophets were more or less the same. They all had lives that truly belonged to them, and they all lived them. What about me? I broke my leg when I was 7, and I started to accept this shitty fate passively. I came to the Great Wall to obtain power to change my fate. But what happened? I was like a deer that fell into a swamp. The more I struggled, the deeper I sank. When he said this, a string of bean-sized tears rolled down from Adu's large brown eyes. He choked with sobs as he said, From the age of 7, a normal person's life has already ended. After 4 years of suffering, I finally encountered a ray of warm sunlight in my gloomy journey, but I had to kill it immediately. I can't accept this. Among all the green prophets, I'm the youngest. My life hasn't started yet, and I haven't truly lived. I won't forget my responsibility, but I must truly live once. Bran. Mara's green eyes were filled with pity and concern. If you don't immediately fuse with that seal, isn't Bran a three-eyed crow? She asked. No, he is. If that's the case, why are you still arguing? Isn't this good? Mara was puzzled. Without the green prophet seal, his power is only equivalent to the first-generation three-eyed crow. What's the difference? Yi glanced at the resolute Adu and said helplessly, a person's power is limited. If the limit of a green prophet's field of vision is to observe a forest, then 2 green prophets will be able to control 2 forests when their power is combined. 3 green prophets, countless green prophets will be able to control countless forests when their power is combined. In other words, they can control the entire land. Hence, in the Westeros, Lord Blinden is omniscient and omnipotent. He's like a god. Now, as this generation's three-eyed crow, Bran has lost his omniscient ability. What he can see is limited to the scope of his power. With the green prophet seal, Blinden could receive and deal with everything that happened in the Westeros. Bran was a human, and a human's field of vision was limited. His brain could not handle an infinite amount of information. If he wanted to understand something, he had to personally enter the roots of a certain place and examine the tree's memories. Bran, is that true? Mara asked worriedly. Adu patted her head lightly and said with a smile, I still have a flock of crows. Thousands of crows are my eyes. Chapter 667. In the Westeros, the three-eyed crow was like an omnipotent god, and he could even decide a kingdom's fate. But as long as he didn't transcend this world, he was still in a vast river of fate. The three-eyed crow didn't jump out of the world, but he was also in fate. The Light King Lalo was also in the same situation. On this day, the Laurel Wind, which had drifted on the sea for several months, finally docked at the old town's pier. The night watcher Sam held the savage Gilly's hand and stepped into a dazzling and flourishing world. There were rows upon rows of ships at the pier, and the streets were filled with people. Tourists walked shoulder to shoulder, and the shops on the streets were all open. There were many strange goods from all over the world. The female savage couldn't see anything. Wow, what a tall castle! She covered her forehead with her hand and looked at the towering tower under the sun. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. I didn't expect that the Southerners' king lived in such a tall stone house. It's even taller than the Dragon Queen's castle. A gray-robed scholar walked down from the carriage and passed through the crowd of dock workers. He arrived in front of Sam and sized up Sam with a pair of mean, small triangular eyes. He then turned his head and stared at the female savage. His gaze turned critical and disdainful. You went to Dragonstone Island and met Dany Rise? He asked coldly. Who are you? The female savage asked warily. With just one sentence and one look, she could feel a thick and barely concealed malice from the other party. The scholar didn't reply, and he turned to the fat man. He twitched the corners of his mouth and said, Samwell. I'm Samwell Tarly. Are you the scholar who came to pick me up? After confirming his identity, Triangular Eyes asked, Where's your thing? What thing? Sam was confused. I brought it from Dragonstone Island. It's the oak box that contained the Ice Clan's barbarians. Ice Clan. Sam was taken aback. Are you talking about the deviant ghosts? There aren't any deviant ghosts. Triangular Eyes roared and looked around. He noticed that many laborers and sailors were looking in their direction, and he pulled Sam into a carriage that was parked at the side. Didn't you read The Truth of History and the Ancients' Lies? Deviant ghosts were a lie made up by the Northerners to exaggerate the achievements of their ancestors. They were actually the Ice Tribe, an ancient tribe from beyond the Great Wall. They had the talent to use ice magic. Just like the fire magic talent in Valeglia's bloodline, and the water magic talent in Goloy's people. Sam's oily fat face twitched a few times as he mumbled. Deviant ghosts are indeed transformed from human babies, but they are not human at all. You will understand when you see it later. The triangular-eyed man pulled up the red copper chain around his neck, representing history, and sneered, "Look, a mere apprentice dares to be impudent in front of me, a history major." Master Perez Dan even has a doctorate in history. He also said that Professor Fomas, who wrote Lies of the Ancients, tricked everyone, Fatty said indignantly. The triangular-eyed skinny man's facial muscles twitched a few times as he said angrily, "Where did this Professor Perez Dan come from? He was killed by Danny Alice a long time ago. The one at the Great Wall is fake." Slap. Fatty couldn't help but slap Triangle Eyes. "Wake up, don't deceive yourself. I didn't bring deviant ghosts from thousands of miles away to the City of Knowledge to argue with you. The eternal night concerns the safety of millions of people in the Seven Kingdoms. If the City of Knowledge can't fulfill its duty to warn the people, then there is no need for it to exist," he roared angrily. "You hit me, and you still dare to say such things." The scholar was furious, and his triangular-eyed eyes almost turned into circles. Fatty, Sam, shrunk his neck, but he immediately remembered Professor Pereston's teachings. Scholars are sinister. You must remind them at all times of who your father is to prevent them from harming your life. "My father is Randall Tully. What do you want?" The triangular-eyed man was helpless and sullen. Suddenly, he saw Jilly, who was looking out of the carriage window. He sneered and pointed at the female barbarian. "You have a lover, but you will never get the scholar's necklace." Fatty Sam's small eyes were filled with surprise as he asked, "Are there still people coming to the City of Knowledge to be scholars?" He then shook his head and muttered to himself, "Anyway, my father said that if I dare to insult the family, he will kill me." Insult the family? The triangular-eyed man was confused. Yes, becoming a scholar now is an insult to the family. "It's worse than having an illegitimate child with Jilly," Sam said honestly. "Bastard." The triangular-eyed man was furious. "Then when you wrote the letter saying that you want to become a scholar, were you fooling us? Times have changed. Didn't you notice? The people at the docks look at you. No respect, only disdain and disgust." Sam sighed. "You are wrong. They're looking down on you. You are wearing the clothes of the night watchers, but you are holding a woman's arm. Who doesn't know that you have broken your oath? Also, Queen Circe has already declared us innocent." Sam thought for a moment and felt that he, a night watchman who had broken his oath, was not as noble as a scholar who had broken his oath. He stopped arguing and got off the carriage, found Captain Kooloo, and took out the sealed treasure chest from the safe at the bottom of the cabin. Sam, Gilly, and the deviant ghost followed triangular-eyed into the heavily guarded City of Knowledge. Before they reached the general manager's pavilion, a group of strange warriors wearing leather armor, long swords, and scholar necklaces came over. Ignoring Sam's attempts to stop them, they forcefully took away the demon-sealing treasure chest. For the next 2 days, Sam was thrown aside and no one cared about him. He went to the steward's tower to ask a few times, but he did not get any reply. On the 4th day, he roared in the steward's tower, "If Steward Theobald does not appear or does not let me see the other ghosts, I will immediately go to the towering tower and ask for an audience with Count Hathor." Then Sam got his wish and was summoned by the steward of the Academicians. "7 gods above, why is there such a deep and complicated tunnel under the Crow's Nest Tower?" After walking for almost half an hour in the 2-meter-high tunnel, which was crowded even if 2 people walked side by side, Fat Sam was exhausted and had difficulty breathing. His brain was lacking oxygen, and he was a little dazed. He leaned against the wall of dry mud and gasped for air. A short, weasel-like young man was leading the way with a kerosene lamp in his hand. Seeing that Sam was having a hard time, he did not urge him. He stopped and waited. "This is a newly built shelter. Do you know the list of great guardians? For the Gold Royals. The mercenaries have gone crazy and sneaked into the City of Knowledge to arrest the scholars and academicians. The consequences of the academicians being arrested were even more terrifying. They would be paraded through the streets. How could the academicians tolerate this? So they hired a group of townspeople and dug a fortress under the City of Knowledge. The academicians and academicians on the list work in the City of Knowledge during the day and sleep in the bunker at night. They can sleep soundly. They don't have to wait for dawn or wear armor to sleep. Sam thought of the twists and turns he had taken and suddenly said, "So there's more than one passage in the bunker?" The weasel-like young man nodded and said, "The crow's nest where many academicians live is connected to the bunker." "Do we have to hide like a mouse for the rest of our lives?" Sam found it hard to accept. "It's fine if you get used to it. It's warm in the winter and cool in the summer. It's quite comfortable. You also live in the bunker?" Sam asked. "Recently, we have offended bravos and the faceless. It's safer to live underground. The faceless can change their faces and become you and me. What's the use of the bunker?" Sam disagreed. "You will understand in a while." The young apprentice smiled mysteriously and said proudly, according to Professor Wargrave's method, "No faceless can sneak into the bunker." The great writer Wargrave? Sam was surprised. He had been drifting on the sea and did not know this newly risen great writer. However, there were too many classics of the great writer and they were too popular. He only stayed in the City of Knowledge for 3 to 5 days. Even Savage Jilly had seen the plays of the great writer. She also pulled him and ran to the Feather wine bottle with many foreign merchants to pay homage to the former residence of the Maiden of Dreams, Rosie. Fatty had to admit that after seeing Rosie from afar under the peach blossom tree, he also had some shameful thoughts when he lay on Jilly's body at night. Rosie was obviously not cuter than Jilly, but after seeing the famous works of the great writer, he felt that Rosie was shrouded in a layer of halo, with a dreamlike and intoxicating temperament. The bunker was built by him and he personally designed it. He said that he would fight bravos to the end, even if it was a tunnel war. The apprentice's face showed a look of reverence, waking Fatty from his reverie. But he died. He died in the hands of the faceless. At this point, Sam could not help but sigh. He secretly cursed the death of the faceless for causing the literary world to enter a long night before the real world. Sigh, the bunker apartment prepared by the City of Knowledge for the doctor was just renovated. I was about to move in, but... The weasel sighed regretfully. Sam had rested while talking and continued to follow the apprentice. Now they came to another corner. There was a small stone room at the corner, and there was an old apprentice inside and outside the room. "It's Robert." The old apprentice, outside the room, recognized the weasel and looked at Fatty warily. He pointed to the copper basin on the wooden shelf in the corner and said, "Come and wash your faces." Sam didn't know what was going on. He saw the weasel put down the oil lamp, walk to the basin, and wet his face. He picked up a piece of soap from the side and rubbed his face carelessly, especially at the juncture of his face and neck. He rubbed so hard that his skin turned red. Sam suddenly understood. No matter how powerful the faceless was, as long as they wore a fake face, they could not withstand such torture. Fatty also went to wash his face, and he actually felt much more refreshed and relaxed. Dr. Wargrave said that washing your hands and face often can reduce the incidence of diseases. It's both safe and hygienic. After leaving the checkpoint, the weasel said. Sam nodded and asked curiously, "You're Robert?" "Yes, I'm Riga's son, Robert Fry. He also had a grandfather called Eris. Lord Eel's Fry faction used his father Riga to make meat stuffing and gave it to his grandfather Eris." "Oh, so it's River Delta City." Sam understood. In a basement of more than 50 square meters, Fatty met the representatives of the City of Knowledge and the other ghosts locked in the stone room next door. The basement was only 4 to 5 meters deep. After all, they only hid from assassins and thugs, not nuclear bombs. 10 copper pipes as thick as a bowl went through the mud, bringing fresh air and soft light to the basement. Sam found that it was neither stuffy nor dark. The temperature was neither high nor low. It was really comfortable. Samuel, an old scholar with a square face, stood up from behind the oval conference table. "I'm the head of the doctors, Sibold." Without waiting for Sam to salute, he pointed to the stone room next door and said, "You want to see Sir Ace? He's there." Sir Ace? Sam was baffled. He turned around and saw a masked gentleman in a brocade robe sitting on a wrought-tin chair in a small stone room, separated from the conference room by an iron fence. Chapter 668. He was wearing a dark purple mask that looked like a gas mask, revealing his pale and wrinkled forehead and a pair of pale blue eyes. There was a thin layer of thin and fragile white hair on the top of his head. He was wearing a double-breasted white velvet suit with empty sleeves, as if he had no arms. He was wearing a pair of white lambskin trousers and brown-high riding boots. 7 gods above! Sam's small eyes widened in horror as he took a few steps back. His fat face was pale as he howled, "This is a deviant ghost. You have released the deviant ghost. You have betrayed the humans of the 7 kingdoms and sided with Frost God?" No matter how much the other party dressed like a gentleman, even if he was wearing a mask, Fatty could still recognize his identity through the pair of flickering blue eyes. Deviant ghost. Bastard. The triangular-eyed scholar who had brought Sam into the City of Knowledge at the docks shouted angrily. He pointed at the deviant ghost dressed as a noble of the 7 kingdoms and said, "This is Sir Ace. Don't be rude. He is clearly a deviant ghost. Don't think that I can't recognize him just because he changed his clothes." Sam said with a trembling face, "I am a member of the clan beyond the Great Wall." The deviant ghost behind the iron fence stuttered. Sam's pupils constricted as he said in disbelief, "You can speak." As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he had made a fool of himself. Deviant ghosts could of course speak. They were also highly intelligent life forms. "Don't you only know how to speak the ancient language?" Sam asked. He was shocked to find that the deviant ghost's voice no longer pierced his soul like an ice lake exploding. "What's wrong with your voice?" "Sir Ace's voice has a soul attack. After our research, we found that the dragon crystal can effectively block the sound waves that are harmful to humans." A hunchbacked old doctor said excitedly, "This is the doctor of the occult, Hartanine." Robert Fry introduced to Sam in a low voice. "As long as there is a mainstream language in the world, the City of Knowledge has it. The so-called ancient language is just the language of the ancestors. It's not difficult for us. We can speak the ancient language, so we can also teach Sir Ace a simple common language." A thin and tall doctor said proudly, "History and ancient language double major, Dr. Guillermo." Robert added. Sam said in a daze, "Why are you teaching him the common language?" "To search for the truth and restore the truth of history." Chief Steward Theobald left his seat and gently patted Sam's shoulder a few times. He praised, "Thank you for bringing us Sir Ace and solving the secret of the long night and the deviant ghosts for humans." "What secret?" "Sir Ace, please introduce yourself so that the misunderstanding between the Night Guardian and your tribe can be resolved." The head doctor faced the well-dressed white ghoul in the small cell and said gently, "My name is Ace Magna, tribe leader of the Eternal Winter Tribe. We have invaded the Northern Territory before, but we are not the devil who brought the eternal night. We are also humans, just like the children of the forest, demi-humans from the last era." The well-dressed deviant ghost was truly like a polite gentleman. He explained the history of himself, his tribe, his race, and the origin of the long night in detail. In short, they had been living in the land of eternal winter. They were neither the ancestors of ice magic in Lies of the Ancients, nor the evil force that brought the long night to the world, according to the Night Watchers. Sir Ace is also a lord beyond the Great Wall and is worthy of the title Sir. We should treat him with the etiquette of a noble captive and give him the necessary respect," the thin and tall doctor of mysticism said. "I've really seen deviant ghosts. You believe the nonsense of deviant ghosts?" Sam shook his head. At least they didn't bring the long night. Now that Sir Ace has come to the old town, it only lowered the temperature in the basement a little. The long night didn't come. And in the past few thousand years, Sir Ace's people have been living in the land of eternal winter in the far north. They believe in the old gods. Although they aren't ancestors, they aren't much different from them, the doctor said. You haven't seen deviant ghost babies before. They turn human babies into deviant ghosts. Can the ancestors beyond the Great Wall do it? Sam said excitedly, "Even if what you said is true, what can you prove? Legend has it that the deviant ghosts even steal human children. It's not rare to see cannibals among the barbarians. At most, Sir Ace was an enemy of the Northern Territory, but it was too much to let them bear the crime of bringing eternal winter to the world. I don't want to discuss the reason for the long night with you." Sem shook his head and said seriously, "The Great Wall is threatened by deviant ghosts. I only brought deviant ghosts to the City of Knowledge for one purpose: to use the Scholars' Network to call on the nobles of the 7 countries to end the Civil War and fully support the Great Wall, regardless of whether the long night will come or not, and regardless of why the long night came. It's a fact that deviant ghosts intend to attack the Great Wall. The barbarians have also tried to take down the Great Wall and invade the Northern Territory. But now the barbarians have become allies of the Night Watchmen. Why can't the ice tribe of the land of eternal winter turn from enemies to friends?" the doctor asked. Sam looked around in shock and anger. Seeing that the doctors either nodded in agreement or remained silent, he couldn't help but say angrily, "You're all crazy. I'm going to tell Count Hathar. Tell the Dragon Queen of Dragonstone Island. Tell the Night Watchman on the Great Wall." "Sir Ace, please excuse me." The doctor bowed to the deviant ghost and then pulled Sem out of the door with a cold face. They walked along the dark tunnel for 40 to 50 meters and entered a small room with plenty of light. "Do you have a pig's brain?" the doctor scolded loudly. "Those who are not of our tribe will definitely have different intentions. Do you think I don't understand this principle?" "What?" Sam, who had been indignant, was at a loss. The doctor's thin lips moved up and down like a machine gun. He quickly said, "Whether the monster you brought is a deviant ghost, an ancestor, or, as he said, an ancient remnant, it's a fact that humans know nothing about them. Now that he's willing to speak, whether it's the truth or not, we can extract some useful information. We can understand the social structure of the monsters, their population size, and the reason for going south. The secret of the long night." "Oh no, there is no long night. You're tricking him into giving up information?" Sam suddenly understood and then admired the doctors in the City of Knowledge. The older the ginger, the wiser it was. He didn't see it at all before. "Will the deviant ghost be fooled?" he asked doubtfully. "Natural selection, survival of the fittest. Since we humans are the protagonists of the world, it means that humans are better than other species. We are either stronger or more intelligent. That monster was born with powerful ice magic and is stronger than humans. Therefore, it must be less intelligent than humans. Furthermore, the scholars are the smartest among humans. Isn't it natural for smart people to trick fools?" The doctor's square face was filled with arrogance. Sam nodded repeatedly. He looked at the long chain around the doctor's neck. He really lived up to his name. His analysis was so reasonable and logical that he couldn't find any loopholes. "Dr. Theobald, you have to be careful. The deviant ghost's ice magic is powerful. A steel cage won't be able to hold it," Sam reminded. "Don't worry, it's foolproof. There's more than 50 kilograms of wildfire buried in the ceiling." Theobald said confidently, "What?" Sam was shocked. "In the conference room we were in before." "Of course. Other than wildfire, there's also kerosene and gunpowder. Once it's activated, it's guaranteed that he'll die. But Sam felt a lingering fear. If the deviant ghost went berserk and the doctor activated the trap, the deviant ghost would definitely die, but wouldn't he 7 levels of hell? When they were talking earlier, the doctors all looked natural. None of them even glanced at the ceiling. What kind of mental fortitude was that? As expected of the ruthless person who designed the blood dragon's wild dance, murdered the dragon queen, and hardened the faceless. Fat Sam suddenly felt true respect for these doctors, ignoring their character, who could compare to their fearless spirit of seeking death. "Doctor, did you get any useful information?" Sam asked. "Of course. Ace is only a minor feudal lord. Above him, there's a king of monsters. All feudal lords listen to the king of monsters." Dr. Theobald's expression became unprecedentedly solemn. He slowly told them the information he had obtained. It wasn't necessarily accurate, but it was very organized. It was obvious that the doctor had targeted the problem and was very purposeful in obtaining information. To be honest, the doctor had indeed wanted to destroy the corpses and evidence to prevent the deviant ghost from reaching the old town. Admitting the deviant ghost was equivalent to admitting that the real world that the City of Knowledge had insisted on for thousands of years was a joke. If the threat of deviant ghosts always existed and only supernatural powers could resist them, then the act of destroying human magic power was akin to castrating oneself. If the real world was a joke, then the blood dragon's wild dance, led by the scholars, would be a complete sin. This sin was enough to shut down the City of Knowledge. But when the deviant ghost personally appeared before them, some of the scholars remembered their responsibility. When the scholars received the chains, they swore a sacred oath to serve the people, the nobles. Moreover, as scholars, they had the spirit of seeking the truth. Was this contradictory? It wasn't. The scholars of the City of Knowledge were a unified title, but they were also divided into 2 generations, past and present. The experiences of the 2 generations were different, and so were their perceptions. In the past, deviant ghosts did not appear, and the long night was illusory. Without reality to slap them in the face, the scholars could take it for granted that deviant ghosts were fake and magic was just a tool for people with special bloodlines to do evil. To the human race as a whole, supernatural powers did more harm than good. To build a world without magic and gods, it was like heaven for ordinary people. But now the scholars were constantly being taught a lesson by reality. Rationally, they would no longer insist on the idea of the real world, but the seniors had already driven the car into a dead end. There was no way out, and they could only go all the way. The sins were committed by the seniors, and the juniors hated the real world now. If they admitted their guilt, not only would they lose face, but the City of Knowledge would be completely finished. Therefore, they could only resist and try their best to pretend to be peaceful. The scholars of the City of Knowledge only hoped to have a time machine. It would be best if they could travel to before the blood dragon's wild dance, so that the seniors would stop tormenting themselves. Secondly, they could travel to before the ambush of the Dragon Queen and directly kneel down and surrender, so that the Dragon Queen would be merciful and let the City of Knowledge off the hook. The scholars did not have a time machine, so they denied the long night verbally while seriously studying deviant ghosts in action. They were tormented by the contradiction. The head scholar said, "I didn't want you to participate, but you kept making a fuss. Since that's the case, you will cooperate with us. The scholars will play the good cop, and you will play the bad cop. Figure out the details of the monsters." Sam thought about it. The Dragon Queen had also hoped to figure out the secret of the deviant ghosts, but she did not succeed. If the smartest in the world scholar could do it, it would be a good thing, so he nodded and agreed. But he also put forward his own request. "I came to the City of Knowledge for 2 purposes. One of them has already been achieved. The rest is to persuade the City of Knowledge to send out messenger crows to warn all the nobles about the deviant ghosts." "That won't do. We haven't asked clearly. It might be a false alarm. The deviant ghosts can't cross the Great Wall at all." Sigmund shook his head. Chapter 669. Doctor, I understand your concerns, but the City of Knowledge's reputation has already hit rock bottom. Admitting your mistakes can at least prove your courage and reduce your psychological pressure, Sam advised. Pressure? What pressure? Don't spout nonsense. Everything we do is for the people of the 7 nations. Theobald pulled a long face and tried his best to straighten his slightly hunched back to make himself look indomitable and magnanimous. We have a clear conscience. We eat well, sleep well, and stand upright. He emphasized again. Sam raised his head and pointed at the ceiling, the muscles on his fat face trembling. Why live in a bunker if there's no pressure? The deeper the bunker is, the more complicated the tunnels are, and the greater the pressure in your heart. The fatty's words were like a jack that had been supporting the doctor's back. The doctor's body collapsed, and his back became even hunchier than before. Then he flew into a rage out of humiliation. His square face was distorted, and smoke seemed to come out of his nostrils. He scolded, "Bastard, you're just a little apprentice. How can you talk to the doctor's manager like this?" Sam was scared. He shrunk his neck and said in a panic, "My father is Randall Tarley. Randall Tarley is nothing in front of Danny Rise. I even dared to murder Danny Rise. My name is first on the Mystic Dragon's list of sinners," Theobald said sinisterly. Sam was no longer afraid after being threatened. He only said helplessly, "If the City of Knowledge doesn't want to cooperate, then forget it." Anyway, the chief bishop and dragon queen had warned the nobles. Long Night and other ghosts were already known to everyone, but now he really regretted it. He didn't listen when the dragon queen told him to go home and not go to the City of Knowledge. As expected, the City of Knowledge didn't provide any help. In the next few days, Sam tried his best to cooperate with the doctors, hoping to get more useful information from the other ghosts so that his trip wouldn't be in vain. They studied the ethnic composition of the other ghosts, the relationship between the ghouls and other ghosts, their eating habits, magic techniques. The other ghosts weren't very cooperative. But it wasn't like they didn't say anything. In just a few days, the doctor had recorded a pile of information about the land of eternal winter and beyond the world. According to the deviant ghosts, the land of eternal winter was just the front yard of the world gate. They could walk a few thousand miles further north. If the deviant ghosts weren't lying, then the land north of the Great Wall was no smaller than the land south of the Great Wall. Why is the world so big? The world isn't that big, but there are other worlds outside of this world, the deviant ghost said. Then the scholar became more and more afraid of deviant ghosts. Even the deviant races in the world had ulterior motives. How could the strange races and civilizations outside the world have good intentions? Even the deviant ghost king that Danny had been very curious about officially appeared in the mouth of the deviant ghost. The king of savages is not permanent. When the ancestors beyond the Great Wall are unable to survive the winter, the various tribes will gather together and elect a king of savages. The king of savages will lead all the savages south. It was the same for the Eternal Winter tribe. When there is enough food, we live in small tribes. When the king of ice and snow is born, we will submit to him and go south to find prey. In the past thousands of years, the king of ice and snow did not appear. 5 years ago he came. He's here? Professor Gaile, who looked like a bamboo pole, chewed carefully. Suddenly his expression changed. He said in shock, "Your king came from another place. He was originally human." Sam didn't hide the information he knew about deviant ghosts from the scholar. He told the City of Knowledge that deviant ghosts might not have the ability to reproduce and could only be transformed from the male infants of the ancestors who worshipped the old gods. Therefore, Gaile, who had been communicating with the deviant ghost in the ancient language, could understand the subtext of the deviant ghost's words. After a long silence, the deviant ghost's muffled voice came from behind the dragon crystal mask. "Only a noble heart that is entangled by the most heinous sins is worthy of our absolute loyalty." A noble heart that is entangled by the most heinous sins. After Gaile translated the deviant ghost's words, Sam and the other scholars looked at each other in shock. At least, the deviant ghost admitted one thing. The deviant ghost king came from the human world. He had a noble soul, but he was burdened by the most heinous sins. In endless suffering, he was chosen as the deviant ghost king. Moreover, it happened 5 years ago. Who is he? Sam asked anxiously. Sir Ace glanced at Fatty with his emotionless blue eyes and said, "His human identity is meaningless to us." Sam asked a few more times, but Sir Ace only said that he didn't know. Dr. Theobald stopped Fatty and said slowly, "Actually, knowing who he is not of much use to us. Let's ask something else. For example, the ability of the King of Ice and Snow. The King of Ice and Snow can't bring about the long night. We just lack food." The deviant ghost said, "Food? What do you eat? We've been here for a few days." But Sir Ace doesn't seem to have eaten anything. Dr. Gaile was puzzled. Warm blood, fresh blood from living creatures. The deviant ghost stared at Fatty and said, "Human blood is the best." Hiss, the scholars who were pretending to be red faces couldn't hold it in any more. Their expressions changed as they exclaimed, "Don't even think about eating me." Fatty's face turned pale. He took a few steps back and shouted, "He really is a demon." The head scholar glanced at Fatty and asked the deviant ghost with a forced smile, "Is animal blood okay?" "Human blood. After eating it once, you won't need to eat for many years. Animal blood is much worse." The deviant ghost said, "Prepare a bowl of pig blood for Sir Ace." Thinking that the deviant ghost could turn the corpse into a corpse ghost, the head scholar immediately changed his words. "The noble Sir Ace can't drink pig blood. He needs a bowl of phoenix blood." "Where did the phoenix come from?" Robert Fry hurriedly asked. "Idiot, chicken blood," the head scholar scolded in a low voice. "Use a small bowl," he emphasized again. Robert Fry obeyed the order and left. At this time a history professor suddenly said, "I understand. The eternal winter tribe lives on the blood of savages. In the past few thousand years, they didn't approach the Great Wall because the number of savages was enough for them to survive. In winter, the savages went south, so they followed. The long winter lasted for several years. The savages had no food reserves and died out. The eternal winter tribe could only invade the north. That makes sense. This is the truth about the long night and deviant ghosts." The head scholar immediately nodded in agreement. After waiting for about half an hour, Robert walked in with a large bowl full of warm blood. However, before he could enter the door, a trace of anger flashed across the head scholar's face. He hurriedly rushed out of the door and pulled Robert to the corner of the corridor. He scolded, "What did I say just now? You used such a big bowl. Are you afraid that the monster won't be full and won't have the strength to riot?" "This is the smallest bowl," Robert said, aggrieved. The head scholar was stunned. He said, "Find a goblet and pour a quarter of a cup. Just enough to moisten his throat." Robert's wretched, weasel-like face trembled a few times. He hurriedly turned around to find a goblet. "Wait," the head scholar stopped him. "Have you dealt with the rooster's body? It's not the rooster. The bunker doesn't have a kitchen. I found Lazy Man Leo and killed a few pigeons." Robert muttered, "Pigeons are fine. Have you dealt with the body? How?" "Throw it into the fireplace and burn it. No body is allowed in the bunker, not even a pigeon." Theobald's square face was stern as he said sternly, "Oh." After almost an hour, Robert finally found Leo again. He found him sitting by the fireplace, the fire reflecting red light from his oily mouth. A mouthful of red wine and a mouthful of roasted pigeon with honey. Leo was using his own method to deal with the pigeon's body. "It smells so good. Give me one." Robert swallowed. He suddenly felt hungry. Leo Tyrrell pointed at the fireplace and said casually, "You can get it yourself." "Huh. Why are there only 5 skewers? Robert squatted down and found that 2 of the skewers were empty. There were 3 pigeons skewered on the skewers, giving off the smell of pepper, honey, and fennel. I remember that we killed 6 pigeons in total. Robert turned around and said nervously, 6? Leo tilted his head and looked at the furnace. He said lazily, you remembered wrong. There are only 5. Are you sure? Robert was the first to become uncertain. There are deviants in the cellar. The doctor told us to be wary of corpses turning into zombies. Hey, it's just a pigeon. Even if it really turns into an undying monster, I can still squeeze it out of its shit. Leo waved his hand and said nonchalantly, maybe the zombies know magic. I asked that damn fatty. The zombies are just resurrected from the dead. They are slightly stronger and faster, but their movements are stiff and they have no magic power. As long as their numbers don't increase, there's nothing to worry about. Still be careful. That monster drinks human blood. Robert held a pigeon and gnawed on it as he searched the room. He didn't find anything. I said, only 5 pigeons, Leo said impatiently. Robert found a seat and sat down. He stopped talking about the pigeons and talked to Leo about Rosie's first night for the nth time. A few days later, Theobald found that Sir Ace was more willing to chat with them, but the useful information revealed in his words was getting less and less. Furthermore, the information it had revealed was so frightening that he decided to act brazenly and activate the trap. A large pot of wildfire fell from the ceiling. Sir Ace was caught off guard. He howled and cursed, and was burned into a cloud of mist by the green flames. The doctor's decisiveness made Sam, who was at the side, extremely shocked. What is this? He asked blankly. The head doctor held a thick stack of imported dragon paper and sneered. Either he has the intention to hide it, or he doesn't know much. In short, I can be sure that we won't be able to get any useful information from him. Since that's the case, of course we have to kill him immediately to prevent future trouble. But Sam's fat face was conflicted. I think we should put him on display to let the people and nobles know how terrifying other ghosts are. The head doctor patted Sam's shoulder and warned him meaningfully, no matter how terrifying a monster in a cage is, it won't make people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. That's human nature. Otherwise, the nobles who saw him on Dragonstone Island wouldn't be so calm. At least they don't value the monster as much as you, who personally experienced the monster tide. Sam was thoughtful and asked, what do you plan to do? Send a messenger crow to tell everyone about the monster. The head doctor waved the document in his hand and said with a complicated expression, the scholars who serve the feudal lord will persuade their feudal lords to stock up on dragon crystals and strengthen the city walls. They will try their best to send all the idlers to the Great Wall. Sam let out a long sigh of relief. Although the City of Knowledge still did not recognize the Long Night and other ghosts, it finally started to do something. My mission is complete. I should leave, he said. No, you have to get a scholar's necklace before you can leave. Why? I don't want to be cursed on the street. I don't want to humiliate the family, Sam said with a bitter face. Yes, everyone no longer sees the scholar's necklace as an honor. Dr. Theobald's expression was gloomy, as if he had suddenly aged 10 years. You are a good seedling. You have a good family background and a quick mind. You even killed other ice monsters. You are destined to have a bright future. The City of Knowledge depends on people like you to support it. The head doctor was sincere, but Sam planned to run away in the night. When he returned to his residence, he immediately asked Jilly to prepare a bow. We have to leave as soon as possible. We can't let the doctor put the necklace on me. Where's my horn? What horn? The horn that John gave me was inlaid with copper. You tried it, but it didn't sound. I don't know. Jilly shook her head. Chapter 670. Should he head north to Winterfell? Aegon was worried at first, but 2 days later his wife suddenly announced the good news. "Darling, I am pregnant. You are going to be a father." Sansa held his hand and placed it on her soft belly. Looking at his wife's gentle, loving, and hopeful eyes under the light, Aegon decided to be a good man. When Dany Rise was pregnant and the old woman predicted that she would give birth to a horse that would ride the world, the Horse King decided to be a good man. He would avenge his wife and help her reclaim her home. After Sansa became pregnant, Aegon also decided to be a good man. He would avenge his wife and help her reclaim her lost home. The day after announcing the Queen's pregnancy, Aegon ordered Earl Mage of Bear Island, Earl Gilbert of Deepwood Castle, Earl Great John of Huthfire, and Sir Andor Royce of Valley, the eldest son of Bronze John, to lead 2,000 cavalry out of River Delta City. Because the people of Swamp provided them with supplies, they could travel quickly through the next swamp. In just half a month, they had traveled 800 kilometers PS and reached the Gulf of Carlin. What would it be like for a normal person to attack the Gulf of Carlin? Take the Looting Bridge as a reference. The next swamp was once an ordinary piece of land with forests and plains. 10,000 years ago, in the war between the Children of the Forest and the Ancestors, several Green Prophet joined forces and cast a forbidden spell, causing a tsunami to reach hundreds of kilometers into the land, turning thousands of miles into a swamp. It was a map bomb. Perhaps the forbidden spell changed the rules. But even after the flood receded, the forests and plains did not return. Instead, they became swamps of death that devoured life. The King's Road that ran through the next swamp was like a bridge that connected the two sides. If a person or horse left the bridge and fell into the swamp, if they were unlucky, they would sink into the mud. If there were no companions to save them, they would leave behind a trail of dirty bubbles and disappear from the world. Therefore, crossing the Gulf of Carlin was equivalent to crossing the 400-kilometer-long Looting Bridge. It was hard to say whether the Gulf of Carlin or the Looting Bridge was more dangerous. Lu Dingxiao only needed to defend against attacks from the other side, but the enemy used automatic weapons. The output of machine guns and mortars would definitely be stronger than crossbows and swords. However, there were several towers built in the swamp at Carlin Bay. Apart from the one man holding the pass at the front, there would be a rain of arrows and ballista fire from the left, right, and even behind them. Bolton had arranged for 200 men to guard Carlin Bay. In theory, they should be able to defend against the combined attacks of all the vassals south of the next swamp. However, in the face of aerial bombardment in a three-dimensional war, the natural barriers in a two-dimensional war were nothing. This was a true dimensional reduction attack. They did not even need the help of the swamp people. With just Tyrion riding on Tessa's back and throwing kerosene bombs, it only took them 5 minutes to clear the third perilous pass of the Seven Kingdoms, which had once stopped the Undulls for decades and Lothbolton for 2 years. Continuing north, Aegon's cavalry and Jon's barbarians met up at the barren grave of the ancestors. It seemed that the heavens were also on Stark's side. Today, winter had arrived, but there had been several months of sunny days. At the foot of Winterfell, the Dragon Wolf Alliance met Erlu, who was leading a group of defeated soldiers. Erlu had a tenacious heart, a steel-like will, and a brain like iron. Even when he was attacked by Dany, the matter of the child of the prophecy, he did not give up on his goal. However, after enduring for more than a month, he finally crossed the sea of snow that reached his thighs. However, before he could reach the base of Winterfell's city wall, he was attacked by the Little Skin Flayer. That's right, the Little Skin Flayer took the initiative to attack. He did not wait for Erlu to set up a siege formation. The Skin Flayer's army was even larger, and he was still waiting for an exhausted enemy. If he still hid behind the city wall despite having the advantage, he would be looked down upon by the northern nobles who sided with the Bolton family. As expected, Erlu, who did not cheat, was defeated again. Yes, looking at Erlu's battle records over the past few years, with Aunt May by his side, he would definitely win. If he was alone, he would definitely lose. After going through countless hardships and losing a quarter of the Southern Knights, they finally walked out of the Wolfswood. Then they were chased away like ducks. How tragic! Erlu fled back to the wolf forest with the remaining soldiers. After counting the number of people, he sadly found that there were only 500 Red Heart Knights of blazing flame left from the south to the north, and only half of the 3,000 clansmen from the north were left. During the chaotic battle, John entered Witty's body and attacked the little skin flayer. He bit off his calf and dispersed the cavalry that was chasing after Erlu. If not for that, Erlu would have been killed, just like in Traveling Power. To be honest, when Tyrion saw Erlu at the foot of Winterfell, he had the urge to kill him immediately. Erlu was in a worse state than when he had just been defeated. He only had 1,000 emaciated and defeated soldiers with him. Erlu defeated Winterfell, and the Dragon-Wolf Alliance approached Winterfell for more than a month. They lacked food and clothing, lost the battle, and couldn't see any hope. Half of them froze to death and starved to death. Only 300 of the Southern Knights were left. They had lost their war horses and were so hungry that they were all skin and bones. Their eyes were green, and they couldn't even lift their swords. What a pity, what a pity! After landing at the foot of Winterfell, Tyrion looked at the red-robed priestess standing beside Jon at the front of the army. Then he looked at the 3,000 mercenaries on the left of the army who were holding the stag flag. He regretted it. Before Aegon got married, he should have ridden the dragon to the Northern Territory and secretly killed Erlu with kerosene bombs. But now, who would have thought that such a weak person would have a chance to turn the tables? Jon didn't come alone. He brought along Erlu's wife, daughter, Aunt May, and the king's hand. Erlu's wife and Aunt May only had 100 Southern Knights with them. They weren't a threat. Onion Knight Davos brought 3,000 Braavos mercenaries to save Erlu's life. They were all cavalrymen. Jon set off from East Seaview and took a ship to Widow's Point, which was about 1,800 kilometers away. Braavos was only 900 kilometers away from Widow's Point. Erlu had planned to recruit at least 20,000 mercenaries, but time was tight. Jon's 6,000 troops couldn't afford to waste time in Widow's Point. Erlu's target was the Iron Throne. The tens of thousands of mercenaries weren't prepared for Winterfell. I didn't expect to meet you again under such circumstances. The gnome sighed. Jon and Erlu gave Tyrion different responses to the same sentence. Jon gave the gnome a big hug and said sincerely, "I'm so happy to meet you here." When he saw the huge pterosaur soaring in the sky, he exclaimed, "Congratulations, you finally realized your dream of becoming a dragon knight. I didn't expect you to remember." The gnome hugged his younger brother, who had become more weathered than him. He was very touched. Crack, crack! Erlu puffed up his cheeks, which were so thin that only a thin layer of skin was left. He ground his teeth and swore to himself, "Sooner or later, I'll punish and burn this gnome who committed the crime of kinslaying and treason to death. I know the king you're loyal to Aegon Targaryen, Aegon the Sixth." He stared at the gnome, his masseter muscles bulging. Like Joffrey and Tommen, he's a bastard that Varys found to confuse the Targaryen bloodline. I don't know why the shrewd Dany Rise was deceived, but I won't admit that he's the son of Rhaegar and Ilya. "No one cares about your attitude," Tyrion said in annoyance. A sharp glint flashed in Erlu's sunken eyes. He said coldly, "There are few people with purple eyes and silver hair in Westeros, but there are many of them on the other side of the narrow sea. Crown Prince Aegon might not even be a Westeros. If his identity is unclear, how can he become the king of the Seven Kingdoms? Now that even your nephew Tommen is dead, I'm the only successor left in the Baratheon dynasty. According to the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, all the nobles and citizens of the Seven Kingdoms, including you, should submit to the true king. Actually, I have a question for you." Tyrion tilted his head and looked at Erlu strangely. "Don't you have any self-awareness? Don't you know that you're hated by everyone?" Erlu pursed his thin lips and said, "The law is the law. It has nothing to do with personal likes and dislikes. It's also because the law is impartial that the country can operate in an orderly manner under the rules of the law. The current chaos in the Seven Kingdoms is due to the trampling of the law. If the Seven Kingdoms want peace to be restored and the people to live and work in peace, we should uphold the law and rebuild the dignity and sanctity of the law. You're not wrong. If the king and the nobles followed the law, the Seven Kingdoms would definitely be at peace now. The dwarf nodded with a complicated expression, then shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, we've always lacked a powerful law enforcement organization that can judge the king's actions without affecting the king's authority. For example, I believe that you can strictly abide by the law and give absolute justice to anyone, only to yourself. Do you dare to swear in front of the 7 gods that you've never done anything against the law? I have a clear conscience, Erlu said, lifting his chin. The dwarf shook his head. You can't. There are many kings in this world who can be impartial and treat others strictly, but there's only one who is strict to benefit oneself. Unfortunately, she's not you. Her. A woman's figure appeared in Erlu's mind unconsciously. It seemed like she was laughing, mocking him. Thinking of this, his pupils constricted and he clenched his teeth. Since ancient times, in the 10,000 years of human history, the number of kings is as many as the sand in the Ganges River. Only the Dragon Queen, using the reason of violating the law, ordered the judge to execute the punishment of whipping herself in front of the entire city. You must know that she was the one who wrote the law, the dwarf said in admiration. Of course, he suspected that the Dragon Queen was putting on an act, but she was the only king who was willing to pay such a high price to put on an act. This was a matter of attitude. In front of the law, the king would also be judged and punished. Many years had passed, and the Dragon Queen had become a well-known figure. Some of her deeds had also spread out of Slave Bay and were known by the people of the world. Among them was the story of the Dragon Queen, whipping herself and correcting the law. Therefore, after hearing the dwarf's words, Erlu was silent, John was deep in thought, and the surrounding nobles and knights were also shocked. After a moment of silence, the thin knight with an onion imprinted on his chest took a step forward and said loudly, "As everyone knows, His Majesty Stannis is a man of integrity to the point of rigidity. He would not purposely make a mistake and then whip himself to flaunt his integrity." Onion. The dwarf glanced at the skinny brown-haired knight's chest and then looked at his left hand, which was wearing a thick leather glove. The Onion Knight Davos? The hand of the king, Davos, the Onion Knight emphasized. Then he asked with a smile, "Knight, I wonder what your identity is now." A glint flashed across the dwarf's eyes, and he asked back, "What do you think?" "I heard that you once swore allegiance to the Dragon Queen, and now you are Aegon the Sixth's advisor?" The Dragon Queen swore that she would not start a war between the 7 kingdoms. But you helped her nephew come to the Westeros to fight for the Iron Throne. Davos chuckled, looking like an honest and considerate person. Either you went back on your oath, or your actions went against your oath. What right does a person who went back on her oath have to judge the great King Stannis? If you did not go back on your oath, then your actions now represent the will of the Dragon Queen, and the person who went back on her oath would be her. She used her nephew as her chess piece. The Dragon Queen who went back on her oath naturally has no right to be compared to my great King Stannis. The dwarf actually saw through the evil intentions under the onion's skin. This matter it is easy for others to understand, but unfortunately the great King Stannis does not. The imp shook his head and sighed. Chapter 671. Erlu guessed that the dwarf did not have anything nice to say, but he asked coldly, "What do I not understand?" The dwarf looked at the clouds at a 45-degree angle and said softly, "Logging is tiring." "Logging is tiring?" Erlu's expression changed. Tyrion let out a long sigh and continued, "When the Dragon Queen made her vow, King Aegon was still living in seclusion. The Dragon Queen had built a great foundation at Slave Bay, and King Aegon was the eldest son of the previous king, so he had the priority to inherit the Iron Throne. They were aunt and nephew, but they were also kings. The two kings did not meet and were destined to belong to different branches. The path of a king was to have an independent will. Of course, King Aegon did not have to abide by his aunt's vow, but he cared about their relationship and chose to leave Slave Bay quietly without saying goodbye. He also gave up the Targaryen ancestral emblem and declared that there were two branches. From then on, his actions only represented himself and had nothing to do with the queen. The Dragon Queen kept her vow, but she was not a cold-blooded blockhead. She cared about her blood relationship with her nephew and silently gave up her most trusted minister without breaking her vow. He used his thumb to poke his chest. "Sigh, Your Majesties, how could a cold-blooded person who could kill her own brother for the sake of the Iron Throne understand the love between aunt and nephew? What do you mean?" Erlu gritted his teeth and glared. "Everyone in the world knows how Renly died. Times have changed. In the past, no one knew magic, and only thought that Renly's death was baffling. Now, everyone sees the person beside you." Tyrion glanced at the red-robed woman who was emitting waves of heat. He felt a little guilty, and his voice softened subconsciously. This woman was truly extraordinary. Although the weather was clear today, Winterfell was covered in white snow. The ice and snow did not melt, and the north wind lifted his robes. The cold air was like nails that penetrated his bones. He had wrapped himself into a ball with his fur, but he still felt cold. However, that woman was dressed in a light and elegant red robe. More than half of her fair, swaying chest was exposed. Not only was she not cold, but even the people around her could feel the heat around her. It seemed that even the Dragon Queen could not do it. As expected of a demigod, Erlu was a fool. He didn't bring her along for the Battle of the Blackwater River and the expedition to the south to attack Winterfell. "You are a scoundrel who killed your father, uncle, and nephew. How dare you accuse me of killing my own family?" The sound of Erlu grinding teeth brought the dwarf back to his senses. Seeing the terrifying look on his face, as if he was about to devour someone, the dwarf stole a glance at the red-robed woman. "Don't be so agitated. I'll kill my father too. We're all the same. I'm not looking down on you." Hearing this, Erlu became even more agitated. His body trembled as he growled, "Little devil, are you trying to start a war?" "If it's a one-on-one, sure." Tyrion raised his eyebrows. "With just you?" Erlu grasped the hero's red sword at his waist. Jon looked at the half-exposed red sword in astonishment. The red light and heat on the blade had disappeared. Erlu hadn't replenished his mana for a long time. "It's a duel between knights. You ride a horse and I ride a dragon." The dwarf laughed. "Aye." Erlu's skinny face that was stuck to his skull suddenly turned purplish red. "Your Majesty, since this knight dares to challenge the child of the prophecy, why don't you fulfill his wish?" The red-robed woman's voice was soft and gentle, like a lover's whisper. The dwarf caught a glimpse of the magic ruby at her throat that reflected the red light, but he shuddered and his back broke out in a hot sweat. "Ha ha ha, don't be so serious. I'm just joking. How can a small dwarf be qualified to challenge the king? It's freezing here. Why don't we help the Duke of the Northern Territory take down Winterfell? And then we can sit by the warm fireplace and enjoy good wine while we reminisce about old times." Jon didn't want to see the two allies fight, so he immediately invited the commanders into his tent to discuss the battle plan. Tyrion looked at the map provided by the dwarf. Not only were the names of the sentry towers and buildings in Winterfell marked in detail, even the Bolton army's defense, the location of the ballistae, the little Skinner's dormitory, and the command center were all accurate. Obviously, this was another battle with asymmetric information. He sighed and said, "Tonight we can enter the city to soak in the hot springs. Count Medji is familiar with the surrounding terrain and is guarding outside with 1,000 cavalrymen. I'll open the city gates, and the rest of the people will swarm in and kill all the Skinner in the city. If anyone escapes, Count Medji will be in charge of pursuing them. What do you all think?" John nodded. If the dwarf could quickly blast open the city gates, the rest of the people could fight however they wanted. "Your Majesty Stannis, what do you think?" He looked at the gloomy Erlu. "What about Roose Bolton?" Erlu asked. There was no sign of the old Skinner on the map. Lord Eel stroked his fat and oily chin and muttered, "That bastard Rhaenys married Miss Arya, so Winterfell belongs to him. After the bastard defeated you, Lord Leech left Winterfell. He said that he was homesick after leaving the Terror Castle for many years. That's not my sister. The Iron Throne used Jenny Poole to disguise herself as Arya," John hurriedly said. Erlu's bony fingers tapped twice on the map and said, "I don't care about the rest, but I want Theon Greyjoy and Rhaenys Bolton. They have committed countless crimes and have to be judged by the king." Tyrion sneered and said, "Burn them and offer them to the Red God? Which country's laws apply to such a trial?" His Majesty Aegon didn't come. "King Stannis has the highest rank here," Davos reminded. "Theon." John looked conflicted. "Theon didn't kill Rickon and Bran, so he doesn't deserve to die. And now he has received the punishment he deserves. Maybe we can let him go." Erlu turned his head and said, "He betrayed us and attacked Winterfell. He was the trigger for the series of events and indirectly destroyed your family. How can we forgive him so easily?" John frowned and didn't say anything. If Theon didn't betray Robb, Winterfell wouldn't have fallen. Little Skinner wouldn't have been able to survive. Little Skinner was arrested and locked up in Winterfell's death row prison. The best outcome would have been to put on a black cloak and Theon would have released him. Carlin Bay wouldn't have fallen into Tywin's hands. Robb wouldn't have been in a hurry to return to the north. The outcome would have been different. This plot was different from the corresponding plot of Game of Thrones. Although Uncle Finger was willing to send cannons, he didn't care about the military strength of Rhaenys and the Skinners. Between the northern region, which had been crippled and was still divided, and the fertile and well-preserved valley, which would you choose? Anyone with a normal brain would choose the valley and take back Winterfell with the army of the valley. Thus, Sansa's marriage with the heir Harry was more valuable to stabilize Uncle Finger's rule over the valley. Of course, Aegon, who controlled the Black Death, was more valuable than Harry. No matter what, little Skinner couldn't marry Sansa. However, ruling the north required Stark's righteousness. Thus, Tywin used Sansa's maid, Janipol, to replace the missing person, Arya's household register. Old Skinner naturally allowed his illegitimate son to marry the fake princess. Before becoming Arya, Janipol went to Uncle Finger's missing women's chain supermarket to further her studies. Little Skinner not only married a maid, but that maid also became a prostitute for half a year. How unlucky! Jon's Raven returned to Winterfell a few times. Knowing the true identity of Arya, he didn't send Mans Red to save his sister. Theon stayed in Winterfell. Tyrion frowned. You can try Rhaenys and Theon, but you can't set up a private court. According to tradition, at least the nobles and commoners should be invited as witnesses. Of course, he didn't care about Rhaenys and Theon's lives. However, Erlu specifically asked for them, which meant that their blood was powerful. Theon was the son of King Balon, and Rhaenys was the king of the north. That's reasonable. It's reasonable. Even the bitch Queen Dowager will invite witnesses. Lord Eel squinted his small eyes and agreed. Then, the Northern and River Valley Knights followed suit. After reaching a consensus, the battle began immediately. A 300 kilograms water, tank-shaped kerosene bomb fell from a height of 400 meters. The city gate was immediately engulfed in a sea of fire. When the city gate collapsed, Jon took the lead. He rode a long-haired unicorn as tall as a bull and led 500 unicorn riders into Winterfell. Then Rhaenys Bolton's military strength wasn't weak. There were 3,000 Skinners, 5,000 northern nobles from Lonely Tomb Village, Huthfire, and the northern nobles who sided with Bolton. There were also 2,000 Freys. 10,000 soldiers defending the city was enough to deal with an enemy 10 times their number. In addition, the weather in the northern region was cold, so the defending army had an advantage. Without Tyrion's aerial bombardment, Jon and Skinner, the destined snow pair, would have been evenly matched. The battle would have lasted for a year and a half. With Skinner's treachery and viciousness, Jon might not have won. Even with the pterosaur's aerial support, Tyrion wasn't able to stay in the comfortable stone castle that night. The battle was intense. Skinner's right leg was bitten off by Jon, so he didn't charge. Instead, he stayed in the castle to command the battle. The dire wolf and Tyrion's pterosaur couldn't be beheaded. As long as the command system didn't collapse, the battle continued from noon to dusk. Some of the northern nobles who sided with Bolton almost escaped during the night. The Bolton family's scarlet Skinner flag disappeared from Winterfell in the early hours of the second day. At the Winterfell training ground, the once white and flat snowy ground was now stained with black mud from the trampling of horses, as well as dark red blood from the corpses. It was like a brand new white millwool blanket that had been thrown into a latrine and washed. In the center of the training ground, more than 10 knights in disheveled armor and despair were tied to wooden stakes. Firewood was piled high beside them. Lord Eel's face was filled with the joy of getting its revenge, and its shiny high boots made a carefree, squeaking sound in the dirty snow. He walked in front of a bald man with a short chin and moist red eyes and said with a strange smile, "Elise Fry, is my meat pie delicious?" "What?" The man with a short chin opened his moist, red eyes in a daze and looked unfocused at the fat man who was as fat as a wine barrel. Gradually, he came back to his senses and cursed. "Traitor! You swore an oath to the Iron Throne and to Duke Bolton. You have betrayed your oath and will suffer retribution. I will only have one lord, the king of the Northern Territory, Stark." Lord Eel sneered. "On the other hand, you, Fry, have already received your retribution. Hurry up, everyone is waiting." Not far away, Sir Gordy Fallon, who was beside Erlu, urged. Yes, Erlu had brought a large group of Red believers to wait for the afternoon prayer. The dozen nobles in the pile of firewood were the sacrifices. Chapter 672. Have you forgotten? When that little bastard Ramus got married, I gave him 3 meat pies. You ate them too, and you cheered loudly. Lord Eel enjoyed this moment very much. He waved his hand at Erlu and turned back, his face full of satisfaction after getting his revenge. I even let a singer sing, "Rat Chef." Hee, your son Riga, your brothers Simon and Jerry, aren't they all missing? Aerys, weasel-like, wet red eyes suddenly widened. His pale face turned slightly green, and the bald hair on his short chin trembled a few times, but he could only make hee-hee sounds. Lord Eel laughed and asked cruelly, "How does it feel to eat your son's meat pies while listening to Rat Chef?" Ugh, Aerys and the other Freys heard this and felt their stomach acid rise. Snot and tears flowed out of their stomachs together with the filth in their stomachs. You will die a horrible death. Stranger will take you to the 7 hells." Aerys cursed with a ferocious face. "I am practicing the teachings of the gods. The Holy Father will give me a fair trial." Lord Eel glanced at the impatient red god believers behind him and said in a low voice, "You can't even go to the 7 hells. The foreign evil gods will torture you in the world of death for 1,000 years, 10,000 years. 4 Freys were burned to death. Wade was originally an adopted son sent to Winterfell by the Freys in the Oath of Covenant at Rouen River City. He was also a hostage. Aerys and Hostine led 2,000 Freys to help Bolton conquer the Northern Territory. At this moment, they had all become Lalo's sacrifices. The night is long and everywhere is dangerous. We mortals live and die alone, at a loss, hesitating in the valley. Fortunately, we have compatriots gathered together. Fortunately, there is a true lord who overflows me. Melisandre and Erlu stood side by side. Erlu's wife and daughter, and the Red Heart Knights, who were 70% fewer in number than they were at the Great Wall, knelt behind them and recited the Red God prayer together. Dozens of meters away, on a tall tower, the dwarf and John stood by the window, watching Fry struggle and wail in the thick red flames. "You're Stark? You actually let a group of Red God believers sacrifice ES God in your own home. Why don't you burn down the forest of divine trees and change your faith to the Red Deity?" Tyrion said with a displeased expression. "He is my king." John sighed. "Was your brain eaten by deviant ghosts?" Tyrion widened his two deformed eyes, one big and one small, in disbelief. "Even if you pledge allegiance to the Dragon Queen, it's still 100 times better than pledging allegiance to Stannis. What are you thinking? Do you think I don't want to pledge my loyalty to Her Majesty Dany Alice?" John smiled bitterly and shook his head. "But she doesn't want to get involved in the mess in the northern region." At that time, Aegon had yet to appear. Other than King Stannis, I had no other choice. Furthermore, he sincerely wanted to uphold justice for my father. I had no reason to refuse. Tyrion looked at his younger brother, whose temperament had changed greatly, and asked, "Your sister married Aegon, which also means that Stark and Targaryen have formed an alliance. His Majesty Aegon also followed the agreement and helped Stark take revenge and take down Winterfell for Stark. Furthermore, your sister is pregnant with Aegon's heir. What do you plan to do? Aegon and Stannis will have a fight to the death. Whose side are you on?" John's bearded face was almost twisted into a furry black dog's, but "I don't know. How can you not know?" Tyrion's eyes flashed, and he said in a low voice, "John, you are no longer the silly boy who just arrived at the Great Wall. You are the king of the northern region, the only adult male in the House of Stark." John asked awkwardly, "What do you think I should do?" Just like how Ymont and Tyrion liked each other when they saw each other, John also felt an inexplicable sense of closeness and trust when he saw the two of them. Yes, the reason why John was able to blend into the Night Watchmen and stand out among them was because of Tyrion's priceless advice. "Do you know why I left Slaves Bay?" Tyrion sighed and recounted his experience. "The Dragon Queen is a good queen, but she is not a benevolent saint. In fact, she has always been cold to her true enemies. Perhaps she did not see Stark as an enemy, and could even forgive Stannis for not participating in the War of the Usurpers. However, she did not hide her malice towards Lannister. It's no wonder. You all have a reason to rebel. But my father betrayed you and tricked the King's Landing into opening and slaughtered her entire family, not even sparing the baby. Although my brother has a good reason, he is a White Knight. The Mad King can kill anyone, but he can't do it himself. Anyone in the Dragon Queen's position would not let Lannister off so easily. At least she is still magnanimous. She only hates the main culprit and only looks on coldly towards the innocent Lannister. She is happy to see us suffer. Yes, if all the lions are dead, she will clap her hands and drink 3 cups of wine. This attitude will make her subconsciously make the most disadvantageous choice for Lannister. For example, provoke my sister and make her bet the entire Lannister family on the table. Then, she will harvest all the lions with a righteous reason. Even if she doesn't do anything, my sister, my uncle, and my family will continue to do it. However, their efforts will only deepen the hatred between the two families. It will not help solve the problem at all. In fact, the difference in strength between the two sides is too great. There is no room for struggle. When the day comes when the Dragon Queen dominates the world, Lannister will most likely be trampled on like the snow in the courtyard and melted into the mud. John looked at the dirty snow mixed with black mud and blood in the training field and fell into deep thought. "You once swore loyalty to the Dragon Queen?" he asked hoarsely. Of course. Tyrion guessed that helplessness had been convinced. He sighed in relief, but smiled bitterly. "Otherwise, where did my Tessa come from? You broke your oath." Helplessness sighed. "For my family, for my blood, I am willing to fall into the 7 levels of hell." Tyrion's face was melancholy from the bottom of his heart. The Dragon Queen's words are like a mountain. She recognizes Aegon's priority to inherit the throne and will not go back on her words. As long as Aegon ascends the Iron Throne, I will become the Duke of Casterly Rock and lead Lannister to submit to him. This will cause Lannister to submit to Targaryen. An upright monarch will not harm her vassal for no reason, not to mention that Lannister is her nephew's vassal, not hers. Perhaps she will judge my brother and sister, but the rest of my family will be safe. For my family, Jon's eyes drooped, only using the corner of his eyes to look at Erlu by the fire in the training field. "What do you plan to do?" he asked softly. "It's done." The dwarf was completely relieved. "Tell me first, how strong is that woman?" Tyrion pouted at the red-robed woman below. "She doesn't eat or drink, has unlimited magic, and is proficient in prophecies. She can seek fortune and avoid calamity." Jon said, "Prophecies?" The dwarf frowned. "Prophecies are usually inaccurate, right? I know that the moon singers are the most proficient in prophecies, and they often mistake illusions for prophecies." Jon thought of Aunt May's prophesied child in Arya and nodded hesitantly. "Well, Aunt May once mistook Arya Costark as Arya in her prophecy, and later did not realize that Jennifer was a fake. Perhaps it was because of their different professions, but Aunt May's prophecies had a very high misconception rate, and her accuracy was even worse than the Forest Witch's prophecy for Cersei, and even worse than Noble Heart Soul. Noble Heart Soul could barely be considered a monkey version of the Green Dreamer. Her talent was not as good as Jojen's, but she had successfully prophesied the time and place of the Savior's birth decades ago. After that, countless prophecies came out of her mouth, and they were always accurate. So much so that the Brotherhood without banners relied on her prophecies to gather information from the outside world. Well, when others received messenger crows, what they saw was what happened in the past, but the Brotherhood without banners listened to the broadcast of the Forest Witch's sign and knew about the future in advance. "I heard that you are the savior in the Red God's prophecy." Tyrion looked at Jon and then looked at Erlu below and said strangely, "Two saviors, one must be fake. No matter how I look at it, Stannis looks like the real king's pawn. Does the Red Priestess not intend to correct her mistake?" What do you mean? You want me to instigate Melisandre to assassinate King Stannis?" Jon's gray eyes narrowed, and he looked at the dwarf warily. "That woman makes me afraid," Tyrion said honestly. "But our target is not her, and her target is not Aegon. She wants to complete the Red God's prophecy, and we only want the Iron Throne, and we are willing to acknowledge your identity as the prophesied child. Both sides have a basis for cooperation. Actually, you shouldn't have saved him last time and let him die in the hands of Skinner. It would be good for everyone. You would become the official savior, the Red Priestess would assist the real savior, and Aegon would become the real king. If you can mediate between us, we can save a lot of effort." Jon's expression changed when he saw the eagerness in the imp's eyes. In the end, he gritted his teeth and whispered into his ear, "During my resurrection, Her Majesty Daenerys tampered with it. It seems like the prophecy was broken. Anyway, I am still a believer of the old gods. In the beginning, she did treat me as the prophesied child and taught me many profound magic secrets, but after praying one day, she seemed to have received some kind of revelation from Lalo, and her attitude towards me suddenly became cold, and even her magic teaching stopped." "What do you mean? Aren't you the savior who resurrected the Light King? How did the Dragon Queen interfere?" The dwarf was shocked. "The specific process is very complicated, and I don't really understand it, but I am sure that Melisandre will not give up on Stannis. Isn't this the perfect time to use a spare tire? How could she give it up?" A dim light flashed in Tyrion's eyes, and he approached the dwarf and asked softly, "Then what is the limit of her power?" "The Shadowbinder's method is to attack from the back, but when facing the enemy head-on." John stretched out his right hand and opened his 5 fingers. Any mage will die under the siege of 5 nights. Are you kidding? The dwarf widened his strange eyes and shouted, I suspect that 50 nights can't even hurt a hair on the Dragon Queen, and the red-robed priest is at a higher level than her, so he should be stronger. The Dragon Queen's strength lies in the Megalosaurus. Without a dragon, 5 nights are more than enough, John said with certainty. The dwarf shook his head and sighed. You definitely haven't seen her fighting style with your own eyes. With a swing of her sword, a 50-meter-long fire blade, with a roar, the surrounding soldiers will collapse like dominoes. The elemental fire blade is just for show. Her true dragon roar is also a dragon's soul entering the body. Actually, I can do it too. What can you do? The dwarf asked in surprise. Whatever she can do, I can do. John smiled reservedly and opened his right hand, and a 3-foot-long flaming sword appeared like a 3D projection. Chapter 673. The fire sword in John's hand was lifelike, as if it was made out of red and yellow crystal. If it was a few years ago, the dwarves would have shouted miracle or 7 gods above when they saw it. How could those who had crossed the sea be amazed by the vastness of the lake? It's far from the Dragon Queen's. Her heat waves are rolling. Even if her sword doesn't cause any damage, it can still roast a person. Tyrion extended his hand and slowly approached the fire sword floating in John's hand. When he was 10 centimeters away from the sword, he could barely feel the faint pain of being roasted. My size and temperature are inferior to hers. John waved his hand and retracted his magic. He said calmly, I'm a shadow-binding knight, but she's a Veleglia fire wizard. We have different professions. Tyrion should be amazed. Not only did John remove his mask, he was no longer afraid of light. He could also control the power of flames. He had already surpassed 99% of the shadow-binding knights. The leader of Dany's Royal Wizard Corps, Tam, was not as good as him. Ashizka, she was also far behind him. 'Cause she was also afraid of light. She was also very talented. However, John had the bloodline of a true dragon. His affinity for fire wizard spells was too strong. Dany's cheap son, Simba, was only suspected to have the talent to master the perfect great wizard's inheritance. John, on the other hand, could definitely form a 9-colored vortex like Dany. He was Lejazi. He was also a holy spirit who had been replenished. Without such talent, how could he be qualified to be coveted by a true god? Of course, this did not mean that John regretted learning Tam's inheritance. If he did not master the shadow-binding knight skills, he would have been forcefully revived by Melisandre. No matter how strong his holy spirit talent was, it would have nothing to do with him. Fire wizard spells can be blocked by shields and armor. The true dragon's roar is a powerful area of effect weapon. 5 knights are definitely not a match for the Dragon Queen. Tyrion shook his head. Haha, why don't you try this? John chuckled. His gray eyes gradually turned red, and his human emotions faded as the color deepened. In the end, John's expression was cold and his eyes were bloodshot. When Tyrion met his gaze, he felt as if he was a sheep being stared at by a lone wolf. Wah wah! The beast-eyed John spat out a word. Tyrion's vision blurred as he saw a blood-eyed white wolf as tall as a calf pouncing towards him and biting his face, causing him to feel a bone-piercing pain. His entire body stiffened, and his back turned cold as he cried out in alarm. Then the illusion in front of him disappeared, and he saw John's bearded face. How is it? John asked with a smile. Could this be a wolf's roar? The dwarf wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and asked curiously. Dany Leezy's true dragon roar uses the dragon soul to cast a soul attack. To put it bluntly, she still relies on the Megalosaurus. My dire wolf is no ordinary creature. Ordinary people would feel fear when they see it. I used her secret technique as a reference and developed the winter wolf howl. This is her core secret, right? How did you know about it? The dwarf asked in surprise. The figure of his little brother Bran instantly flashed across John's mind. He lowered his eyes and said, "Melisandre taught me." Hiss, the dwarf gasped and muttered, "That woman is so scary." Not only did she crack the Dragon Queen's secret, she even successfully learned her secret technique. 5 knights definitely can't deal with her. The dwarf became more and more certain. John shook his head and said, "You've misunderstood what I meant. I don't deny that the Dragon Queen is very strong, but most of her strength relies on the Megalosaurus. In other words, if I had the Megalosaurus, or if Melisandre had the Megalosaurus, we wouldn't be much weaker than her. Oh, at least there wouldn't be a situation where we can't defeat 5 knights, while she can easily sweep through 50 knights. When you consider Melisandre's strength, you can't use the Dragon Queen who has the Megalosaurus as a reference. Even without the help of the Megalosaurus, 5 Grand Knights can still threaten her life. If I arrange for 5 knights, can they really get rid of the red-robed woman?" The dwarf said in disbelief. "More or less." John hesitated for a moment and nodded lightly. "Maybe. There's no need to deal with her. I don't believe it. I don't believe that 5 knights can deal with her." The dwarf shook his head. "Extraordinary people aren't as strong as you think. At least, they're not as effective as a metal sword in a head-on battle. For example, if I didn't have the direwolf now, 3 fully armed swordsmen would definitely be able to kill me. You?" The dwarf sized up his little brother suspiciously and shook his head. "You won't do. You're a shapeshifter. Without the wolf, what's the difference between you and a normal knight?" John was very good now. He had already surpassed Kuei Shi and became the true number 1 of the younger generation. Moreover, his evaluation of the limits of an extraordinary person's strength was also very accurate. If it was the Dany who had just arrived at the Great Wall, without the Megalosaurus and the true dragon's roar, 5 qualified knights would definitely be able to kill her. If 5 armored knights rushed over together, if a wizard could not kill them instantly, he would be crippled even if he did not die. Aunt May could not eat or drink, but if she swallowed poison when she was unprepared, she would still die. If she was stabbed with a sword, she would still bleed and die. Dany's life would also be threatened on the battlefield. Otherwise, why would she make her armor so sturdy? The demigods of this world were very similar to the demons in Western movies. They sounded and looked very powerful, but in the end they would be beaten to death or stabbed to death with a knife. You kept asking me about the red-robed woman's strength. I told you, but you didn't believe me. Yulun, do you know? The chameleon, Theon's uncle. How many years has it been since he became a wizard? He can already summon sea monsters. Melisandre is a demigod. Without sea monsters, the 3 knights can still kill Yulun, John said with certainty. You make it sound easy, but the reality is that the Dragon Queen has dragons, you have direwolves, and Yulun has sea monsters. Even an idiot would know that the red-robed woman must have her own trump card, the dwarf said with a wooden face. What did you ask me? I didn't lie to you and told you the truth. Do you want me to ignore the truth and tell you the answer you want? Fine, Melisandre can fight 500 or 5,000 people. She alone is equivalent to an army. She can destroy cities and countries on her own. There is no need for Stannis to exist. She is a god who came to the Westeros to play in the mortal world. When night falls, she waves her hand and dispels the cold and summons the sun. When she stomps her feet, the sky falls and the earth sinks. All the deviant ghosts are shattered into ice crystals. When the night ends, the whole world will sing her praises, John said in annoyance. The dwarf's ugly face contorted. On the 4th day after conquering Winterfell, Stark regained control of Winterfell. 4 days was enough for the ravens to fly back and forth between the Northern Territory and Winterfell. Winterfell regained control of the Northern Territory. The neutral nobles immediately pledged their loyalty to Jon and promised to set off immediately. They would personally offer their swords and knees to John Stark at Winterfell. After the nobles who sided with Bolton were forgiven by John, they immediately regained their loyalty to Stark. Almost all the nobles who sided with Bolton disliked him and did not hate Stark. It was because Stark's family was exterminated and there was no one to pledge their loyalty to. To protect the family, they had to give up their hatred for Bolton. At the Red Wedding, the nobles of the Northern Territory were in mourning. Everyone hated Bolton and Fry. For example, the Amber family of Hoothfire, who was the #1 hero of the Northern Territory. Big John. Look at Big John's famous scene. Luo Bai just ascended the throne and held a banquet for the vassals. Big John bullied him for being young, not even 14 years old, and mocked him in public for being a coward. He even drew his sword and threatened him. Luo Bai signaled Grey Wind, Direwolf, to rush to the dining table and snatch Big John's sword. He even bit off 2 of his fingers. Big John did not hate him. Instead, he laughed heartily and praised young Wolf Lord for his courage. He dared to fight back against a fierce person like Luo Bai. Since then, Big John became Luo Bai's most loyal subordinate. The second famous scene, the Red Wedding. The Freys were afraid of Big John's courage and took turns toasting him, hoping to get him drunk. Big John did not refuse any of them and got drunk. Then the most awesome battle in ice and fire happened. Frey's 8 armored knights versus the drunk and weaponless Big John. Big John was besieged by the knights and ambushed by the archers on the 2nd floor. In the end, he was heavily injured and captured. 1 Fry died on the spot, 2 were heavily injured, and 1 had his ear bitten off. This battle record was exaggerated by Beathor Dane. Back to the main topic. Big John was held hostage in River Delta City. Of his 2 uncles, one sided with Stannis and was determined to avenge Stark, while the other led his family to side with Bolton. It was obvious that Amber's family was betting on both sides. They sided with Bolton to protect their family. There was no loyalty at all. The nobles on Bolton's side were in the same situation as Amber. How could they resist the return of the King John? After Winterfell was stabilized, Queen Sansa sent an invitation to her elder brother. John gladly agreed. The next day, he appointed Earl Mage as the temporary Winterfell dungeon lord. He brought his younger brother, Rickon, and rode Tyrion's Tessa to the valley to visit his family. The next morning, the weather was clear. The sun was like a miser, casting a thin warm light on the black mud of the training field. Under the leadership of Erlu's blazing knights, thousands of mercenaries wearing blazing red heart cloaks swung their swords and slashed, shouting and yelling. Brittany Tass pursed her lips. Her left hand, which was wearing a lobster glove, gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. The faint, warm sun seemed to be unable to drive away the haze in her heart. Her rough, round face revealed an obvious heaviness. Her iron boots moved, bringing up bits of black mud on the ground, dirtying the snow-white cloak behind her. Under the curious and probing gazes of the blazing red heart knights, she crossed the training ground and entered the shadow of a tall building. Looking up, it was a 4-story tall, gray stone building that was as wide as a great hall. Winterfell's guest room, Erlu's residence. Brittany Tass. Gordy Farlin sized up the female knight with a critical gaze. Her familiar ugly face made his lips curl into a mocking smile, and the smoky black armor on her body made his mocking smile even more. When his gaze shifted to the white cloak fluttering in the wind behind the female knight, his sneer turned into an inexplicable jealousy and hatred. But Brittany wasn't baffled. She had seen him a few times before and knew that he was arrogant and conceited. He was greedy for glory and looked down on women, especially famous women who had more glory than him. After receiving the Dragon Queen's reputation as the roseless Iron Guard, Brittany had already developed a sense of being a famous woman. Brittany's thick, caterpillar-like lips wriggled a few times, and she said in a very unnatural tone, "Sir Farlin, I'm here to visit Lord Stannis. I hope you can pass on the message." Chapter 674. Brittany's actions, expression, and tone were unnatural. However, Gordy Farland had a preconceived prejudice against her and did not notice anything unusual. Why do you want to see His Majesty? In what capacity do you want to see His Majesty? Brittany of Tarth, Dany Rise's roseless Iron Guard, or the White Knight of the false King Aegon? Gordy Farland's smile gradually became vicious. You are the heir of Tarth Island. Your father swore loyalty to Theonbira, but you have changed your master 3 times. TSK, a shameless person like you is just right to be the false king who tarnishes the bloodline. Clang! Brittany drew her sword angrily and pointed the black-red, rippling long sword at the tip of Gordy's nose. If you dare to insult my lord again, I swear, no one can stop this sword from cutting off your tongue. Gordy Farland heard this and was furious. He wanted to teach this ugly woman that his reputation as the giant killer was not to be trifled with. Stop! A thin knight with a pockmarked face shouted and walked over to stop Gordy. The pockmarked knight looked back and forth between Brittany and Gordy with a sharp gaze and growled, You are not only representing yourselves. Do you want to start a war in Winterfell? Brittany's blue eyes were full of determination. She said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, I don't want to cause trouble, but a white knight should solve the problem for the Lord. The pockmarked knight raised his eyebrows and felt that the female knight's words were strange. However, when he turned to look at Gordy, he realized that his companion must have said something to insult Aegon. What are you doing here? The pockmarked knight asked. Sir Richard, I wish to see Lord Stannis. The pockmarked knight was Richard Hope, a Stormlands noble. He was skilled in swordsmanship and horsemanship. He had a high chance of becoming Robert's White Knight, but he had an ugly face full of pockmarks and scars. Cersei despised him for being ugly and said a lot of bad things to Robert, ruining his bright future. What do you want from His Majesty? Perhaps the freckles on Brittany's rough face made him feel close, but the pockmarked knight's tone was still gentle. Brittany pursed her fat lips and said dryly, I have a few questions to ask Lord Stannis. Richard did not ask her what she wanted to ask, and directly asked the guards to go upstairs to ask for instructions from His Majesty. With Brittany's identity, status, and reputation, she was qualified to meet anyone in the 7 kingdoms. Erlu did not reject Tartha's daughter, the Naked Iron Guard, and King Aegon's White Knight. Soon, Richard personally brought Brittany to a spacious living room on the 2nd floor. A huge map of the 7 kingdoms was spread out on a square table the size of a bed. Erlu was crouching on the table, making marks on the map with a pen. If Brittany was more experienced and not so nervous, she would be shocked to find that the location marked by Erlu was not the north at all, not the Great Wall or Terror Castle, nor the Valley or Storm's End Castle. It was the King's Landing. What do you want to ask? Erlu was so focused on his work on the map that he did not even raise his head. At a position 3 steps away from the square table, Brittany stopped because the 4 armored guards on the left and right sides of Erlu looked over with sharp and puzzled eyes. My lord, did you kill King Renly? This time, Brittany asked the question in her heart. Her expression, tone, and actions were very natural. But this sentence was like a bolt from the blue without warning, causing the 4 guards and Sir Richard behind her to change their expressions at the same time. Erlu finally raised his head, and 2 cold lights shot out from his deep eye sockets. He gritted his teeth and said, Brittany of Tarth Island, do you know what you are talking about? Even the White Knight of the False King can't talk nonsense in front of me. Lord Stannis, please look into my eyes and answer this question directly. Brittany opened her wide mouth and shouted with her loudest voice. How dare you? Because he was so angry, the pockmarks on Sir Richard's face lit up like little stars. He took a step forward and clamped Brittany's right arm with his left hand, the dominant hand for holding the sword. His right hand pressed on the hilt of the sword, and half of the sharp blade came out of the scabbard. "Your Majesty, she slandered you in front of your face." The knight asked the king for instructions. Arlou roared at Brittany, "Get out." "I won't leave until you give me an answer." Brittany struggled hard, causing the lean man's body to tilt and almost stumble to the ground. Every pockmark on Richard's face expressed shame and anger. He pulled out his sword and was about to slash. "Sir Richard, stop." Fortunately, his king had not completely lost his mind. After the pockmarked knight angrily retreated to the side, Arlou raised his chin slightly and glanced at Brittany's pure blue eyes that were as clear as a lake. He then lowered his eyes without leaving a trace and said, "Brittany Tars, I didn't expect you to do this for that false king." Because he pretended to be a Targaryen with a lowly mixed blood and was despised by the people of the Seven Kingdoms. You slandered and ruined my reputation. Trying to drag me down to his level? Brittany's thick lips opened slightly, and the stubbornness on her rough, round face turned into confusion. After being stunned for a while, she said hesitantly, "Lord Stannis, what are you talking about?" "The people of the Seven Kingdoms do misunderstand His Majesty Aegon, but it's not to the same level as you." Arlou was about to say, "Of course, not on the same level as me. I'm much more noble than him." Then he heard Brittany continue, "His Majesty Aegon's experience is too fantastical. Everyone misunderstands and only doubts his identity, but you have morals and beliefs. You murdered Lord Renly, you killed your own family, you burned the statues of the seven gods and the godswood, and you worship foreign evil gods, you blaspheme. Your reputation is far worse than His Majesty Aegon's." Bam! 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 Arlou's teeth made a crisp sound like he was chewing on broad beans. "Leave here before I change my mind." Sir Richard put his hand on the hilt of his sword again and stared at the female knight with murderous eyes. "My lord, you haven't answered my question yet." Brittany straightened her back and insisted, "Before I became His Majesty Aegon's Kingsguard, I was His Majesty Renly's Blue Cloth Guard. I will not give up on avenging His Majesty Renly for the rest of my life." Blue Cloth Guard? The anger on his face gradually disappeared, and Arlou fell into deep thought. In the rebellion of the Four Kings, there were actually 5 kings. However, Renly was born too early and did not fight a single battle. That was why he was not counted as one of the kings of rebellion. Cersei had 10 galleys, and one of them was named after Renly. That was to say, the Iron Throne officials did not consider him a king of rebellion. But among the 4 rebel kings, Balon, Arlou, Renly, and Robb, only Renly established a complete Kingsguard team. Robb and Balon did not want to fight for the Iron Throne, and Arlou waited for Barristan for a long time. Renly called his Kingsguard the Rainbow Guard. The White Knight used pure white as the emblem, and the 7 members of the Rainbow Guard each wore a rainbow-colored cloak and armor. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Brittany was a Blue Cloth Guard. So, Dany was wrong to call her a roseless Iron Guard. She was already a Kingsguard. She had a robe, a blue robe. I didn't expect you to still remember your former responsibility. Arlou sighed. Renly had a total of 7 Rainbow Guards. Except for the 2 killed by the Knight of Flowers, there were 5 left. The Knight of Flowers, Loras, had himself defected to Lannister. Brittany had been wrongly accused of murdering Renly and had to run away. The remaining 3 had all turned to Arlou. Even though Arlou was angry at the female knight's slander of him, he appreciated her persistence and loyalty. The king's face showed some obvious sadness and lamented, "Renly was my brother. I did not love him very much. That is the truth. I am as sad about his death as I am, but I did not murder him. I am the king, the lord of the army. On the night of Renly's death, countless upright knights in my barracks saw their king. This kind of thing cannot be faked. Thousands of people can testify for me." Don't think that Arlou was lying to Brittany. He had also said this to his trusted minister, Davos. Or rather, this was his true inner thought. True thoughts did not equal truth. Otherwise, who knew how many gods would appear in the mental hospital. Brittany was indeed intimidated by Erlu's sincere feelings, but in the next moment she found a flaw in his words. "You used blood magic to kill His Majesty Renly. I saw it with my own eyes. It was not a living person, but a shadow. Lady Caitlin saw it more clearly than I did. The shadow was the same height and appearance as you. It was your shadow. Therefore, your alibi is not applicable to this case." "Ha ha ha! How can you see the appearance of a shadow? Ridiculous!" The pockmarked knight pointed at the floor and laughed. The fireplace was burning fiercely, and the red flames projected the shadows of the people beside it on the floor. The shadows were distorted, and even their shape could not be seen clearly, let alone their appearance. The blood magic of a shadow-binding knight is different from ordinary shadows. It is like a real body, and its appearance is clear. Brittany said, "Where did you hear this nonsense?" Erlu gritted his teeth. "Her Majesty Dany Rise. She has already studied the blood magic you used to kill His Majesty Renly. So it was her. She has been slandering me behind my back." A swollen vein bulged on Erlu's forehead, and he gritted his teeth. "Her Majesty Dany Rise did not slander you. She only formed a mage group and focused on the blood magic you used to kill His Majesty Renly. Tyrion manages the mage group, the fire mage group, and the Queen's research results. He knows all about it, so you can't hide it anymore." Brittany stared coldly at Erlu and said in a condemning tone. Erlu's face became more and more twisted. "I explained to you because I admired your upright and noble character. But now I realize that I was wrong. You have been brainwashed by those traitorous ministers. You are hopeless. Go. Don't let me hear another word from your tongue. Otherwise, Sir Richard will cut it off for me." He waved his hand and turned his head, as if he did not want to look at her. "Your Majesty, you are too kind. Even if she is the false king's white knight, her head should be cut off as punishment for saying such disgraceful words." The pockmarked knight stared at Brittany with malice, hoping that she would be stubborn again. "I swore that I would avenge His Majesty Renly." "Lord Stannis, it is fine if you don't admit it. I will ask the red-robed woman. If I am sure that you killed His Majesty Renly, I will kill you. I swear. If I am proven to have misunderstood you, I will put down my sword and kneel in front of you at your disposal." After saying this, Brittany turned and left. "Your Majesty?" The pockmarked knight unsheathed his sword and looked at his king. Erlu's eyes flashed with a dark light. He said indifferently, "Don't mind her." Chapter 675. "I'd like to talk to you." Next door to Erlu's bedroom, Brittany found the red-robed woman sitting by the fire eating pork trotters. "What do you want to talk about?" Melisandre glanced up at the female knight and continued to eat the plump pork trotters on her plate. Brittany turned to look at the pockmarked knight standing at the door with a sneer. She hesitated and said, "About blood magic." Burp. Melisandre raised her head and swallowed a large piece of chewy pork skin. Her white and tender neck wriggled, and a ruby on her neck reflected an intoxicating red light under the fire. She wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, picked up the wine jug, and drank it all in one gulp. Then she panted and said, "I'm going to the forest of Godswood. Let's talk while we walk." "Oh." Brittany pursed her lips nervously and followed Melisandre out of the castle. The red-robed woman was in front. Brittany was one step behind, and the two blazing red heart knights fell 3 steps away. One was gorgeous and charming with a fluttering red dress. The other was tall and majestic, extremely ugly with iron armor and helmet. The two women with distinctive styles attracted many mercenaries, servants, knights, and savages who stopped to watch and point at them. The Forest of Godswood in Winterfell was almost as old as the House of Stark. After thousands of years of reproduction, the 120 acres of forest had almost become a primeval forest beyond the Great Wall. The four stepped on the thick and soft rotten leaves under their feet and stopped by the hot spring pool behind the guest room. The blazing red heart knight seemed to have accompanied the red-robed woman here a few times and knew what she was going to do. So he stopped at the corner 7 or 8 meters away. "I thought you were going to see the heart tree," Brittany said in surprise. "See the human face tree? Ha, I just want to burn it. The only thing in the forest of gods that interests me is this hot spring pool. You can try it later." Melisandre smiled gently, squatted down, and waved her hand in the hot spring. "What do you want to ask?" Brittany straightened her back, and her thick, caterpillar-like lips moved like a cow. She said in a low voice, "Can a binder curse people through blood?" "Your question is as silly as asking someone if they can eat." Brittany unconsciously held the hilt of her sword with her left hand and said with sharp eyes, "The shadow-binding warriors of Atlantis use the blood of nobles to summon the souls of nobles to attach to the shadows. Can you do it?" Melisandre smiled faintly. She used a handful of spring water to wash off the oil stains on her sleeves. "I can do anything that a shadow binder can do in this world." Clang! A black-red thunderbolt seemed to flash by the edge of the pool. Plop, the red-robed woman's faint smile froze on her face. She wanted to turn her head, but as soon as she moved, a smear of blood seeped out of her white neck. Then, with a plop sound, her head fell into the pool. "TSK, TSK, Tisk." That sword was too fast, that sword was too sharp. His body was still squatting there, and the severed neck was like a loose tap spraying scarlet blood mist. Brittany's rough, round face turned pale for a moment. The next moment, a guard shouted from the forest, "Brittany killed someone! Brittany killed the priest!" Which man would sit upright and not take a look when Aunt May was bathing in the spring, even if everyone knew that she was the woman of a self-proclaimed big boss. The two knights of blazing red heart hid behind the forest, but their eyes were wide open. They stood on their tiptoes and stared in the direction of the pool, through the gaps in the tree branches. Hearing the knights shout, Brittany seemed to wake up from her trance. She quickly raised her sword again and stabbed the headless corpse a few times. Back, spine, waist. She poked several transparent holes. The knights of blazing red heart had already rushed over. Bang, bang. The two swords hit the back of Brittany's head, but only a string of sparks splashed on the iron helmet, and then she staggered. Brittany ignored it. After the corpse fell into the pool, she swung her sword and slashed the back of Aunt May's head, who was half floating on the water. How sharp was the steel sword? How strong was Brittany? After a few slashes, Aunt May's severed head was split into two, a blur of red and white. "Brittany, how dare you?" The knight of blazing red heart was shocked and angry. He slashed the other party more than a dozen times, but there was not even a dent on the armor. "Hold her down," another knight said. Brittany's bull strength flared up, like a scorer holding a football, regardless of anything. She used her thick oak stump-like shoulders to push left and right, knocking the two knights to the ground, and then ran away. When they rushed out of the Forest of God, they ran in the direction of the main castle. The Forest of God was behind the guest room, which was connected to the main castle, but separated by an arch bridge. Erlu lived in the guest room, and the Valley Knights, led by Melji, were stationed in the main castle. Brenny murdered Priest Dren. Stop her! High Priest Melisandre was assassinated by Brittany. The knights who were training on the training field looked at each other blankly. When they heard that the howling sound came from Aunt May's guards, and then saw Brittany running away, they were furious, and then they shouted and pounced on the female knight. Ping, ping, bang, bang, bang. The daggers that were thrown and the swords that were slashed were all useless. Some people even shot with crossbows, but Brittany was like a paladin who used invincibility to attack the enemy's defense tower. She was unstoppable until bang! A burly warrior of blazing red heart smashed over with a spiked hammer the size of a rice cooker, hitting Brittany's face. In just a moment, the female knight who was running was knocked over backwards. Ouch! Even though she was wearing a faceplate, the female knight still let out a pig-like howl, and blood flowed down her chin. The next moment, a group of soldiers swarmed over, slashing with swords and axes. Brittany was like a tortoise that turned over, unable to get up, and was beaten until she cried out. Fortunately, the training field of the main castle and the training field of the guest room were only separated by an arch bridge, a distance of dozens of meters. Soon, Meiji, Big John, and the other heroes of the northern region led the savages and the Valley Knights to mediate the fight. Valley Moongate Castle, King Aegon's study. The little devil ran in with his deformed short legs, holding a parchment in his hand, and said excitedly, "It's done! It's done!" Aegon got up from the soft couch by the fireplace, hurried over, took the letter, and read it quickly. "Isn't it too simple?" Aegon frowned. "It's too simple." Tyrion nodded with a frown. But her head was cut off, and she was split in half. Her flesh was mangled, and her heart was pierced. Aegon held the letter with a conflicted expression. Her head was cut off, her heart was pierced, and she even used a steel sword. Tyrion nodded again. "She's dead." Aegon's eyes flickered, expectant and hesitant. "She can't be more dead." The uncertainty on Tyrion's face slowly disappeared and was replaced by determination. He did not even need to ask the Dragon Queen, because the Dragon Queen would die even if her head was cut off. After that, the two of them went to the Queen's bedroom to look for Jon. Dead? That's right, she was approached by a knight, and she was defenseless, no one could hide. Jon held the letter, his expression sorrowful, and a pool of bitterness rose in his heart. "Gods, what have I done?" "Jon." Queen Sansa leaned over gently, her soft and warm hand covering the back of her brother's broad and rough hand, and said softly, "I'm so happy. The moment I saw you and Rickon, I felt alive again. But this is only the beginning. The door of happiness has just opened to us. Soon, you and Rickon will be uncles. In the future, I'll bring the baby to Winterfell, and I'll name him Ide. What do you think? Sansa, you have to have a few more." "Ide isn't enough. You have to have Robb, Catelyn, and Arya," Rickon said loudly from the side. Jon looked at his younger brother, and then at his elegant and noble sister. His gaze slid down and landed on her stomach. The sorrowful expression on his face slowly disappeared. "I've done the right thing. For this family that's finally reunited, I'm willing to enter the 7 hells." "Blackie, you're thinking too much. My 7 hells do not accept heretics." A day later, Aegon rode on the Black Death, while Tyrion rode on Tessa and Jon. The 3 of them landed in the front yard of the Winterfell main castle. The 2 rebellious kings finally met. Since Aunt May was dead, King Aegon was no longer afraid of the curse. In the main castle where the Duke of Winterfell lived, in the hall with a huge direwolf blanket hanging on the wall, 2 groups of people were in a battle formation, each occupying one side of the hall. The 2 kings sat opposite each other, and behind them stood a group of armored subordinates holding swords and sabers. The king of the northern region sat in the middle, mediating between the 2 kings. "Yes, I killed Priestess Melisandre." Brittany looked at the people around her, and her gaze lingered on Tyrion's ugly, wooden face for a moment before she nodded and admitted her crime of murder. She was in good condition. Her hands and feet were bound by iron chains, and she wore a sky-blue wool vest and brown leather pants. There were bruises and dark red scars on her rough, round face, and her crooked nose that looked like it had been stepped on hundreds of times. Her nose bridge was broken again, but it was only a superficial injury. Compared to the attack she had suffered that day, this injury was nothing. Aunt Dany's love for her nephew was very real and deep. That set of Vajra steel armor was almost flawless. Yes, that day when Brittany wore Aegon's Vajra steel armor, she dug out the red, 3-headed dragon crystal on the chest of the armor. Lady Brittany, your reputation has always been good. You are upright, loyal, and trustworthy. You even have the reputation of roseless iron guard. Why did you commit such atrocities? Grand Judge John took sides without a trace. Erlu narrowed his eyes and stared at him with a deep gaze. Brittany's eyes were firm as she faced everyone's gazes and said loudly, "For the oath, for revenge, for justice." "Can you explain more clearly?" the Duke of the Northern Region asked. "Volantis, Shadowbinder, can use the blood of nobles to summon the souls of nobles to attach to the shadows, and then control the shadows to curse the enemy. I asked her if she knew this witchcraft, and she said that as long as it was a Shadowbinder spell, she was proficient in it. Then, when she was unprepared, I suddenly attacked and cut off her head." Brittany didn't hide anything. She told him everything from the day she asked Erlu to the day she killed Melisandre. "If that's the case, Renly might really be— I see. Renly died from witchcraft. That kind of shadow magic is exactly what Lady Caitlin said that day. The Shadowbinder is too evil. The witch did a good job killing her. Who knows if she will curse us or not? Roseless Iron Guard, Brittany really lives up to her reputation. She is loyal, brave, and decisive. Yes, the Dragon Queen didn't misjudge her. Although Brittany is a woman, she is the most chivalrous person in the 7 kingdoms after Sir Barristan. The first night after Barristan. Gods, Brittany is definitely innocent, but the other person killed his own kin. He is almost on par with the dwarves. I didn't expect him to be that kind of person. Brittany's experience that day was witnessed by many people. Plus, her reputation was very good, so no one suspected that she was lying. However, the content revealed in her words was too sensational. Many nobles in the hall discussed it and looked at Erlu strangely from time to time. Aegon's expression didn't change, but the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smug smile. The dwarf's expression was still blank. He only stared at Erlu opposite him. Erlu's masseter muscles bulged and his teeth creaked. Chapter 676. Nonsense. In the midst of the clamor, the pockmarked knight Richard suddenly shouted. Everyone looked over in shock, and the hall was silent for a moment. Then the Knight of Red Heart pointed at Brain and scolded. "You have killed him, and there is no evidence. You are so unscrupulous that you begin to slander King Stannis? I swear to the 7 gods that I did not say a single lie." Brain did not back down and greeted him with her most determined eyes. "This is an extremely simple question." The pockmarked knight looked around at everyone and said loudly, "Everyone, if you did something bad, would you admit it so foolishly without any thought of hiding it?" This. The nobles were stunned, and it seemed to make sense. But at that time there were only the Red Priest and Brain was almost certain that Erlu killed Renly. It did not seem to matter whether the red-robed woman admitted it or not. She probably did not think that the female knight would dare to kill. Everyone thought in their hearts, but they did not say it out loud. They only looked at Brain to see how she would answer. Brain glanced at her camp, looked at Tyrion, and finally stared at Erlu, who was livid, and said, "Why do you dare to do it, but not dare to admit it? His Majesty Renly is dead. This is a fact, and there was only one person with the ability and motive at that time. There is even a witness. Lady Caitlin saw the shadow's appearance. The truth of the matter is as obvious as the megalosaurus in the fountain pool. Why is everyone still discussing it here? You have betrayed the 7 gods and changed to believe in the Red God. But whether it is Lalo, the Holy Father, or even the old gods that the Northerners believe in, none of them encourage their believers to lie. If you violate the teachings of the gods and must lie, what is the point of today's trial? Anyway, you who have betrayed the teachings of the gods will not be blessed by any gods. So why should you believe in the Light King?" Brain's rough round face was full of calmness, and her clear blue eyes were pure and clear, like a mirror. As long as she saw someone, she would immediately project that person's heart. Her words of speaking from the heart and not the evidence made the hall silent, and everyone who looked at her immediately turned their heads away unnaturally. Even the Erlu hand of the king, Davos, he once questioned his king about the crime of killing his own kin. Instead of blaming him, Erlu sincerely explained, "I have an alibi. Your son Dai Feng is my attendant. He can testify that I didn't leave the camp that night." The Onion Knight was moved by the king's sincerity and generosity and believed him. Just like Erlu, it was just self-hypnosis. This was because right after that, Erlu had asked him to send Aunt May through the sewers of Storm's End Fortress in a small boat. He had seen the pregnant Aunt May give birth to the shadow with Erlu's face and kill the general of Storm's End Fortress, Sir Cortana. Erlu was also in the barracks at that time, so he had an alibi. At this moment, when he heard Brittany's question and saw her clear eyes, his old face turned pale, his expression was absent-minded, and his eyes lost focus. What's wrong with me? Why am I so loyal to King Stannis? Why do I worship him? Because of his righteousness and justice? No, he is my God. He made me who I am. He used his trust to honor me. This is the reason why I am willing to die for him. Suddenly, Davos was like an electric car with a new battery. He was full of energy again. He looked at Brittany with burning eyes. She had already looked away. "Sai, isn't it just a witch? Just kill her. In Westeros, you don't need a reason to kill a witch in the forest, right?" Big John mumbled loudly. To be more precise, in Westeros, if a sorcerer or shapeshifter was discovered, they would be smashed with bricks, poked with manure, or handed over to the nobles to be hanged or burned to death in public. It was just like how the church dealt with witches in the Middle Ages. That was why Westeros was a magical desert. That was why the theory of the true world sprouted and grew in the City of Knowledge. It was cultivated by the scholars and finally implemented. However, now that everyone knew that the King of the North was a wolf spirit, Big John skipped over the shapeshifters. Lady Melisandre is His Majesty's High Priest. She is our spiritual leader. How can you kill her just like that? Davos stood up and reprimanded sternly. He had always wanted to kill Aunt May. He was even prepared to kill her to get rid of the king's subordinates. Now that he saw Brittany kill Aunt May, he was actually very happy. But the significance of Brittany killing Aunt May was completely different from him killing Aunt May. He killed Aunt May because Aunt May bewitched Erlu. A fair and just king was seduced by a witch to become a kinslayer. How could he not hate her? Brittany killed Aunt May to avenge Renly. If he let Brittany go, it would be equivalent to admitting that she did the right thing. How could he admit it? Admit that Erlu killed Renly? Why couldn't the little demon become Aegon's Hand of the King? Could it be that Aegon wasn't willing? In fact, the dwarf's position in Aegon's camp was the Hand of the King, in name but not in name. If Erlu admitted that he killed his kinslayer, he wouldn't even be able to live, let alone fight for the Iron Throne. Dwarves weren't kings, so they wouldn't be betrayed. Erlu would definitely be betrayed if he killed his kinslayer. In history, which king who was betrayed by his kinslayer could keep his life? So, Erlu definitely couldn't let Brittany go. Davos glanced at the expressionless Aegon, then turned his gaze and said seriously, "Duke Stark, you are the landlord and have sworn loyalty to King Stannis. It's time for you to fulfill your duties as a vassal." At this time, Aegon had to express his stance. But just like Erlu, he sat there without moving. The one who spoke was also the Hand of the King. Tyrion walked to the center of the hall and pointed at the female knight. As everyone can see, Lady Brittany was a loyal and righteous person. She was the #1 knight of the 7 Kingdoms' younger generation, the current Barristan, the benchmark of the new generation of knights. You forced Duke Stark to kill such a righteous person. TSK, TSK, what a familiar feeling. The dwarf looked at Erlu with a smile and asked, "Do you feel the same? Doesn't it feel like the Mad King forcing Jon to kill the #1 knight of the 7 Kingdoms? Your brother Robert?" In the early years, Robert was definitely the #1 knight of the younger generation. He used a hammer to conquer the land. It had to be said that the dwarf's analogy was too vicious. Both vassals were called John, and both victims were the number 1 knights. Then, was Erlu the same as the Mad King? Even the ending was the same. John rebelled against the Mad King, raised the banner of righteousness, and helped the true dragon ascend the throne. Brittany was the White Knight representing Aegon. Erlu understood. His eyes were burning with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "You want to start a war with me?" The dwarf hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Of course not. Although we are not in an alliance, we are helping Duke Stark clean up the rebels in the north." But he said the words "not in an alliance" very clearly. Everyone fell into deep thought. Erlu said coldly, "Tyrion, you have a sharp tongue, but you can't change the fact that Brittany murdered Melisandre. If you still want to maintain the current peace, then shut up and let the fake king behind you give me an explanation." "What did you say?" "Aegon was provoked by the fake king." He suddenly stood up and shouted at Erlu, "I am Lejazi of the true dragon bloodline, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Even Robert the usurper did not dare to slander me as a fake king, let alone you, a heretic who killed your own kin. Robert will not call you a fake king. He will only smash your head with a hammer." Erlu was so angry that his face turned pale and his body trembled. "Maybe you really think you are Lejazi, but you are not. Go ask the elders of the 7 kingdoms. Liga and Varys are like you and me. Do you think I will save your son?" Aegon was so angry that his eyes were dizzy. He looked down anxiously and began to look for his sword. Unfortunately, everyone's weapons had been taken away by the Northerners before they entered the hall. The dwarf was also anxious. Aegon should not have come. Even if Erlu called him a fake king, he should be the one to refute. But now, Erlu's words were so sharp that he could not interrupt. However, Aegon suddenly came to his senses after circling around like a headless fly. He raised his head and looked directly at Erlu. "I don't know if you will save my son, but I swear that if there is a chance to save your son, I will save him. You are guilty, but the child is innocent. As the king of the 7 kingdoms, if he does not save an innocent child, then he does not deserve to sit on the Iron Throne." Aegon was confused by his anger. After he came to his senses and thought about Erlu's words in reverse, he realized that this question was easy to answer. He did not even need to think about it. After learning the ways of the King of Kings from Aunt Dany for so long, how could he not know how to treat the enemy's children? No, he knew it all too well. One of Dany's famous scenes being whipped by the Codex, was it not because the rebellious slaves had slaughtered the slave owner's child? Therefore, these words came from the bottom of his heart. He said it happily, smoothly, and with sincerity. There was not a trace of pretense in his expression. Because of this, Erlu looked at him, stunned. Tyrion was also stunned with his mouth wide open. Jon, Davos, and the people in the hall were all shocked. It was as if they were seeing Aegon VI for the first time. Perhaps he really was a qualified king. At this moment, many people thought so. "Ahem, your majesties, my lords." Davos noticed that the atmosphere in the hall was not right. Everyone seemed to be intimidated by King Aegon's king's aura, so he quickly spoke up to break the situation. "The purpose of today's trial is to seek justice for Lady Melisandre, not to discuss the relationship between Varys and Rhaegar. Everyone, please return to the topic at hand. I also ask King Aegon to answer my question directly. What kind of explanation do you intend to give to King Stannis for killing our archbishop-ranked priest?" Cersei murdered the archbishop-ranked priest. She was paraded through the streets, and Kate Black was dressed in black. If Brittany was a man, Davos would logically let her wear black. Neither side would lose face, and a large-scale military conflict could be avoided. Unfortunately, however, he did not know that Aegon and Erlu both wanted to take the opportunity to flip out. "Aegon, kill her with your own hands, and this matter will be over." Erlu pointed at Brittany and said coldly. Erlu began to stir up trouble. Why don't we have a trial by martial arts and let the gods decide whether what Brittany did was the most wrong or the most wrong? Tyrion squinted and laughed. Hundreds of slashes failed to kill Brittany. Who didn't know that she was wearing Tile steel armor? Dueling with a knight wearing Varys steel armor? Even without Varys steel armor, Brittany was still a top-notch general of the Seven Kingdoms. Erlu's knight, however, had endured half a year in the deep mountains and forests. Even a noble knight like Gondifalon had lost his shape in hunger and cold. How could they fight? Erlu pointed at Aegon and said, "Let's fight. The winner is king, and the loser is out." Chapter 677. The winner is king, and the loser is out. Aegon's eyes lit up and was about to agree. Whoa! Tyrion snapped his fingers and nudged Aegon and the rest with his shoulder, interrupting him. King Stannis is so brave to challenge Dragon Knight Aegon. Erlu glared at the dwarf and gritted his teeth. When did a knight's duel count as a dragon? Tyrion nodded and smiled. If you are dueling for justice, you naturally have to be fair. But as you said, the winner is king. In order to fight for the Iron Throne, we have to use all the advantages. Wouldn't we be fools if we didn't use the dragon? Very good. You finally spoke your mind. For the Iron Throne, you are finally going to attack me. What trial? What Renly? They are all excuses. Erlu sneered. At this point, Tyrion stopped talking and said straightforwardly, Prince Renly is not an excuse. Brittany has her own oath and choice. His Majesty Aegon will pay attention to your feud with her, but he will not participate. Now, let's skip over Brittany and talk about your relationship with His Majesty Aegon. Everyone knew that there was only one Iron Throne and one king. When the two kings met, one of them had to leave. The battle between you and His Majesty Aegon will happen sooner or later. His Majesty Aegon has the support of the Valley, Hygien, the Stormlands, Dorne, half of the Northern Territory, and half of the Riverbend. You only have less than 400 troops left. You have no foundation and are wandering around. You have no chance of winning. As for recruiting the Bravos mercenaries, most of the famous mercenary groups in the world have been recruited by the Alliance. They are probably being trampled on by the Dragon Queen. Even if you can find some small mercenary groups with low strength, reputation, and credibility, it will only cause more suffering in the Seven Kingdoms. It will not change the final outcome. But winter has arrived, and the deviants are wandering outside the Great Wall. The Seven Kingdoms cannot afford any more turmoil. Why don't you put on the black cloak and go to the Great Wall to be the savior? Your daughter, Princess Shireen, will become the successor of the Stormland and can immediately return to Storm Rest Fort. Your wife and subjects will retain their titles and fiefs, and they will be free to choose their future path. They can even continue to believe in the King of Light as long as you don't force them. Aegon's lips wriggled a few times. He really wanted to stop the dwarf from acting on his own. In the end, out of trust and also out of consideration for the dwarf's reputation, he only used a dissatisfied gaze to vaguely glare at him. The dwarf blinked and quietly replied with a message telling him to be patient. Previously, they had not decided to return Storm's End to Theon. Aegon had even told Sansa to give birth to a few more babies and arrange for the second son to inherit Storm's End. Erlu, however, did not hesitate at all. His tone was as firm as iron as he said, I will not give my power to someone of unknown origin. That would be irresponsible to Theon of Bella and the people of the Seven Kingdoms. The silver-haired king's offer is generous enough. Why did you reject it? Big John could not help but ask. No matter how I look at it, you have no chance of winning, Meiji muttered. Even the knights on Erlu's side were greatly moved. They looked at their king, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. They were once nobles, but they had rebelled with Erlu and had long been stripped of their fiefs and titles by the Iron Throne. Now that Tyrion had promised to restore their titles, they had almost achieved their goal of following Erlu. Davos hesitated for a moment. He approached Erlu and whispered in his ear, "Your Majesty, don't be rash. You can really consider it." Even the king's hand was moved. The veins on Erlu's forehead throbbed and his teeth creaked. The anger in his eyes almost cooked onions. "I will also wear black clothes. Wherever you go, I will go." Davos smiled bitterly. The anger in Erlu's eyes gradually disappeared. He said calmly, "Then accompany me to the end, even if you die in battle." But Princess Shireen, seeing that Erlu and Davos were in a dispute, Jon guessed that the Onion Knight was persuading his king. He glanced at the Red Heart Knights. More than half of them were moved. "Why don't we go to the guest room next door to discuss before making a decision?" "We have no objections," Tyrion quickly said. Erlu narrowed his eyes and stared at Jon's face. He asked, "Does our alliance still count?" "Of course." Jon touched his nose and nodded awkwardly. At this moment he was regretting that he had boarded Erlu's pirate ship too early. When Dany and Erlu arrived at the Great Wall at the same time, Jon saw the Dragon Queen's bravery, strength, and kindness, forgiving him and Erlu. He decided to join her. He wanted to use the Dragon Queen's power to take revenge and retake Winterfell. Then, Stark would pledge his loyalty to her. However, Dany had no ill intentions towards Jon and Stark, but she did not like them either. She did not care about the loyalty of the Northerners. Almost at the same time, Erlu extended an olive branch to Jon and offered to uphold justice for Ide and Robb. In the name of the king, he would reinstate Jon's identity as Stark, which meant that he would leave the Night Watchman. Robb did the same thing. In front of these kings, the sacred oath was no different from a chamber pot. They could use it when they needed it and throw it away when they did not need it. At that time, Jon was full of integrity. Although he was tempted, he still refused to give up the Night Watchman's oath. However, he acknowledged the alliance between Stark and Erlu. At that time, Aegon had not even gone to Slaver's Bay. Even when Jon began to lose his integrity and decided to reinstate his identity as Stark, Aegon was still taming dragons at Slaver's Bay and complaining to Aegon. That was why today's awkward situation happened. He wanted to help his brother-in-law for the sake of lumbering. However, the oath was in front of him. He was now Erlu's ally and vassal. Erlu pointed at Aegon and asked Jon, "If I decide to go to war with him, will you fulfill your duties as a vassal?" Jon thought for a while with an awkward expression and said, "Your Majesty, before I became the Lord of Winterfell, my sister Sansa had already led the Northern Territory to pledge loyalty to King Aegon. The Northern Territory is already divided. I can't let the nobles of the Northern Territory fight among themselves. Therefore, I can only not help either side." Erlu looked at him deeply and turned to leave. "Why did you return Storm's Rest Castle to him?" Arriving at the guest room that Jon had prepared for Targaryen, Aegon finally began to vent his dissatisfaction. "Stannis didn't agree, did he?" Tyrion propped up his chin and said absent-mindedly, "What if he agrees?" "He won't. I know that guy's personality. He's stubborn as hell." Tyrion frowned. "What if?" Aegon did not let it go. "Sir Anda," Royce advised, "Your Majesty, didn't you notice? After Lord Tyrion offered generous terms of surrender, Stannis's vassals were moved. Even the Onion Knight got into an argument with him. With one sentence, he caused the enemy's morale to drop. We are almost standing on the edge of victory. Aegon waved his arms subconsciously. "If it were me, I would definitely surrender." Finally, he said helplessly, "That woman's body, did you burn it?" The dwarf suddenly looked at Count Meiji. "Melisandre." Meiji was stunned. She nodded and said, after confirming her identity, "I burned it in the forest of divine trees. Other than a few rubies, there was nothing left." "Stannis didn't object?" The dwarf asked again. "Of course he didn't agree. But this is Winterfell. We have more people," Big John said. "Erlu only had 3,000 mercenaries left. There were 300 blazing Red Heart Knights. The 1,000 or so clansmen and nobles of the Northern Territory who had followed him previously returned to the king of the Northern Territory after taking down Winterfell. On Aegon's side, there were 2,000 elite knights from the valley and the river, as well as close to 12,000 Northerners. Jon had brought back 6,000 men from the Great Wall. After that, he had gathered the clansmen and clansmen of the nobles, as well as the captives who were not of the Bolton family after taking down Winterfell. If Jon was willing to continue losing his integrity and completely abandon his oath, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. He could have just used his army, not to mention Melisandre. Even if Erlu had 100 red-robed women to form a group of mages, it wouldn't have been enough. The dwarf also wanted his younger brother to lose his integrity. If necessary, Jon was willing to continue losing his integrity. But now, seeing that his brother-in-law had a 90% chance of winning without his help, he wanted to leave a fig leaf to cover his crotch. Before long, Jon brought Erlu's decision to his brother-in-law. He's unwilling to surrender. He ordered the entire army to be on alert and seal off West Castle. As for Lady Brittany, if he wins, she'll die. If he loses, she'll reap the glory. Winterfell was a rectangle. The Godswood Forest, the Great Hall, the Lord's Castle, and the guest quarters were separated by the inner wall and the tower, each occupying a corner of the rectangle. Of course, they were an organic whole and could be interconnected under normal circumstances. Erlu's guest quarters not only had a bedroom, but also a drill ground, a stable, a kennel, a blacksmith shop, a kitchen, and a library. It was very large and was separated from the main castle into the east and west castles. At this moment, Erlu had sealed off the entire west castle, intending to defend the city. What's he thinking? He has no chance of winning, Aegon said in disbelief. Stannis is determined. Think about it. He led 3,000 tired and hungry soldiers through thousands of kilometers of rugged mountains and bottomless snowy forests. He had almost no supplies, but he still dared to attack the heavily guarded Winterfell, Jon said with a sigh. He started to regret saving Erlu. He shouldn't have let Skinner skin him. They wouldn't have been in so much trouble. How's his morale? Andor Royce asked. Poor, very poor. The mercenaries didn't see any hope of victory and started to slack off. Half of the Blazing Knights were disappointed and lost their spirit. Perhaps he's used to it. When he attacked Winterfell, the soldiers were so hungry that they started to kill their comrades for meat. Their morale was 10 times lower than now. But the general is the courage of the soldiers. When they see the king leading the charge, the soldiers' morale will be boosted. Don't be suspicious. Stannis always leads the charge. He's braver than anyone else, Jon said with a frown. There's such a tenacious person in the world. Aegon was shocked and fearful. You should have known that a normal person would surrender after being defeated at the Blackwater River. Tyrion shook his head and smiled bitterly. You should have let me fight him. I have Vassar steel armor. Aegon looked at him and complained. You don't understand. Stannis may be skinny now, but he has participated in many wars. He's a true veteran and has 100 times more battle experience than you. Have you forgotten about the Radiant Messenger? That sword can end the long night. Don't tell me he can't kill you. Even if he can't kill you, he can roast you. Tyrion raised his head and looked at Jon with a burning gaze. Do you want Winterfell to become a battlefield? You want me to help him expel you? Jon asked. Then let's fight. Aegon stood up and looked through the window at the West Castle with determination. Fight. Let's use the wildfire bullets first. Tyrion gritted his teeth. 2 days later, Aunt Dany received bad news that her nephew was gone. Chapter 678. Aunt Dany, please come back. Sansa's eyes were red and swollen. Her face was as white as a sheet as she sobbed and pleaded. What happened? Why did he suddenly disappear? Aunt Dany was also shocked. When she woke up, there were dozens of missed calls on the magic mirror. Before she could check the messages, There was another signal. Then she heard her niece-in-law wailing, "Aegon is gone!" Didn't he have a cheat code recently? The 7 Westeros countries, Dorne, Valley, the Northern Territory, Hejin, and the Stormlands had all become his base. Even in Riverbend, because of the oath left behind by Old Rose, Aegon could theoretically obtain the loyalty of Riverbend. There were only 7 kingdoms in Westeros, and Aegon had taken care of 6 of them like a whirlwind. He was even more powerful than Aegon, the first king of Westeros. She had thought that nephew Gu could conquer the world before she could conquer the Alliance army. Then he was gone? Wasn't this too sudden? We fell into a trap. That cunning Stannis set a trap for Aegon. Sansa's tear-stained face was twisted with hatred. You really went to find trouble with Stannis? Are you crazy? You didn't attack King's Landing and went to the Northern Territory to fight with Stannis? Dany said in disbelief. Aunt Dany knew that her nephew was going to attack the Northern Territory. However, it was only a 2,000-man army with only one goal: to help Stark take down Winterfell. Aegon's focus should be on King's Landing. Looking at his 2 main forces at the moment, the 20,000 men from the valley in the north had already passed through the Blood Gate, crossed the Trident River, and entered the King's Landing. Even the vanguard was close to the foot of the King's Landing. The 25,000 men from the Golden Regiment, the Land of Storms, and Dorne had already arrived at the King's Landing half a month ago, crossed the Kingswood, and set up camp by the Blackwater River, looking across the river from the King's Landing. The battle at King's Landing was about to break out. Aegon had the absolute advantage of 45,000 men surrounding King's Landing from the north and south. At King's Landing, there were only 10,000 Lion Army soldiers and 10,000 Riverbend Army soldiers left. If Aunt Dany received the news of her nephew ascending to the Iron Throne, she wouldn't be surprised at all. At this critical moment, that guy actually went to the northern region to cause trouble for Erlu, and he even disappeared. Aunt Dany, Stannis has the support of the Iron Treasury. We can't raise a tiger, so we should get rid of him before the tens of thousands of mercenaries from Bravos arrive. Her niece-in-law rambled on and told her the whole process of how they planned to kill Erlu. When Brittany asked to see Erlu, she wanted to kill him. If she was sure that Erlu really murdered Renly, Brittany would have rushed up and killed him if she had the chance. She wasn't afraid of death. However, although Erlu kept on quibbling, his tone and expression were flawless. Of course, there were no flaws. He really thought that she had nothing to do with Renly's death. Brittany was a little uncertain. Erlu had 5 knights by his side, and he himself wasn't weak, so she turned to Aunt May. The female knight really wanted to avenge Renly. That was her oath. Erlu was the mastermind, and Aunt May was just a knife. If she wanted to exchange a life for a life, of course she had to exchange Erlu's life. After learning the truth from Aunt May, Brittany didn't hesitate to carry out Tyrion's secret order. Yes, Tyrion was behind all of this. That guy was good at analyzing people's hearts, and even better at using human nature. He completely understood Brittany's personality, and she was controlled by him like a puppet. Just like how he saw through Jon's character and persuaded him to betray Erlu for Lumberjack. The basis for Brittany to assassinate Stannis or Aunt May was that Jon was on Aegon's side. If you want to kill Erlu, you have to get rid of the red robe first. Aunt Dany nodded in agreement. There's no problem with this idea, and the dwarf's plan is even more flawless. If it fails, it'll just be a personal grudge between Brittany and Erlu. Tyrion, of course, considered the possibility of failure. In fact, he thought that there was an 80% chance of failure. If it failed, he would persuade Aegon to temporarily give up on killing Erlu and focus on the King's Landing battle. At first, the dwarf didn't want Aegon to interfere in the affairs of the Northern Territory, and he didn't agree to be enemies with Erlu. He didn't think Erlu would be a threat. However, Sansa even sacrificed her babies. Aegon was determined to be a good husband and father, so of course he had to rescue Winterfell. After taking Winterfell, if he didn't kill Erlu, Aegon and Sansa wouldn't be at ease. The dwarf had no choice but to design the safest plan according to the king's goal. To be honest, if Brittany's assassination failed, the dwarf would heave a sigh of relief and immediately attack King's Landing, take down the Horse Sister, and save the crazy Lannister. Unfortunately, Brittany succeeded. As Jon said, no matter how powerful a wizard was, as long as a knight got close to him, there was a possibility of him being killed. The tile steel sword was a powerful weapon to destroy evil. At that moment, the dwarf was overjoyed. He opposed Aegon and Sansa's plan to kill Erlu because the risks and rewards were disproportionate. If they could really kill Erlu and save tens of thousands of mercenaries in the future, he would be even happier. However, the plan is good. What happened? And Dany asked curiously. Other than the possibility of losing a set of precious tile steel armor, the dwarf's plan was perfect. At least it was stable and there wasn't much risk. King Aegon sat steadily on Mount Tai, quietly watching the situation change. The little devil twirled the chess pieces lightly, using the 7 kingdoms as a chessboard. Brittany killed Melisandre, and we officially declared war with Stannis. But when Aegon and Tyrion were riding on dragons to throw wildfire bombs, Melisandre suddenly appeared. With just one move, she burned Balerian's eyes and burned through his wings. Aegon and Balerion fell from the sky. Sob, sob, sob. Don't cry, let's finish the story first. My aunt is listening intently. Sigh. I told you not to provoke Melisandre, but you didn't listen. Aunt Dany also rubbed her red eyes and choked with sobs. Wah, wah, wah. The niece-in-law remembered her aunt's warning that day. Sadness came from her heart, and regret came from her brain. She started to cry loudly. Don't cry. When I'm done with the war with the Alliance, I'll go and find Stannis for an explanation. Aunt Dany comforted the widow, sadly. Sansa looked up at her tear-stained face and begged, Aunt Dany, please come back. Aegon isn't dead yet. He's waiting for you to save him. Not dead. Aunt Dany's sorrowful expression almost collapsed. Aunt was furious and scolded the crying niece-in-law. What are you crying for? Speak clearly. Sansa quickly stopped crying and quickly said Balerian's eyes were on fire and his wings were burned through. However, he didn't fall straight to the ground but glided down. Aegon had the tile steel armor you gave him. Even though Balerion was on top of him, he didn't suffer any fatal injuries. He only twisted his legs. But Balerion landed on the wall guarded by mercenaries and was captured by Stannis together with Aegon. Ah, that scared me. It's fine as long as he's fine. Aunt Dany heaved a sigh of relief and grinned. Send a letter to Erlu. I want to ransom him. Name the ransom. 100,000, 1,000,000 gold royals will do. Aunt Sansa was so touched that she was about to cry again. After being touched for a while, Sansa said, Aunt, this is such a big matter. You should come back personally. Oh, she's going overboard again? Dany didn't say anything. She pulled open the curtains and dragged the magic mirror to the window, pointing it in the direction outside Meereen. The Great Pyramid of Meereen was 240 meters tall. Standing at the top of the pyramid, one could see the plains, rivers, and oceans dozens of kilometers around Meereen. At this time, Sansa could see the camp through the mirror. The flags were fluttering, and the soldiers were like ants. The pressure of 100,000 soldiers made her feel cold even from thousands of miles away. She seemed to smell leather and horse dung. She seemed to hear war drums and the neighing of horses. See, I don't know where the 5,000 elephant soldiers went. I'm looking for them, but it's obvious that there will be a big battle here soon. Sansa said helplessly, why don't we send a megalosaurus? A smaller megalosaurus will do. Against Melisandre, a pterosaur won't be able to do anything. Won't be able to do anything? Fire witchcraft must have a distance limit. Even I can't hurt a sheep 100 meters away, let alone a pterosaur. But Aegon was at least 300 meters away from the ground at that time. Isn't that too exaggerated? Dany was horrified. How did that woman do it? I don't know. Sansa shook her head vigorously. I don't even know how she came back to life. Her head was chopped off by Brittany, and her body was burned by Count Melisandre. How did she come back to life? If you don't know, let someone who knows tell me. Where's Tyrion? Tyrion is unconscious. I don't know if he can survive. Dany's mouth twitched a few times. This was good news. She wanted to laugh, but she held it back and asked, Did he also fall into the dragon? No. At that time, he and Aegon were throwing bombs in the air. Tyrion's eyes suddenly spewed out a string of dark red flames. But Tyrion's Tessa was unharmed. When Aegon fell, Tyrion even ordered Tessa to land on the city wall, intending to save him. It was also then that we knew that Melisandre was not dead. She swaggered to the training ground and pointed at Tyrion. Then, as if a pot of wildfire had been poured on Tyrion, he burned fiercely. Fortunately, Tessa understood human nature and sensed the danger. She brought the charred Tyrion back to Count Murgy's camp. That's not right. Dany was suspicious. If Melisandre could burn Aegon's pterosaur, there's no reason why she couldn't hurt Tessa. How far away were they at that time? Tyrion and Melisandre? About 20 meters. Being able to burn Tyrion from 20 meters away without burning him to death. This was the effect of a normal fire spell. Burning a pterosaur from 300 meters away was simply a fantasy. A pterosaur's eyes were as big as millstones, and its wings were harder than the oldest cowhide. The elemental flames condensed by a fire spell could at most blacken the wings and sting the eyes, and it had to be at close range. Did Stannis hold a sacrificial ceremony that day? Dany asked seriously. I don't know. Was Melisandre revived, or was she not dead at all? Dany asked again. I don't know. How come you don't know anything? Dany's aunt was dissatisfied. Her niece-in-law was also dissatisfied. What's the use of knowing this? Quickly saving Aegon is the right thing to do. Dany's face turned serious, and she angrily rebuked. Idiot, you don't even know the other party's background. And you want me to go see Melisandre and send Dragonfly back? You have to understand, that's the enemy. No matter how the enemy schemed against you, it wouldn't be too much. But I don't know. Sansa felt wronged. Then get someone who knows about it to tell me. Chapter 679. What did Dany Rise say? As soon as Sansa ended the call and left the bedroom, Illyrio and the others, who had been anxiously pacing around the living room, surrounded her. She said that Melisandre shouldn't be able to hurt Balerion. She wants us to investigate what happened in Stannis' camp that day, Sansa said softly. Sigh, what's the point of investigating this at a time like this? When will she come? Illyrio stomped his foot. She doesn't have time. Illyrio shouted before the queen could finish. How can she not have time? At a time like this, even if the sky falls, she should hurry back to the north and save His Majesty the King. Is there anything more important in the world than this? Sansa frowned. She was very unhappy with the fatty who was yelling. You're just a marquis without a title. What right do you have to yell in front of the queen? Also, there are many vassals of the valleys, the Riverlands, and the Stormlands here. Putting aside the etiquette between ruler and vassal, if you keep yelling like your son has died, won't these vassals, who are barely united, lose their morale? So much so that he even had thoughts of treason? On the surface, the true Dragon Alliance was under Aegon alone, but its foundation was the Dragon Queen, who dominated the world. No matter how much Aegon emphasized that there were two branches and that his actions did not represent Dany's aunt, he was able to gain the support of Uncle Finger, Prince Dowling, the nobles of the valleys, the Riverlands, and the Riverlands. It was mainly because the Dragon Queen had fought against the whole world alone. It seemed that they had not lost. The first rule of power: don't stand on the side of the losers. The Westeros nobles who had no moral integrity naturally did not want to be the losers. It was bad that Aegon had fallen into enemy hands, but it was not the end of the world. The scariest thing was losing Aunt Dany's love. If the vassals of the alliance misunderstood that the queen did not care for her nephew at this critical time, what would they think? Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Sansa's eyes, and she said calmly, "You lost your composure, Marquis Illyrio!" Fatty's mind was in a mess before, but when he saw the expressions of the queen and the other vassals, he immediately regained his usual cleverness. Tears seeped out of the corners of his eyes, and he said sorrowfully, "Your Majesty, this old servant is guilty. I'm just too worried about your Majesty's safety." Seeing his natural, sincere, and loyal expression, Sansa's heart softened. She sighed and said, "I'm also worried and anxious, but it's useless to be anxious. Aunt Dany is indeed unable to free herself. The Allied army has already set up camp at the foot of Meereen City. Who knows? They might have already begun to attack the city." Then her eyes were deep and serene as she secretly swept her gaze over the solemn but different vassals in the hall. A trace of a comforting smile hung on her face as she said, "Aunt Dany was as anxious as I was. When she first heard the bad news, she was so sad that she cried." When the nobles heard this, they couldn't help but exclaim softly. Ever since the Dragon Queen led the centaurs through the Red Purgatory, she gave off the image of a strong, determined, and sharp-edged Iron Lady. But she actually cried for Nephew Gu. This loyalty plus 50. Cohesion plus 50. The same notification box seemed to flash above the heads of the nobles from the Riverlands, Valleys, and Stormlands. Sansa saw everything and felt the sudden change in the atmosphere in the hall. A trace of smugness flashed in her big blue eyes as she continued. "Even though the situation at Slave Bay is critical, she still asked me to send a message to Stannis immediately. She is willing to pay a ransom to redeem His Majesty according to the tradition of the Seven Kingdoms. She will pay the ransom. 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000 gold royals, it doesn't matter. But if she dares to harm even a hair on His Majesty's head, there will only be an inch of land left for Stannis to stand on." Sir Bruce looked down at his large feet and asked curiously, "How can I stand on an inch of land?" This Bruce is not the same person as the Batman at Slave Bay. He is the cousin of Count Buckler from Bronzegate City in the Stormlands. Bronzegate City was on the road from Storm's End Fortress to the King's Landing. It was also very close to Storm's End Fortress, so his family had surrendered to King Aegon long ago. At this moment, Sir Bruce was accompanying the king, trying to get a position in the King's Guard. Sansa was a little disdainful of him because in the battle with Brittany, Bruce didn't even last 10 rounds. She glanced at him and said calmly he was burned to ashes by the dragon flame and then stored in an inch large box. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and it seemed that the increase of loyalty appeared above their heads again. The limit of loyalty was actually only 100, which showed how low their loyalty was before. The old crab looked at the calm queen and the obedient ministers around him. He was shocked. How old was she? She had just experienced the tragedy of her husband being captured. And now she was like this. The old crab didn't appear here for Aegon. After the 20,000-strong army of the Valley entered the king's domain, they started to loot the civilians. Dragonstone Island received several letters of complaint from the nobles of the king's domain. The old crab came to remind Aegon to restrain his soldiers. The Westeros nobles didn't seem to worry about food when they went to war. Dany went to New Guy's next door and transported food to Old Guy's a few months in advance. When Robb led the Northerners south, they didn't bring any food. They ate along the way. Where would they get food? They got food from the ground. They either provided supplies to the nobles along the way, went hunting in the forest, or were accompanied by caravans. But one of the main ways to get supplies was to rob the civilians and the local nobles. This was also why the Brotherhood of No Flag didn't differentiate between lions and wolves when they killed. As long as they encountered soldiers who entered the village, they would kill without mercy. At this moment, Aegon's army was repeating what their ancestors had done countless times. The old crab came to the valley to admonish King Aegon. not to persuade him to love the people. In the Westeros, the cost of loving the people was too high. Even if the king wanted to, he couldn't afford to. But the king had to love the nobles. The old crab advised King Aegon, "It's fine if you rob the civilians, but why do you have to harass the nobles' castles?" King Aegon was helpless. It said that soldiers are like combs. A few years ago, the land from the Trident River to the king's domain was cleaned up by lions and direwolves. The civilians ran to the king's landing to be sparrows. If I can't get any more out of them, I can only target the nobles. The old crab muttered, "Your Highness, Dragon Queen is proficient in Valeglia's fire witchcraft. She must have her reasons for needing information about Stannis's camp. You should immediately contact Duke John. He's the Winterfell Lord and is most suitable to investigate this matter. At the same time, send a letter to Stannis and convey the Queen's intentions to him so that King Aegon won't be mistreated." Sansa looked approvingly at the old crab. This was an experienced strategist. "Count Sedega is right. I'll personally make a trip to Winterfell." "No, Winterfell's situation isn't clear. Your Highness, you can't get involved." A valley noble advised, "My king is in Winterfell. How can I not make sure of his safety? Moreover, Winterfell is Stark's home. Losing a Stark son-in-law in the House of Stark is a great humiliation. I believe that the entire Northern Territory doesn't want Stark's eldest daughter to be humiliated in Winterfell." At the end of her speech, Sansa gritted her teeth slightly, and her expression and tone unconsciously carried a trace of resentment. She was indeed blaming Jon. Aegon was her husband. He could fail anywhere, but he couldn't be defeated in Winterfell. If she was the queen of the Northern Territory, this wouldn't have happened. The 13,000 elites of the Northern Territory and the Valley could have killed Stannis. However, Jon chose to remain neutral for the sake of illusory glory. I didn't want to either. It was supposed to be foolproof. Jon looked exhausted. There were dark circles under his eyes. He pulled his hair and didn't dare to look at his sister's reproachful eyes. Everything that happened that day was illogical. Melisandre's head was chopped off and her body was burned. She shouldn't have been revived. Even if she was revived, she wouldn't have been able to harm the winged dragons in the sky. Aegon didn't let his guard down. He was at a safe altitude of 300 meters. Jon was remorseful, too, and bewildered. Like Sansa, he felt that the death of Stark's son-in-law in Winterfell was the greatest humiliation in the history of the House of Stark. But what could he do? How could a vassal kill the king? Wasn't that what Wade Fry did to Robb at the Red Wedding? He couldn't learn from Wade Fry. Remaining neutral was his bottom line. Sansa looked at Jon calmly. He sat in the seat that used to belong to his father. His beard was unkempt, and his eyes were red. He felt guilty. She didn't comfort him. She still needed someone to comfort her. "Dany Rise wants to investigate whether there was a sacrifice at West Castle that day," she asked. "Rhaenys Bolton is dead." Sansa's expression changed. She exclaimed, "Dany Rise guessed it." Jon nodded and sighed. "I had my suspicions, too. After asking the servants, I found out that there were burn marks on the floor of the guest room's West Hall." "What about Theon? Is he dead?" Sansa asked worriedly. "No, Rhaenys alone is enough. He was the king of the North for a while. He has the king's blood in him. Don't doubt, the little Skinner really has the king's blood. The rules of this world were strange. If you weren't a king, there was almost no value in a blood sacrifice. But once you were crowned king, even if it was only for a day, you and your descendants would have the king's blood in their veins. Therefore, Dany suspected that the king's blood was related to fate and the fate of the nation. The reason why the little Skinner and Theon were valued by Erlu was because of the king's blood. In other words, if Melisandre is willing, she can use Theon to cast another vicious curse? Sansa asked anxiously. "Don't worry, I've made arrangements. Half of the soldiers guarding Theon are from the north." Jon comforted her. "We shouldn't have handed the 2 captives to Stannis. At this point, Sansa suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, "Did Stannis go back on his word?" "We agreed that the trial of Theon and Rhaenys had to be held in public. They couldn't be secretly sacrificed to the Light King." "So what?" "Both sides fell out and officially declared war. Jon didn't think much of it. He broke his oath first, so you could naturally break your oath with him. This is Winterfell, the North," Sansa said faintly. Once again, Sansa made Jon feel like she was a stranger. "He has hostages," Jon emphasized. "Ransoming a captured noble is a tradition of Westeros. He can't refuse," Sansa said coldly. "Then it depends on whether we can satisfy his request. I know that the North is poor, but Targaryen doesn't lack money. Dany Rise is even richer than a kingdom. Even if Stannis wants an overseas kingdom, she will satisfy him." Chapter 680. Since ancient times, there was a rule of not killing captives. But not all generals followed this rule. For example, Baichi, the god of slaughter, had cheated 400,000 Zhao soldiers. Then, how many nobles were there among the 400,000 Zhao soldiers? It was said that after the Battle of Chongping, everyone in Handan, from the officials to the commoners, wore mourning clothes. The god of slaughter was indeed the god of slaughter. Be it nobles or commoners, they were all killed. But in the Westeros, if Baichi dared to do this, his reputation would be worse than that of the rat chef. He might even be kicked down the hole by his own brothers. The reason was simple. Nobles were the ones who led the army in war, and there were always winners and losers in war. If you could kill someone else's nobles, they could kill your vassals too. The 7 kingdoms only had 9 dukes and a few hundred earls. After a few rounds of killing, they were all dead. If the nobles were all dead, would the commoners rule the 7 kingdoms? In fact, if Qin did not have a rank 20 military merit system, there would not have been cases of killing generals. Without the military merit system, there was no way for low-ranking officers to be promoted. The generals who led the soldiers were all nobles. Even if they won, they would keep their title. Of course, if they lost, they would want to keep their original title and status. Hence, there was a need to redeem captives. This was back to the old ways of the Westeros. For example, if the great Jon fought alongside Robb, whether he won or lost, whether his son died or not, he would remain the Earl of Hoothfire. His title and lands would not change. Since that was the case, why not be more gentlemanly? In the era where the nobles personally rode their chariots into battle, everyone was very particular about battlefield etiquette. Not to mention killing captives, they were not even allowed to use dangerous tricks. Everyone was soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. It was the safest for the noble generals to fight head-on and have a clear and orderly rhythm. If they wanted to use tactics, even the simplest attack halfway through. When chaos ensued, who would be able to differentiate between nobles, countrymen, and barbarians? Hence, even though Aegon was in Erlu's hands, he was still safe and had a chance to regain his freedom. Just like Dany, from the moment she captured Yulun, to the subsequent series of wars. Even if she didn't kill every single Lannister she caught on Dragonstone Island, she still allowed his family to ransom him with money. If they were alive, they would ransom them, and if they were dead, they would return their corpses for free. However, Dany had asked for too high a price on Dragonstone Island. Lannister was not willing to be a sucker, so he had only redeemed the Earl and left the rest of the men to mine on Dragonstone Island. This time, with Aunt Dany backing her up, Sansa decided that even if Erlu offered her an unprecedented 1 million gold royals, she would get her husband back immediately. According to the normal price, Jaime Lannister would only be worth 300 to 500 gold royals, or at most 1,000 gold royals. Erlu did not go against tradition. He first allowed Jon to be Sansa's representative and visit Aegon, who had a bandage on his leg in the luxurious cell that was converted from a guest room. Then he talked to Sansa about the ransom. "Both of my legs are broken, but I'm fine. He was still conscious when I came, and he told me to tell you don't worry and don't injure yourself." Sansa's eyes reddened when she heard this. She wiped her tears and asked, "Is your leg injury serious?" "It's a little serious." His left leg was only broken, but his right knee was crushed. "Ah!" Sansa exclaimed. 2 streams of tears rolled down her big eyes, leaving 2 wet streaks on her white cheeks. She looked very pitiful. Jon said gently, "Don't worry." Sansa covered her face and cried, "How can I not worry? His knee is crushed. He's the bravest warrior of the 7 kingdoms. Is he going to end up like Villa? Villa? Who's that?" Jon was confused. Villa Tyrell. He broke his knee in a duel with Prince Dorne Oberyn. Lady Alina even wanted to arrange for Queen Sansa to marry Sir Villa, Brittany said. Well, Brittany was free, and Aunt May was not dead. The murderer was naturally innocent. Sansa glared at the ignorant White Knight. "You don't have to explain it so clearly." I didn't expect Sansa to have so many boyfriends when she went to the south. Jon thought to himself with a strange expression. First love with Emperor Yora. A crush on the Knight of Flowers, according to Janipal. A scandal with Villa. Sansa herself was looking forward to marrying Sir Cripple. A marriage to the imp, and a relationship with the heir Harry. Putting aside these distracting thoughts, he comforted her awkwardly. "Aegon said that you don't have to worry. He said that his aunt said that Dany Liss can heal his injury." "Yeah, it's different now. There's the 7 gods, Dany. Is Dany Liss okay? How about we go to King's Landing and ask Sparrow? Let's redeem Aegon first." "I don't need money." Erlu rejected directly. The negotiation took place in the drill ground in public. The soldiers on both sides couldn't hear the details of the negotiation, but they could watch the progress of the negotiation. Jon had lost most of his credibility with Erlu. He wouldn't go to Winterfell's main hall again. Sansa didn't want to risk going to Erlu's stone castle either, even if it was her home. However, Jon was still the middleman. Erlu and Sansa each led a few knights and sat facing each other. "What do you want? The Iron Throne?" Sansa mocked. "Why not?" Erlu looked serious. "I'm Robert's only legal heir. According to the laws of the 7 kingdoms, the Iron Throne belongs to me. Tell that to Cersei." "I can't give you something we don't have," Sansa said calmly. Erlu's lips curled into a faint smile. "You have 2 armies, one from Valley and the other from Storm's End Castle. 20,000 mixed infantry and cavalry from Valley are approaching Twilight Valley. The 25,000 soldiers from the Golden Legion, Dorne, and Stormlands are approaching King's Landing. I need the authority to command those 2 armies and take down King's Landing. If you submit to me, I'll release Aegon." Jon was shocked. "You've already. That's not right." Even he, the ruler of the Northern Territory, didn't know about this. How did Erlu know? Before contacting Sansa, he didn't even know about Aegon. Before Jon could ask, Sansa's pretty face contorted. She shouted angrily, "Have you gone crazy from thinking about the Iron Throne? You want us to help you build the Iron Throne and then submit to you? How can there be such a good deal? Your false king was captured by me, and this is my condition," Erlu said calmly. Royce pointed at Erlu and said angrily, "He even knows about our army's latest movements. He must have planned this beforehand. Or perhaps the conflict that day was his scheme. We fell into his trap." Erlu's gaze turned cold. He said mockingly, "When you were plotting against me, you should have known that you would end up like this." Sansa's pupils contracted. He already knew about their plot against him, and he beat them at their own game, captured Aegon, and then took advantage of him? Who leaked the information? Sansa had a strong urge to look at her trusted aides, and even Jon suspiciously, but she knew she couldn't do that. She resisted the urge and buried her suspicions in the bottom of her heart. "Tell me, what happens after I help you take the Iron Throne?" She asked softly with a hint of mockery on her lips. Erlu seemed to have a plan. Without any hesitation, he said calmly, "Aegon's bloodline is mixed up. There is no place for him in the 7 kingdoms. He must swear to leave the Westeros forever. Stannis, you've gone too far. Countess Medj clenched her fists and shouted angrily. A vein popped out on Sansa's forehead. The anger and resentment on her face were almost undisguised. Jon looked around. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. The Onion Knight frowned and whispered into Erlu's ear, "Your Majesty, perhaps you can give Storm's End Castle. Littlefinger is dead. You can give him Hellenberg." Erlu thought about the hand of the king's suggestion seriously. He recalled the surrender conditions the imp gave him that day. It seemed that he was more generous than himself. "I will give Aegon the title of Duke of Hellenberg, but he must be exiled. His eldest son can return to the Seven Kingdoms and inherit the title and land." Seeing Erlu's reluctant expression, Sansa's tense body suddenly relaxed. She asked with a smile, "How do you plan to deal with Dragonstone Island?" Erlu's eyes turned sharp. He said coldly, "That has nothing to do with today's topic." Dragonstone Island was occupied by Dany, but in the Baratheon dynasty, Erlu was the rightful Duke of Dragonstone Island. Sansa's smile became more sincere. She asked again, "What plans do you have for Dorne, the Valley, Hedyen, and the Stormlands?" "This has nothing to do with me. If you don't make it clear, will the vassals of the True Dragon Alliance work for you?" Erlu's jaw muscles bulged. He said in a deep voice, "I will exercise the authority of the king according to the law. Their rights and obligations will be protected by the law." "All right, I agree." Sansa nodded. "Huh." Everyone around, including Erlu himself, was shocked. Sansa nodded again and confirmed, "That's right. I agree to your conditions. I promise on behalf of my husband that we will hand over the military command of the True Dragon Alliance to Stannis. After Aegon regains his freedom, both of us will be exiled to a foreign land." "Your Highness." Mormont, Gebbert, Royce, and the others were shocked. They couldn't believe it. "Sansa." Jon's eyes were filled with worry. "You can go back and rest for a day. Negotiations can't be completed in a day." "No need." Sansa turned around and looked at her trusted vassals. She said, "Seriously, the foundation of the True Dragon Alliance is Aegon. If we don't agree to his conditions, he won't be free and the alliance will collapse. So, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but we don't have a choice." "This doesn't make sense. No one has ever held a king captive as ransom." Sir Royce's face was red as he shouted at Erlu. Davos looked at his lord worriedly. His lips moved. "Your Highness," he spat out a word, but couldn't continue. What could he say? Exchanging a king for a kingdom is ridiculous. The people won't accept it, and the people are angry. Stop dreaming. How could he say that? Does Aegon have a kingdom? Erlu looked at the knights and asked with gritted teeth, "Isn't Storm's End Castle Theon's? Or is he sitting on the Iron Throne now? He only has an alliance with a loose foundation. How can he be a king? From the moment I captured him, the so-called True Dragon Alliance was destined to be eliminated. As for the vassals of the Alliance, you have already raised the banner of justice against Lannister. Now you only have two choices. Retreat and wait for the Iron Throne to deal with you one by one. Or join me and continue the unfinished crusade. No matter how weak His Highness Aegon's foundation is, with our support, he's 100 times stronger than you. Lannister is detestable, but if we only have two choices left, you and Cersei, we'd rather choose Cersei." Sir Royce couldn't help but say, "Crack, crack." Chapter 681. In the Rebellion of the Four Kings, Renly had the support of Highgarden and Stormlands. He also had Taoist Lang watching from the back. He had 20,000 cavalrymen and a total force of 60,000. His strength was the best among the feudal lords. As the Duke of Dragonstone Island, Erlu's fief was the same as Targaryen's before Aegon conquered the Seven Kingdoms. He had Sitiga and Valerian as the main force and the small nobles on the nearby islands and peninsulas as support. He was the weakest among the 5 kings. Then he invited Renly to eat a peach and plucked Renly's peach. He gained the support of almost all the nobles in Stormlands. Florin also led a group of nobles in River Bend. Today, the rebellion of the Four Kings seemed to be taking shape. Dragon Queen, Queen Circe, Erlu, King Aegon, and the new young Wolf Master who wanted to be king but did not fight for the Iron Throne. Dragon Queen looked on coldly. Her gaze towards the Westeros was full of disdain. However, she was too big, and the people of Westeros didn't think that she didn't love the Iron Throne. Even though she wasn't in the Jianghu, the people of the Jianghu still spread her name in reverence. However, no matter how famous she was, she insisted on being a bystander. She could barely be compared to King Balon. The second young Wolf Master was the same as the first young Wolf Master. He had the power to influence the situation, but because he did not have a clear goal, he was very timid. Circe was an old player. Back then, she had the help of the little devil and Tywin. This time, she had the help of her dear husband. Even so, she was still guarding the King's Landing. King Aegon had part of the Dragon Queen's fame. He had also gained the allegiance of many feudal lords. His power was so strong that it was as if Renly was alive. Erlu was still so weak. His team of a few thousand people was still dispirited. Then, Erlu used the same trick again. He invited the strongest King Aegon to eat a peach. Now he was skillfully plucking his peaches. Giving peaches and plucking peaches, he was very familiar with this skill. But then again, just like the last time when he plucked Lon Lee's peaches, the peaches themselves weren't necessarily willing to be plucked by him. On that day, Hiding Tyrell directly led his vassals back to his residence, and a small portion of the nobles of the Stormlands also dispersed. He even relied on sending out a second peach to take down the Storm's End fortress. Even though Erlu ate the peach, the defending general of the Storm's End fortress was unwilling to surrender. Then, Erlu treated him to a peach. Today, the nobles of the Vale also expressed their dissatisfaction that Erlu had taken them away. They even said that between Circe and Erlu, they preferred Circe. It's obvious that the nobles of the valley don't agree with you. Brynden Tully of Hudgien is Lady Sansa's grandfather, and it was Aegon who helped him take revenge. There was also the Dornishmen. They had helped Aegon because of Princess Elia, and the Golden Legion could not be bribed. Your Majesty, your idea is very good, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the masses. After the first round of negotiations, the Onion Knight expressed his concerns as soon as he returned to the guest castle. Davos, you are my hand of the king. I will not hide my thoughts from you. Erlu walked to the window and looked at the huge pterosaur that was nailed to the ground. He sighed and said, "Time waits for no man. The thing that should not have appeared has appeared. Originally, with the support of the Iron Treasury, I could have easily recruited mercenaries, and then, with the support of Jon Stark, I would have gone south to the Neck. First, I would have taken down River Delta City and seized a large amount of food and wealth as military supplies. Just like what Aegon did, I heard that they had obtained millions of gold royals and hundreds of thousands of tons of food from River Delta City. This batch of military supplies is enough to cover the expenses of 100,000 soldiers for 2 years, and it would be more than enough to take down the King's Landing. Judging Walter Frey would also be able to win the hearts of the nobles in Hudgien and the northern region, and gain their loyalty. Then my 20,000 mercenaries would disembark from Blackwater Bay. I would definitely win. However, Aegon's sudden appearance not only disrupted my plans, but also directly threatened my life. So, this is my only choice, my only chance. Maybe not all of the 45,000 soldiers of the True Dragon Alliance will join me, but if half of them join, it would be enough. Actually, only a third of Renly's inheritance was inherited by Erlu. The rest had all fled. Therefore, Erlu did not want to take all of King Aegon's inheritance. Although the peach was small, it was better than nothing. Your Majesty. Davos looked at the king with a complicated expression. I'm sorry. Finally, the Onion Knight lowered his head. I'm not a qualified hand of the king. I've always hated the red-robed woman and wanted to get rid of your subordinates. because she would only lead you into the abyss. But now, I'm not as useful to you as she is to you. No, Davos, it's time for you to show your talent. Erlu turned his head and excitedly placed his right hand on the Prime Minister's shoulder. He sincerely requested, I need your strength, help me. What can I do? The Onion Knight looked up and saw the anticipation and trust in the king's eyes. He was touched, but also confused. Davos, don't underestimate yourself. You have a very unique charm. You've persuaded me many times when I was angry, and you've persuaded Count Mandler when the situation was extremely unfavorable. Even Melisandre was impressed by your courage and integrity. Your eloquence, insight, wisdom, affinity, and noble character are unmatched in the Seven Kingdoms. Upright people will see your merits and be moved by your sincerity. I need you to go to King's Landing and find the leaders of the True Dragon Alliance. Persuade Bronze John, the Golden Group, and Dornyaline. Seeing the sincerity and trust in Erlu's face, the Onion Knight's eyes became wet. Your Majesty, I'll do my best, but... He turned his head and quietly wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. He said in a muffled voice, If I take a fast ship, it'll take me a month to reach King's Landing. There's not enough time. He didn't say that he could travel 1,000 miles in a day. The Westeros didn't have any official relay stations. If it was peacetime, he might be able to buy a few useless horses from a roadside inn. But now that the war was chaotic, he didn't dare to travel alone. Crippled people, bandits, brothels, unemployed farmers, wild beasts, we have it. Erlu pointed at the Black Death in the courtyard. Pterosaur? Davos exclaimed. I don't have true dragon blood. How can I ride a pterosaur? Also, Balerian's master isn't dead. How can we take control of it? Pterosaur knights don't need true dragon blood. That Aegon, I suspect that Varys swapped his relatives. At least, Tyrion definitely doesn't have true dragon blood. As for control, you have Melisandre to thank. She was able to break Dany and Ryze's Holy Knight seal. Erlu smiled proudly. You broke it? Davos asked expectantly. Not yet, I need a sacrifice. Sacrifice? Davos's expression changed. He couldn't help but think of Skinner, who had struggled and wailed in the flames that day. Your Majesty, you went back on your promise and secretly burned Theon to death. The people of the Northern Territory are unhappy. If you sacrifice Theon, I'm afraid that even Duke John will be disloyal. Theon is his father's adopted son and his sworn brother, Davos said worriedly. Disloyal? Humph, that ingrate. He's disloyal. Without his consent, would Aegon dare to attack me in Winterfell? The veins on Erlu's neck bulged as he gritted his teeth. Your Majesty, Sansa is his sister. You can't let a vassal betray his family's interests, Davos advised. Are the vassals' vows of loyalty to their king nothing? Erlu said angrily, Your Majesty, during the War of the Usurpers, you were a vassal of the Mad King. The Mad King even wanted to kill Robert and confer you the title of Duke of Storm's Rest Fort. But you didn't hesitate to side with your eldest brother. You gave up the temptation of being conferred the title of Duke and chose to cut down to more. You shouldn't be jealous of Duke John. Instead, you should understand him, admire him, praise him, and rely on him. He's far more loyal to the king than you were. If you were in Duke John's position and Sansa was replaced by Robert, he would have led the Northern Territory army to attack us. Even if we hit 100 Melisandre, it wouldn't be enough. Erlu widened his eyes and glared murderously at his prime minister. Davos was calm and didn't avert his gaze. Crunch! Crunch! Erlu's square jaw trembled as he ground his teeth. After a long while, Erlu turned his head and smiled bitterly. Only you would dare to say that. But you're right. I can't ask my vassal to do something that I can't do. If we don't sacrifice Theon, we can use his sister, Asha. Onion Knight's expression changed again. Your Majesty, Asha is the Duke's daughter. She even used a precious steel dagger to redeem herself. You can't kill her. Then what do you think we should do? Davos's face suddenly turned pale. Can we replace quality with quantity? He asked weakly. Sansa's side was also very lively. As soon as she returned to the main hall of the castle, a group of nobles loyal to Aegon immediately surrounded her and tried to persuade her. Queen Sansa, there's no precedent for this in the Westeros, Countess Meji said. It wasn't easy to form the true Dragon Alliance. The Iron Throne is right in front of us. We can't let a villain get it so easily. Sir Andor Royce was almost wailing. His father, Bronze John, had led an army of 20,000 in the valley for thousands of miles and finally got close to King's Landing. The fruit was about to ripen. He really didn't want anyone to take the peach. Your Majesty, you should go directly to King's Landing. Wait for us to take the Iron Throne. Wait for you to give birth to a prince. Wait for the Dragon Queen to end the war at Slaver's Bay. Stannis will have no choice but to release King Aegon. Count Gabe gave a wise suggestion. Sansa shook her head firmly and said, If it was someone else who captured Aegon, I might be able to negotiate slowly, but Stannis, that heretic is almost crazy. Lunatics can't be judged by common sense. Although he's a little difficult to get along with, he's not. Jon mumbled. Actually, I always thought he was crazy. Tormund, the giant's bane, mumbled. Are you really going to give up the Iron Throne and exile yourself? Meji frowned. To be honest, the Northerners didn't like Aegon that much. However, Aegon's queen was Stark, so they naturally favored him. In other words, Erlu's charisma was too low, so no one liked him. In the current 7 kingdoms, Erlu, Cersei, and Aegon were fighting for supremacy. Aegon wasn't doing well, but Erlu and Cersei were 2 weirdos who could turn a dogtail flower into a crimson pearl immortal herb. Sansa glanced at the nobles in the hall and said firmly, Aegon is not only my king, but also my husband and the father of my children. For him, I can agree to any excessive request from Stannis. The nobles were filled with respect. Besides, Aunt Dany is about to end the war at Slaver's Bay. I don't believe that she won't seek justice for us. Jon and the others' faces twisted. Chapter 682. Roar! The shrill cries of the beasts reverberated throughout Winterfell. Sansa and the others looked at each other in shock. The glass windows rattled, as if the thick brick walls of the main castle were shaking slightly. Pterosaur! It's the roar of a pterosaur. Sansa suddenly stood up and ran to the window. Balerion, it's the Black Death Balerion. What did Stannis do to it? Roar! The pterosaur's angry roar was like the sound of a truck horn. It was deafening, and the people in the main castle hundreds of meters away couldn't help but cover their ears. Following that, a large number of humans began to wail and cry for help. Rumble! Caw, caw, caw! The building collapsed, followed by the sound of falling bricks. When Jon and the others reached the entrance of the West City Castle, they had no choice but to stop. The 50-meter-long pterosaur took up almost half of the backyard. Its huge body was like a city wall. No, not a city wall, but a huge stone roller. The pterosaur was covered in blood. No one knew whether it was its own blood or the soldiers who had been crushed to death. Its wings were tattered, and it could not fly. It could only go crazy and roll around the yard like a stone roller. Its wings, which were full of holes, beat the ground and everything around it. The mercenaries that Erlu had placed in the courtyard were like grains on a threshing field, being crushed mercilessly by a huge stone roller. They used swords, spears, and crossbows to attack it, but they were unable to cause any fatal injuries. If the pterosaur touched them, they would either be flattened like mosquitoes that had their fill of blood in the summer, or like dragonflies with broken wings that were thrown into the air by children in the autumn. The blazing red heart cloak was mixed with red minced meat, greenish-brown intestines, and white bone stubble. It was spread out and printed in the black, wet mud. The surrounding buildings were also affected. The stables, warehouses, and other low buildings near the courtyard were like lumps of dirt in front of the stone roller. Even after being jolted by the stone roller, they were still crushed. The huge stone castle was still quite stable. It only shook a few times, causing the glass and tiles to shatter. Cracks appeared on the walls, but it did not collapse. Dust flew in the courtyard, and the noise shook the heavens. It was like a scene from a monster movie turned into reality. 7 levels of hell. John's eyes widened, his gray eyeballs trembling slightly. What happened? Ha ha ha, you bunch of daring clowns. You actually want to steal my Balerion. Aegon! Your Majesty Aegon! Sansa and the other nobles exclaimed. On the balcony of the 3rd floor of the guest room castle, the crippled Aegon was being held down by several knights of red heart of blazing flames. He was facing the pterosaur. No one knew what he was doing. Aegon! Tears welled up in Sansa's eyes. Ignoring the danger in the courtyard, she ran to the balcony and shouted at Aegon. Sansa? Aegon lowered his head and saw his wife. He was happy at first, but then he hurriedly shouted, Sansa, leave this place quickly. Balerion has been driven mad by the red-robed woman. I can't control him either. Leave quickly. Sansa, be careful. Jon, Tormund, Meiji, and the others rushed over with a giant shield, protecting Sansa in the center. Then, they quickly rushed into the guest room castle. The giant shield could not block the pterosaur's roller, but it could block the falling bricks, tiles, broken wood, intestines, organs, and a head that had died with its eyes wide open. Make the pterosaur stop or we'll kill you. The pockmarked knight was furious. He grabbed Aegon's clothes and roared. Jon, Sansa, and the others rushed to the 2nd floor. Before they could enter Aegon's bedroom, they were blocked by a group of knights of red heart of blazing flames. Separated by a bedroom that was 40 to 50 square meters, they saw Sir Richard grabbing Aegon's collar and shouting rudely on the balcony opposite. Bastard, even if he's a regular knight, after being captured, he should be respected as a noble. His Majesty Aegon is the king, and you treat him like this. Big John roared. Like an angry lion, he raised his shield and rushed in. Before he charged at the knights of red heart of blazing flames, he secretly gave Meiji, Gilbert, and the others a look. Meiji and the others were really naive, unlike him, who was picky and did not understand the meaning of the look. On the other hand, Jon and Sansa almost had the same thought as Big John, took advantage of the chaos to rescue King Aegon. Jon, on the other hand, saw Big John's strange look and saw him shrink his tall body behind the shield and charge with all his might, instead of being angry and beating people randomly. Only then did Jon roughly guess Big John's intention. He looked around in confusion, wondering if he should be sneaky for once and steal his brother-in-law out. Then he saw Erlu leading a large group of knights and striding over from the corner. Cough, cough, Count Amber, don't be rash. Report this to King Stannis and let him handle it. He quickly went forward and pulled back Big John, who had charged into the bedroom like a bull. Well, John Amber was a big man who was more than 1 meter tall. His body was covered with thick muscles, and he looked like a giant bear that was intimidating. He was ferocious and terrifying. He had single-handedly pierced through a team of 20 knights of red heart of blazing flames. If Erlu had come a few minutes later, he might have been able to rescue Aegon. It was not against tradition for captives to escape from prison or be rescued by their own people. But if they were caught, they would lose the treatment of nobles. If it was light, they would be beaten up. If it was heavy, their limbs would be chopped off or even killed. After Erlu brought his men to stabilize the chaotic situation in the room, Aegon had a smug smile on his face. He said calmly, "It's useless even if you kill me. It's useless for anyone but my aunt to come. Even if I don't kill you, can I kill it?" Erlu said coldly. Aegon's expression changed several times. He said dejectedly, "Send me down and get closer. At least let the Black Death god leave Winterfell. Your Majesty, the pterosaur has gone mad. It's too dangerous." "Don't go," Sansa said in shock. Aegon tapped his forehead and said proudly and bitterly, "Don't worry, the paladin's seal in my mind hasn't shattered. Aunt Dani was right. Other than her, no deity can take away the mounts from us dragon knights. After Aegon left under the protection of hundreds of knights, Sansa shouted angrily at Erlu. Do you still have the honor of a noble? Nobles have the right to redeem their swords and mounts. We were talking about the ransom, and I agreed to your request. How can you steal my husband's pterosaur? This was also the truth. Just like when Dany participated in the tournament and defeated a knight, she could choose one of the spoils of war from the other party's armor, weapon, or horse. However, as long as the other party paid the ransom, she had to hand over the spoils of war. This was because most of the time, knights wore ancestral armor that had been passed down for generations in battle. To you, it was the value of the armor itself. To a defeated knight, it had a very special meaning, even representing the family's honor. For example, Stark's ice and Bronze John's bronze armor. Old John was a traditional knight who loved to participate in tournaments and was brave enough to participate in real wars. It was impossible for him to never lose in his life, but his ancestral bronze armor had been passed down for nearly 10,000 years. After Ead's death, Tyrion had thought of returning ice to Winterfell after the war ended. But when the rebellion of the Four Kings subsided, Robb died, and Stark had no descendants. Thus, Tywin took over ice. Because it was against the rules, and he was afraid that others would gossip, the Elder Lion secretly found Master Tormod to reforge the sword. At this time, not many people knew that the Oathkeeper's sword and Widow's Hull came from ice. At least Sansa, who had been staying in the Red Keep, did not know. She kept asking Tyrion, "Where's my father's sword?" "Your Majesty, Stannis, you really shouldn't have done this." Jon's expression was ugly. Erlu glared at him, his expression even uglier. A savage wearing a sealskin coat said with disdain, "When we saw the power of your red sword in Dark Castle, we all asked the Dragon Queen why she returned the sword to you and why she didn't steal it for herself. But she said, 'There are many things in the world that I love. Do you want to steal them all?' A person should abide by the most basic moral principles." At that time, I secretly laughed at her for being stupid. After comparing my actions with yours today, I realized that there is such a big difference between kings. He was called Davian, nicknamed the Seal Skinner. The 2,000 savages who surrendered were led by 2 Kiliarchs, who were his and the giant's nemesis, Tormund. When the Dragon Queen activated the Red Sword, Tormund was still playing hide-and-seek outside the Great Wall, while Davian entered the Great Wall and became a Chiliarch. "How dare you? Is this the attitude you should have towards a king?" Erlu was speechless. His king's hand, Davos, immediately stood up to defend the king's dignity. "Bah! I am a savage from the Great Wall. The king outside the Great Wall is Mance, and the king inside the Great Wall is Dany Rise. That's what we discussed back then." Davian spat and sneered. The Onion Knight ignored the barbarian and turned to the nobles. "Let me ask you, when you are on the march to war and need to kill horses to fill your stomachs, will you pedantically keep the war horses that you captured? How is that the same?" Meiji said unhappily, "Eating is a must, but will we die if we don't ride dragons?" "Yes, we will die." Davos said seriously, "The news of His Majesty Aegon's capture has not spread yet, but the 2 armies of the True Dragon Alliance are about to attack the King's Landing. If His Majesty Aegon does not arrive, the Alliance's morale will definitely drop. There may even be a risk of disbanding. That is why I must rush to the King's Landing immediately. Becoming a winged dragon knight is the best and most urgent choice. What does that have to do with us?" "Don't dream of the Iron Throne if you don't have the ability," Sansa said sarcastically. Davos sighed bitterly in his mind, but said seriously, "Don't forget that His Majesty Aegon's ransom is the right to command the 2 armies and your loyalty to him after he ascends the Iron Throne. If I can't complete my mission, your ransom will not be fulfilled and His Majesty Aegon will not be released. What do you take us for? Clay dolls that you can knead as you please?" Sansa's blue eyes flashed with murderous intent. Davos turned his head away, ashamed. His soul felt like it was being boiled in a pot of oil, but his face was as cold as ice. Stannis is my king, my god. I am willing to give up everything for him. This is his only chance. I will help him grasp it, even if it means losing my honor. Your Majesty, the foundation of the ransom is profit. If you only have the right to command in name, but can't command a single soldier, then the right to command is worth less than a copper coin. Even Jon couldn't help but frown. You're making things difficult for him, making trouble for no reason. The ransom is only to hand over the right to command. Whether the commanders listen or not, and whether they can take the King's Landing has nothing to do with Sansa and His Majesty Aegon. Because if they hand over the right to command and announce their self-exile, they will no longer be the king and queen of the commanders. How will they command their vassals? Chapter 683. Like I said, the ES God King is crazy. He wants the Iron Chair to be placed under his, but if he did that, the freedmen would have become the king of the Northern Territory. In the past few thousand years, many Starks were captured and beheaded by our ancestors. Tormund grumbled loudly, causing Erlu and the surrounding knights of Red Heart to glare at him. Jon and the nobles of the Northern Territory were also enraged. Duke Stark, Queen Sansa, you've misunderstood King Stannis. Davos sighed and said sincerely, Winterfell is thousands of kilometers away from the King's Landing. By the time I obtain King Aegon's signed declaration and find the frontline commanders, they would have returned to Winterfell in a few months. Hence, we need the winged dragons to fly. If I can arrive at the King's Landing in time, no matter how many dukes support me or whether I can take over the King's Landing, it will be my responsibility. It will have nothing to do with King Aegon. But if I can only travel by boat, it means that King Aegon's transfer of command is worthless. Can that worthless thing be used as a ransom to release King Aegon? You're good at changing concepts. Sansa laughed coldly. The Onion Knight shook his head and said, Let's go back to the previous question. If the army lacks rations, will you keep the war horses of the nobles? No, nobody is that pedantic. Similarly, if you were King Stannis, would you give up the chance to become a winged dragon knight? Aegon sat on a soft couch and was carried in by a few knights. Before the couch was turned into the room, Aegon said, The choice in a dangerous situation reflects a person's moral bottom line. When you say such words and Stannis makes such a choice, you're no different from a normal person. Humph! How can a normal person be a king? Aegon laughed coldly. Melisandre glanced at him and smiled. Anyone can say beautiful words. But when you tried to kill me, you seemed to be an ordinary person driven by the desire for power. She had been downstairs the whole time, and now she came up with Aegon and the others. The priestess' red robes fluttered in the wind like an enchanting fairy, her slender waist delicate like dancing snow. However, when she glanced at him and scolded him, Aegon's face turned pale. He didn't even dare to look at her again. Aegon was not the only one who was a little scared. When Aunt May spoke and entered the hall, Sansa and the others were all on guard and their limbs stiffened. This was a monster that could resurrect even if its head was cut off and turned into ashes. The people who had been arguing fiercely all quieted down in an instant. How is it? Can you control the pterosaur? Erlu asked expectantly. Melisandre's beautiful face had a hint of bewilderment. She shook her head and said, Dany Lilith's Holy Night Seal is very powerful. I underestimated it and thought that I could easily destroy it. Indeed, after the sacrifice, with the help of the Great Light King, I destroyed the contract seal in the pterosaur's mind with one blow. However, when I used the Light King's divine power to form a new control rune, the broken seal actually recovered perfectly. Not only did it recover, but it also... The Dragon Queen, who was thousands of miles away, noticed it and gave him a vicious blow. She even destroyed a thought that the Light King had sent down. The magic principle of the contract pterosaur came from the sheep's egg. It borrowed the power of the superior Megalosaurus to suppress the inferior Megalosaurus and Pterosaur. Therefore, Aegon's knockoff Balerion had a thought in Blackie's mind. It was not a wandering thought. Instead, it was combined with divine power and imprinted on the pterosaur's soul in the form of runes. It was similar to Kuei, she leaving a soul fragment on the target and then locating the target's location. Dany could also vaguely sense the pterosaur's direction: north, south, east, west, and not a specific location, through the thought. She could also transmit soul attacks through that thought. However, the sheep's eggs technique was already at its peak. It would not leave behind a flaw similar to Kuei Shi's positioning spell. The target would locate the caster based on the soul fragment on their body and counterattack. Of course, there was no perfect spell. There were only different focuses. Kuei Shi's positioning spell was precise and could project a soul clone. It was mainly used to support the prophecy spell so that it could show off in front of the mortal emperor. When Dany was still a muggle, she was so shocked that she thought he was a celestial being. The sheep's egg's contract seal was not precise at all. It was to contract the pterosaur and punish the disobedient pterosaur soul. To put it simply, when the contract seal was triggered, Dany could detect it and transmit soul attacks to the pterosaur's mind. However, other people could not locate or attack Dany through the contract seal in the pterosaur's mind. Aunt May knew this, so she sacrificed 40 skinners and used Lalo's divine power to instantly annihilate the small contract seal, not giving Dany a chance to counterattack. It was just like what Dany did when she stole the sheep's egg pterosaur. If it was the sheep's egg, the contract seal would disappear and the pterosaur would become a normal person. Then Lalo would leave a thought to act as the dragon's soul and simulate his own contract seal. Other gods might not be able to do it, but Lalo could definitely do it. After all, the sheep's egg was taught by him. However, Dany's methods were extraordinary. When she stole the sheep's egg pterosaur, she considered the possibility that she might be robbed as well. Therefore, she modified the contract seal and made it have the immortal characteristics of the Green Prophet soul. After Auntie May's sacrifice, the seal of contract in Aegon's pterodactyl's mind was indeed instantly destroyed. However, when she used one of our Hiller's thoughts to construct the seal of the Red God in the pterodactyl, Dany's seal of contract quietly recovered. Dany in Slave Bay was also alarmed because of this. 5 dragon spirits, the warrior armor of the 7 gods, the soul-extinguishing strike derived from the dragon slayer horn, Dany's own sword god's divinity. In an instant, an extremely bright sword light crossed thousands of miles and slashed on the newly born red god seal. The scene was like Aunt May sneaking into Dany's house to steal something. When she opened the safe, she found a nuclear bomb with a countdown timer inside. Aunt May was not prepared. Blood flowed out of her orifices and she almost fainted. If she really fainted, she might have been killed by the pterosaur's stone roller. Lalo was a true god after all. He only used a thought to withstand the nuclear explosion. Then the second sword light, the third, the battlefield was in the pterosaur's mind. With the 2 bosses doing this, it would be strange if it did not go crazy. Balerion's eyes and wings were injured that day. When he crashed onto the city wall, he was injured again. After that, in order to capture it, Erlu, under Aunt May's instructions, dragged the pterosaur down from the city wall and rolled it in the courtyard. Then he ordered his subordinates to use iron rods, ironwood, and wooden stakes to nail the pterosaur's wings, tail, and feet. He even found an iron chain used to hang an anchor to lock its mouth. With this, they managed to subdue a monster that was 50 meters long. However, when it went berserk, when the iron chain broke, it raised its head and let out a sorrowful howl. The entire Winterfell trembled from the howl. The wooden stakes and iron rods were broken and fell off under the pressure of its flesh and bones. Although it was covered in wounds and dripping with blood, the pain only made it crazier. Then the knockoff Godzilla movie that John, Sansa, and the others had seen before played out. When she thought of the Red God's thought that was destroyed in the end, Aunt May's expression was unprecedentedly serious. Yes, Danny won. Her contract seal could be reborn infinitely. Lalo could do whatever he wanted. However, the damage she inflicted on Lalo's thought was really accumulating. If Aunt May had followed up by sacrificing Theon, allowing Lalo to send down another will and a large amount of god power, Danny would definitely have been expelled. However, Aunt May wanted to burn Theon. Erlu did not want to completely fall out with Jon. Continue. What happened after that? Helplessness could not help but ask. Aunt May was deep in thought. However, Jon and the others were listening in. After waiting for a long time without any follow-up, they became anxious. Come and find me tonight. I'll tell you. In front of Erlu, Aunt May gave helplessness a seductive look. Her words were unusually frivolous. Sansa was stunned. She looked back and forth between helplessness and Melisandre. Erlu was not angry. He did not even give the two flirting adulterers a warning look. Aegon looked at Aunt May and said proudly, "You suffered a backlash, right? When I went down earlier, I saw you wiping your nosebleed. Take King Aegon away and watch over him. Don't let anything happen to him," Aunt May said calmly. I guessed right. Aegon could not resist being carried away. He was still laughing loudly. Now you know how powerful my aunt is. Her strength is not limited to the Megalosaurus. Even in terms of witchcraft, she is stronger than you. So, if you make any risky decisions in the future, you better think twice. Remember, the war at Slaver's Bay will not last forever. Aegon was not a madman who would go around telling people that his aunt was Dany. The main thing was that he was afraid. He was afraid that he would be harmed by the red-robed woman. When he went down to Calm Balerion, he heard Aunt May say to the flaming Red Heart Knight, "The 40 sacrifices that were burned were of poor quality. They were not as effective as the king's blood. If Aegon could not control the pterosaur, he would bring Theon Greyjoy to the Light King no matter what." When he heard that, he trembled. If he did not manage to calm Balerion, Theon would have eaten the peach. Aegon did not care whether Theon died or not. He trembled because of Melisandre's attitude of casually killing a king's blood. Theon was the Duke's only son. What a heartless person. He had to bring up his Aunt Dany to make her fear him. Actually, Aegon was overthinking. He did not need to remind him. The nobles and gods of the 7 kingdoms, including but not limited to the 7 gods and Anami, were all firewood that could ignite Lalo's glory in Melisandre's eyes. She had no scruples. She would not hesitate to burn anyone or anything. Only the Dragon Queen's nephew, Aunt May, did not dare to touch him. Back then, even Ymont on the Great Wall, Aunt May was itching to burn him to see if he could hatch a dragon egg. However, she gave up because she was afraid of Dany. Now, Dany was dozens of times stronger than when she first came to the Great Wall. The Dragon Queen's love for her nephew was hundreds of times stronger than old Ymont. How could she dare to do it? Aegon was carried away. His threat did not affect Aunt May at all. However, Erlu and the others felt pressured. How is Balerion now? Erlu asked with a frown. His consciousness is damaged and his emotions are unstable. Aegon could only calm him down. He has been chased out of Winterfell to Winter Town outside the city. Jon's expression changed. He said unhappily, "There are many northern residents in Winter Town. How can you chase the mad dragon there?" A fat man with a red face said, "Instead of worrying about the townspeople, why don't you send people to prepare straw and large canvas tents? The pterosaur is not a megalosaurus. In his weakened state, he can't resist the cold of the north." Chapter 684. Without a doubt, the capital of the Northern Territory was Winterfell, but Winterfell was only 300 meters wide and 500 meters long. It was large enough to be the residence of a noble lord. However, it was too small to be the capital city of a country, so it was not qualified. The real Winterfell was divided into an inner and outer city. The inner city was the castle and the outer city was the town. Outside Winterfell, There were neat rows of houses made of logs and rocks. Along the muddy streets, there were many wooden stalls for merchants to rent. In the summer it was empty. Only 1/5 of the houses were occupied by nearby farmers and merchants. In the winter it was crowded with people. Even the mountain tribes from the north of the Wolfswood came over. However, they didn't build a wall outside the town. Part of the reason was that they were too poor and couldn't afford to build a wall. In Winterfell, there were many towers that were in disrepair and abandoned. For example, the place where the story began, the tower where Cersei and Jaime clattered. Of course, with Stark's 10,000 years of history, he built a 10-meter wall every year. After a few thousand years, he could build a magnificent city. However, the city required a large number of soldiers to guard it. For example, there were 3,000 golden robes at the King's Landing. Winterfell couldn't afford to have so many soldiers. Without a wall, there was no defense. After Tywin, Skinwalker, or Lou and Jon, there were almost no soldiers left. Especially Skinwalker, who massacred Winterfell once to cover up the fact that he had burned Winterfell. Winter had arrived for almost a year, but Winterfell was empty. This winter, most of the Northern Territory residents went to White Harbor, while those who were near the Great Wall went to Mole Village. Dragon Queen gave silver coins to the night watchmen every month. It was too extravagant. With thousands of night watchmen, it was equivalent to tens of thousands of silver deer. How many jobs would that create? If Dany were the king of the 7 kingdoms, she wouldn't give land to the night watchmen. The land, which was larger than the land of Korea, couldn't support 1,000 night watchmen. Though the climate in the Northern Territory was harsh, winter wheat, apple trees, and turnips could be grown. There was no shortage of cash crops and grain crops. At the end of the day, it was due to the fact that everyone ate from the same pot and specialized in different fields. If the night watchers could support themselves by farming, would they still commit crimes and be caught as night watchers? It would be better to raise them with high salaries. High salaries would lead to high consumption, and high consumption would lead to a large number of employment opportunities. With the population base, there would be no need to worry that business and agriculture would not be able to develop. Then, as a feudal lord, he would collect business taxes and agricultural taxes. From time to time, he would deal with real estate in Mole Village, not to mention the salary of the night watchers. The king could probably earn a sum of money. So, no one in the town harmed the pterosaur. Instead, the pterosaur might have been injured by the cold, the red-faced fatty said. His name was Shomer, and he wore a scholar's necklace. He came from White Harbor, and he had thin lips, a red face, and curly blonde hair. He was a fat man just like Lord Eel. After House of Stark's scholar Luwin was killed by Skinner, Winterfell didn't have a new scholar. There was even a long period of time when Winterfell was burned down by Skinner, and it was in a state of desolation. White Harbor was the richest fief in the north, and its trade was prosperous. It had frequent exchanges with the outside world, so Scholar Shomer had many apprentices under him. In fact, the communication between Bravos and the north used White Harbor as a transit point. After the Dragon Queen exposed the evil side of the City of Knowledge, the people of the world knew that scholars were not good people, and so did Jon. But, like all the nobles, he couldn't do without scholars. Hence, he had long asked Lord Eel for help to arrange for a capable apprentice to be a temporary worker in Winterfell. When Scholar Shomer heard about this, he immediately volunteered. Lord Eel was very unhappy, but he couldn't object. There was only one scholar in Winterfell, but there were 2 masters. Hence, Shomer often appeared in Erlu's guest castle. Erlu burned the statues of the 7 gods and chased away the 7 gods. But he still couldn't do without scholars. The scholars' vitality was really... The pterosaurs come from the Sosros rainforest, and they prefer the hot and humid climate of the south. Of course, the pterosaurs are not ordinary creatures. If the southerners can come to the north to live, so can they. But now, King Aegon's Balerion is severely injured. If you don't want to lose the precious pterosaur, you should treat its injuries and build a shelter to protect it from the cold. Scholar Schomer suggested seriously. John asked worriedly, "Will it go berserk again?" The scholar's red and chubby face showed some embarrassment. "I don't know. Our city of knowledge, our scholars don't know much about the pterosaurs. For thousands of years, everyone knew that there were pterosaurs in the Sosros rainforest, but we've never seen one before." "It's exhausted. It won't go berserk again," Melisandre said. Then he turned to Erlu and suggested, "Sacrifice Theon to solve the problem once and for all." Hearing this, Schomer was furious. Without waiting for Erlu to speak, he warned bluntly, "King Stannis, Priestess Melisandre, you have to understand that you're only Winterfell's guests. Theon was never your captive, and you have no right to punish him. I agreed to leave him for your trial because I pledged my loyalty to you. Trial isn't the same as execution." Erlu's eyes were sharp. "Are you threatening me?" John sighed and softened his voice. "Your Majesty, do you still keep your promise?" he asked. "Do you still keep your promise? Before entering Winterfell, Tyrion requested you to promise in front of everyone that you wouldn't sacrifice Rhaenys and Theon." Erlu stared helplessly, his jaw clenched, his teeth grinding. The Onion Knight quickly stood in front of the two and said, "Duke Stark, you're mistaken. His Majesty has never thought of breaking his promise. Priestess Melisandre was only thinking from a professional point of view. Sacrificing Theon would be the best, but His Majesty has always refused. The pterosaur belongs to my husband. Does the ransom only redeem himself and not the pterosaur armor and weapons?" Sansa said unhappily, Aunt Dany prepared the tile steel armor for Big Nephew, and Illyrio gave the Blackfire sword to King Aegon. They were all in Erlu's hands. However, Erlu didn't wear armor or the Blackfire sword. If he wanted to snatch the pterosaur, he could use time as an excuse. If he wore Aegon's armor, he would completely betray the Westeros traditions, unless he was like Tywin and killed Aegon and Aegon's heir. Without an heir, the armor and weapons naturally didn't have to be returned. Davos looked at the determined Erlu and smiled bitterly in his heart. On the surface, he looked gentle and comforted Sansa. "Your Highness, the pterosaur is too special and precious. Unless you exchange it for another pterosaur, any kind of pterosaur. Dragon Queen doesn't lack one or two pterosaurs, right? Too shameless, too shameless." Sansa's pretty face flushed red with anger. "This is also a tradition. Good armor has a high ransom, and the tile steel sword has a higher ransom." Davos's face was red with embarrassment. Indeed, good armor ransom was better. But since ancient times, no one had ever used armor to redeem armor or a tile steel sword to redeem a tile steel sword. Most of the time, out of respect for the defeated, the victor not only did not accept the ransom, but also took the initiative to return the relics and bodies of the deceased to their families. For example, Ned. After Ned killed Arthur Dayne, he obtained the Dayne family's ancestral greatsword, Dawn. Tile steel swords were common, but the white sword of Dawn was unique in the world. Ned never wanted to possess it. Instead, he immediately sent the sword to Dane City and personally reported his death and burial place to Arthur's family. Earl Dane and Ashera didn't resent Ned for killing their brothers on the battlefield. Instead, the two families established a deep friendship. Ned entrusted the mother of his illegitimate son, his lover, to Earl Dane. Earl Dane found a good husband for her, perfectly helped Ide clean up the mess, and even named his son Ned. This was the true path of the Westeros Knights under the teachings of the Seven God sect. But now, with an idea, the Onion Knight quickly suggested, "Why don't we use Tyrion's pterosaur to repay the debt?" Sansa shook her head and said Tyrion won't agree. Besides, his Tessa also has the Holy Knight seal. You won't be able to crack it either. "Tyrion isn't dead yet?" Davos said in surprise. Sansa was stunned for a moment before she realized that she hadn't seen the dwarf for a long time. "Is he dead?" She looked at Awkward with a searching gaze. Tyrion. Awkward thought for a moment and said hesitantly, "He's probably not dead yet. He didn't die at that time." Then Awkward looked at Meiji and the others with an inquiring gaze. "Yes, probably, maybe." Everyone pondered. Meiji scratched her head and said awkwardly, "Where is Tyrion? I've been so concerned about His Majesty Aegon these past few days that I forgot about him." Mormont was an honest man. Everyone had forgotten, but she was the only one who said it out loud. "Poor gnome," the red-faced scholar said. "Lord Tyrion has burns all over his body and is recuperating in the small sanctuary. I change his bandages every day." This was the role of a scholar. Everyone was so concerned about King Aegon that they forgot about the dwarf. However, it was the scholar's responsibility to treat the patient. Without the Lord's orders, they would do it automatically. "So he's in the small sanctuary, no wonder." Jon smiled awkwardly. "How's he?" Stark believed in the old gods. A few thousand years ago, Winterfell didn't have a sanctuary. However, Catelyn believed in the 7 gods. I'd built a small sanctuary for his wife in a secluded corner behind the main hall of the castle. Catelyn was the only one in Winterfell who believed in the 7 gods. At most, little Sansa came with her mother a few times. The location was very secluded. It was no wonder Jon and Meiji had neglected the dwarf. Well, if they really cared about him, even the ends of the earth wouldn't be a distance. Scholar Thomer glanced at the red-robed woman warily. His red, fat face trembled as he said, "Lord Tyrion has fire-repelling ointment. It's a holy medicine for burns, but his injuries, the flames spread from the inside out. His organs are almost charred." "That bad?" Sansa's face turned pale as she exclaimed. Meiji quickly glanced at Aunt May and said fearfully, "Tyrion's body was on fire. When he howled, red flames and black smoke came out of his mouth. I thought he was dead." Melisandre frowned and said doubtfully he should have died long ago. How did he survive until now? Could it be that his body, the red-robed woman, was never a kind person? Not to mention, Tyrion had countless reasons to die. He was a winged dragon knight, Aegon's strongest subordinate. He was very smart and was heavily relied on by Aegon. He was hostile to Erlu. He destroyed all of Erlu's efforts at the Blackwater River. He was ugly and frustrated, but he often tiptoed and peeked at her big white rabbit with a wretched look. More importantly, he dared to kill her.